Hello, 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 hello. Storm is going to be right on cue for race 2. First heat of the Interdom. Welcome along, everyone, to Albion Park, night 1 of ID 23 for Ladbrokes. Our first race coming up in 15 minutes' time. Early favourite for the first is 4, Frankie Ferocious. Earlier today we had fine skies. It's dark and stormy, so it looks like rain is on the way. The track at this point is in good order. Night 1 of the Interdominion, all heats tonight over the mile, paces and trotters. 4 heats for the paces, 3 for the trotters. Races 2 through 8. Our first race getting underway at 5:48. Tasmanian quarter races 5, 6, 7 and 8. The triple on 6, 7 and 8. The daily double on 5 and 7.
Well, since 1936, the Interdominion has been the pinnacle of harness racing, and it is back here at the Creek, Albion Park, for the very first time since 2001, when Yule Star won the race on that particular occasion. It's always a race that brings back plenty of fond memories for not just harness racing fans, but sports fans in general. A race steeped in history. Champions win this race. It is a superstar-making race, and that's going to be the case tonight with some big names, certainly not just on the Pacers side, but also the Trotters side. Leap to Fame leads them, of course, the local superstar, taking on Swayze, his half-brother. What a battle that's going to be in the Pacers division. And then Queen Elida for trainer Brent Lilly, who's taken all before her in the last 12 months, meeting up again with Just Believe, the horse that really took on the world and shone over there in Sweden. And Greg Sugars is back with the Trotters' favourite this year. So plenty of superstars on show to talk about. It's great to have with me on our coverage tonight on Sky Racing Active in Gerard Daffy. Gerard, look, we were reminiscing off camera beforehand, weren't we? Interdominions, your favourites. What's yours? Good evening.
Evening, Ryan. Mine goes back to probably before you were born, Gamelite.
Only just.
He won a couple of them. He won at Alexandra Park, and, of course, he took on the great Popular Arm over there in a Battle Royale, and then he went to Globe Derby and won there. But just going through the honour roll down through the years, I always had a soft spot for Village Kid.
Yes.
And, of course, Black's a Fake.
Well, that was my first Interdominion here at Albion Park in 1986, when the horse from Western Australia, trained by the butcher Bill Horn, was able to lead all the way here. And from there, like so many young people at that time that came here to Albion Park, we were just absolutely hooked. Now, don't let that deceive you, because it looks like there's clear skies at the moment. I can tell you there's some dark clouds lurking, Gerard, around.
Yes. Well, I was driving in here. It was very, very dark down around the Yatala region. Sometimes it can clear, but gee, it's looking ominous now, and obviously this is the time of the year when we do have thunderstorms. They can come and go pretty quickly, but they can do some damage as well.
Well, let's hope it does stay away, but there's very little chance of that, because forget rain dances. If you want your grass to be green and the water to come down from the skies, then you just need Brittany Graham. She seems to be the water diviner as far as coming to these feature nights is concerned. Brittany, always great to have you on our coverage, and particularly in Interdominion this year. That's very special to you because Majestic Harry is back again. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Orion. It is wonderful to be here at Albion Park tonight for the running of round 1 of ID 23. As you have alluded to, and you may be able to pick up in the background behind me, there is some storm clouds are coming. Now, having a look at the radar, there looks to be a fairly significant system tracking directly for Albion Park. So if we're to look at the positives, here's hoping we can see that hopefully just rain band move through Albion Park before these first round heats get underway. It is humid, hot and sticky here at Albion Park, which, if we didn't get the rain, would be very conducive to fast times. The fastest time ever run here at Albion Park, 1:49.2 on the hub rail here by Black Sedance late last year in September of last year. In fact, the quickest trotting time, 1:55.1. And as these 7 Inter-Dominion heats this evening are staged at the short course, we are on track record watch somewhat, but of course that's going to be very dependent on the weather. The first of the heats, that being race number 2 for the trotters before we roll into those 4 pacing heats where we see the likes of Rock and Roll Do, Better Eclipse and the brothers, Swayze and Leap to Fame. It's going to be some sort of night, Ryan. Let's get this thing underway.
Always a pleasure to have you with us on our coverage. And Brittany, as I mentioned, will be partnering Majestic Harry in one of the Trotters heats a little bit later on top of her duties tonight with the microphone. She also mentioned the track record, PSP Video, who are bringing you these pictures tonight, do a wonderful job. And one of the wonderful integrations we have tonight is a track record line that's going to appear throughout these races. So we'll be able to see whether they're ahead or behind those track record times in the Inter-Dominion Pacers and Trotters heats here tonight. We need lots of information, don't we, to find all of the winners tonight? 11 races on the card here tonight. It is 11, isn't it, Gerard, or is it 10?
Just the 10.
Just the 10, my apologies. Correction on that. So 10 races here tonight. Let's hopefully get all the information that we need to give you to find those 10 winners. And Brendan Cranborg is going to be down the stables tonight interviewing all of the key participants. Brendan, good evening to you and good to have you as part of our Sky Racing Active coverage.
Yeah, good evening, Ryan, and thanks for having me in the stables this evening. Of course, we have 10 of the best coming up from Albion Park. There's certainly plenty going on here at the stables at the moment, and some of the big players have already made their way on course. I've walked past a couple of them being Just Believe, and last year's winner, I Cast No Shadow, is also here as well. So it should be a stellar night. Hopefully the rain stays away and we'll be able to bring you all the winners, and I think we've got a really good winner here in the first as well. We're joined by Mark Dux, and Mark, as far as I can see, Apollo Dreams first up, and look, his trial was super. What are we missing here with the big price?
Well, first run probably. The others all got a lot of race fitness on us. Probably need a little bit of luck off the gate. We'll go forward, and if we can cross, that'll be great. Most likely hand up to the favourite, the 4-horse. We'll get a good trip, and then if we're good enough.
Obviously, as you said, first up, and that trial was over 21.38. He comes back to 16.60. Where's he more effective? Is he better over a short trip first up, or are you hoping that the handicapping gods might have given you a longer trip to start with?
No, I'm more than happy with the mile. That suits him. I think everything's all important at the start. If we cross, puts us right in the race. If we can't cross the inside too, it'll make it tough for us.
Obviously, you mentioned that those 2 horses inside, Chiseled and Eroda. I know Chiseled very well. He comes from my neck of the woods, and Eroda's not blessed with huge amounts of early speed. So given your opportunity to chance the arm, as you said, if you get to the front, you'll be more than confident. We have to also talk about Tommy Lincoln. He's been such a great servant to your stable. Tough coming up to this sort of company, but he has been racing really well in open company. Yeah,
look, he has been racing well. It's tough for him, no doubt. He's got to take another step again, but look, he can run pretty decent time, and that he's just had a few little hiccups sort of going into this. You know, he hurt himself there a while back. He hasn't been able to get the racing that we wanted to under his belt. He's had to have a couple of trials just to fit him for tonight, but I'm pretty happy where he's at.
He's another one that comes in, as you say, very lightly raced into this season across 2023. He's also a horse that does have a fair amount of early speed, and the other 2 underneath aren't necessarily blessed with it as well. So will you chance your arm there as well?
Yeah, we will. We'll go forward for sure and then just play.
No rain at the moment.
All right, well, Ryan, in terms of Apollo Dreams, I know he's at double-figure odds. I think he's the best each way on the entire program, and I'd have to say I think he's the best each way of the entire night right around Australia. Forget Moonee Valley, forget Randwick. He is the best each way around Australia. Any code, and I think he's going to run a really big race. Appreciate Mark Dux's time, and that fixed odds board in the first is going to be really interesting, and how it plays out for the punters.
You put the stake in the ground right from the get-go there, Brandon. Good luck to you, and good luck to Mark Dux. I can tell you he's been one of the best trainers here in Queensland at Albion Park in particular for the better part of 40 years. So a good chance tonight with Apollo Dreams. All right,
Rock
Jared,
Tag on
tell us about the tab
126.
market specials that we
Okay,
have
Boomer
tonight.
at
There's plenty of
5.50.
incentives,
Mr.
that's for
Fonzie,
sure.
41.
There is, well, for
So
you
Sirius,
tab punters,
23.
there's a first four
Favourite for
jackpot
the
of
first, number
10,000
4, Frankie
each of the
Ferocious,
Inter-Dominion.
2:30.
It's
We are
expected
6
to get
minutes
to
away.
50 or
6
60,000
minutes
each
now
race.
until
That's
race number
what they
1.
normally get to. And the other one, of course,
This
is
the early
the
tab
promo
20.
for the first 6 races for tab account holders. If your horse runs second, bonus bet back up to $50. So that's a really good deal. Fixed odds, obviously, your first bet, but races 1 to 6 tonight at Albion Park.
Like a bit of a throw at the stumps, isn't it? Let's go through these runner by runner, and as we introduce them, Jared, just give us the market moves and where the punters are looking at the moment.
Well, 1 Chisel, 6 got into 5, just getting back out to 5.50.
Trained by Gemma Hewitt and Brendan Barnes takes the drive. I like this horse, only a 3-year-old taking on, I guess, when I say only a 3-year-old, the majority of these are 3-year-olds, but I guess, taking on more experienced horses. But from barrier number 1, I think is key here. Brendan Barnes is a fine young driver here in Queensland, and I think this horse has the speed to punch up and take options. I don't think Chiseled will want to maybe hold the lead, but look to take cover. The cover may come from either 2, Eroda, or number 4, Frankie Ferocious. Apollo Dreams will have a look. I'd be surprised if she maybe will be in the fray there as far as the speed map is concerned, but excellent form. Yes, this is probably another little step up again for Chiseled, but I just like him from the draw to run a really good race.
Number 2, Eroda, open 6, touched 9.50, getting back into $7 now.
Well, you go back through the Winter Carnival, and Eroda was racing in some of those bigger races like the Southeast Derby and running quite well there. On these feature nights, Grant Dixon really is a trainer and driver to follow. Of course, he will have Leap to Fame a little bit later. Eroda has good early gate speed, hasn't had great barrier draws to work with in suitable races. So I'd say this looks to be a really suitable race for Eroda, so I think certainly has a good chance.
Number 3, Apollo Dreams, big drifter here, 6 out to 15.
Look, and I agree that, Brandon pointed out that he's a really, really classy horse. He is, but just didn't know so much about his trial. I thought he might need a couple this prep to probably get to where he needs to get to, but Brandon's confident, but I think he's thereabouts. I've got him my 3rd pick from the draw.
Frankie Ferocious, heavily back favourite here, best back 310 into 230.
And all of the good judges are tipping Frankie Ferocious. I spoke to Nathan Dawson earlier. He said he thought this was his best chance of the night. Frankie Ferocious, a runner-up his past 2 runs, has the speed to potentially lead here. And I will say, if he doesn't lead, I don't think he can win the race. And I think he may have to burn quite hard to find the front. Look, Nathan Dawson's easily the best driver in Queensland at the moment. I think he will fire this horse out as best he can. It depends how hard he has to work out in front. I didn't find him in my top 4. I'm regretting that now because it has been probably the best tipped horse that I've
It's one
found
of the
today.
biggest goes of the night. Number 5, Mossdale Terry, opened at 6, got a little bit higher, but back into 6 now.
I think he's getting better with every run here in Queensland, a 2nd, a 3rd and a 2nd. Just a tricky draw here. Shane Graham, a really good trainer-driver here in Queensland. Good New Zealand form. I think it's certainly a classy enough horse. I just don't know where he's going to get to from the draw.
6, Rock Supreme, its price has nearly tripled, 23 out to 61.
Bryce McElhenney, he's an aspiring race caller and he's a fine young driver as well. Partners this horse so well, Rock Supreme. Again, he's a horse with gate speed. Whether Bryce decides to use that or not is the question mark. I think it's just a bit of a sticky draw.
7, Roctagonal is the bolter of the field, 34 to 151.
Yeah, and the same for Roctagonal. I just think from that draw, he's going to have to be map negative, Jared, and will just probably need a little bit of luck.
There has been a sprinkling of interest for OK Boomer, open 6, now into 550.
Now, a lot of the form around a lot of these horses are around number 8, OK Boomer. The difference is, on this occasion, Trista Dixon, who has partnered this horse, it's past 4 starts for her in Queensland when this horse has been racing really well, have been from front row draws. So a different setup tonight. Luck's of Fortune, if it happens to get the breaks, will be right there at the end, but does need luck.
9, Mr. Fonzie, one of the roughies, 21 to 71.
Can run home okay. I just feel that there's probably a few horses that are better graded in this race.
And 10, So Serious, 16 to 26.
Going okay, probably, reasonably well graded as far as the ratings are concerned, but I just can't see how this horse is going to get into the race. So my numbers here, Jared, 1, 2, 3 and 8. I'm leaving out the favourite, but I'm quite reluctant after the strong push today.
They have launched into it again. $2.30 a couple of minutes ago, now $2.10. So it's been a big move.
Okay, well, as we mentioned earlier, Brittany Graham is going to be trackside catching up with all the drivers. Race number 1, not too far away. Brittany, over to you.
Yeah, the sooner this race gets run and won, Ryan, the better, because we have these big dark storm clouds now hanging above us, and the wind has really picked up as well. For your sake and mine, Nathan, I hope we can get this over and done with quickly, and I think you're on the right sort of horse to punch out a fairly strong mile here tonight. Frankie Ferocious back to the short course. He just seems so much more comfortable there at this stage of his career.
Yeah, you're right. You know, mile's ideal for him. He's got such high speed, and you know, he gets a little bit hot, so the shorter the trip, the better for him.
What about with the gate speed inside you tonight? Are you confident that you can cross down? I would assume you'd love to find the front on him under these conditions.
Yeah, there's some speed underneath us, but my fella's pretty sharp off the gate, so we'll be going forward and having a good look.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Nathan Dawson there. We'll see if we can catch Brendan Barnes quickly. In fact, he's gone in the other direction. We might clear the track as we're getting close to starting time, because I think Chiseled has good gate speed without being electric. And then we've got a horse like a Rhoda drawn directly alongside him as well, who's very fast. But maybe the fact that those two runners are occupying space side by side as Sky One join us might make life a little harder for them to sort out the lead between them. And maybe just with that bit of space to his inside, Frankie Ferocious, he might be able to zip across. Apollo Dreams good off the arm without being explosive as Sky One join us. We've got some pretty heavy storm clouds sitting above us here at Albion Park now, and I'd say within the next few moments the rain is going to arrive. I spoke to Nathan Dawson. He's confident of the drop back to the short course for Frankie Ferocious and the positive draw that he can run a really big race here tonight, and I'm with him on top. He's a 151 performer in the past, and that should be good enough, despite this being a really strong field. If he can find the front, he's going to be hard to beat as the rain arrives. 4, 2, 1 and 9 are my selections into Dominion 2023 about to kick off. Well, at least a race night is the first of our heats. Comes up is race number 2. Let's join Chris Barsby for the call of the opener.
Thanks, Brittany. Weather conditions are worsening, but we're getting set. This is the first of 10. So we've got to batten down the hatches here, because this storm is very close. They're coming up. Night 1 of ID 23. 7 heats tonight, all over the mile. 4 for the pacers, 3 for the trotters. This is a really good race to start the card. Thanks, Andrew. This is race 1. We're close to a start now. All the runners are on gate. 1 mile. Stand by. ID 23. The carnival is underway. There's the light. They're off and pacing. Chiseled from the inside. Left well. Apollo Dreams are showing early speed. And Frankie Ferocious, the favourite, wants in on the action. He's 3 high, but he's going forward. OK Boomer's down on the inside. Mossdale Terry caught wide, but he's committed. He drives forward. A Rhoda between runners. Mr. Fonzie down on the inside. So Serious. Roctagonal. Rock Supreme. Both drifting back. Finding top, the favourite. Frankie Ferocious. 3.4 the lead time. Frankie Ferocious out in front. Chiseled lands the trail. Mossdale Terry goes up to Park on the outside. OK Boomer, he's 4-3 back the inside. Apollo Dreams landing 1-1 cover. Mr. Fonzie next the inside. Covered by a Rhoda, Roctagonal. So Serious, and Rock Supreme is at the tail. A Brizzy Blazer in that first split. 27-6 that first panel. They work to the turn out of the straight. 900 metres left to run. Frankie Ferocious leads the way, the margin 5 metres. Sitting second, Chiseled. Mossdale Terry, he's forced to do it hard. He cuts the breeze third. OK Boomer 4-3 back the inside. Apollo Dreams 1-1. Down on the inside, Mr. Fonzie, still covered by a Rhoda. So Serious, Roctagonal. Rock Supreme is at the tail. Second quarter, 30 seconds. They work down the Trump Bloodstock back straight. Frankie Ferocious held together. Here's the rain arriving. It's Frankie Ferocious. 5 metres. Chiseled in second. Mossdale Terry still without cover. Apollo Dreams 1-1. OK Boomer pinned to the pegs, racing 3 back. So Serious taking off deeper. quarter, Mr. Fonzie, Rhoda, Roctagonal, Rock Supreme. Third quarter, 28 and 5. They're at the top of the lane, the favourite. Oh, he gave them the cold shoulder. Frankie Ferocious dropped them. He found 10 metres. Chiselled second, Mossdale Terry, then OK Boomer. Frankie Ferocious into the home straight. All over a winner, Frankie Ferocious. Clears out for a big victory. Frankie Ferocious wins well. OK Boomer up for second. Chiselled third. Mossdale Terry fourth. Then Mr. Fonzie, Rhoda, Roctagonal, Rock Supreme, Apollo Dreams. So Serious final split 26-7. The Pelican Waters Resort mile rate 152.6. Duck for cover. The Storm is here. But it's the favourite, Frankie Ferocious, that dominates the opening race. Goes all the way. Good thumping victory, 52.5 the mile. 52.5, 27.6, 30, 28.5, 26.6. Interim result, 4.815, 4.815. 4.815, interim result. Frankie Ferocious, OK Boomer, Chiselled, Mossdale Terry. Mr. Fonzie is officially fifth. So those numbers are now up. 48159. 48159. Tote dividends will soon appear.
Well, the Storm is hit, but there's a hurricane on the track by the name of Frankie Ferocious, absolutely ripping them apart in race number one. We mentioned pre-race, Jared said this was the best backed runner all day, and it certainly continued in the last minute or two into odds on. Did it start, Jared, in the end?
When I said that, it was into 210, Ryan, but all it did after that was shorten, although there wasn't long to race time. It started at $1.75, huge go.
It was quite extraordinary. The only tip that I got confidently all night when I walked in on track was Frankie Ferocious, and when I spoke to Nathan Dawson as we passed on to our Sky Racing Active audience, he said it was his best drive of the night, and what a good judge he proved to be. 152.6, that was a good mile rate. We can see the heavens opening at the moment, hence why the runners have come off the track pretty quickly. Brittany Graham certainly one of those as well, coming off the track. Hopefully this storm cell will pass reasonably quickly. We've had a look on the radar. Yes, there's some heavy rain. There's a lot of, colours that look quite violent, like the pinks and the purples, which is never good. But hopefully that band is reasonably thin enough that it will pass through pretty quickly and we'll be back to decent enough conditions that we can get into our trotters and paces heats of the Inter-Dominion and be able to give you the coverage that we were hoping to give you with all of the information on track with Brittany and also Brandon down there in the stables. So there we go, 4, 8, 1 and 5, the numbers in the first. Frankie Ferocious, OK Boomer, Chiselled and Mossdale Terry. So favourite backers off to a good start. We're not off to the best start as far as the weather is concerned, but hopefully by the time we come back, I've got better news for you. So stay with us here on our Sky Racing Active coverage.
For more than 150 years, the thunder of hooves has echoed across the Sunshine State. At the heart of racing Queensland is the love of the horse, and we are proud to see our retirees transition into secondary careers.
Welcome back to Albion Park. Race number 1 has been run and won by Frankie Ferocious. Let's have a look at the concluding stages and see how this well-backed commodity was able to accelerate over the concluding stages. He did have to work a little bit hard out of the gate, just kept wide by the likes of Apollo Dream and also Chiseled in a 27.6 first quarter, but was absolutely scintillating over the concluding stages. And yes, as you can see, that rain started to come down literally as they were scoring up. Chiseled behind the leader, as I mentioned, was up in class but racing really well. It just goes to show how well Frankie Ferocious has gone here, because it's left in-form horse like Chiseled in its wake, and up the inside OK Boomer doing its best work over the concluding stages. But that was just one-way traffic. That was a really well-backed commodity. Nathan Dawson, as I mentioned to you in speaking with him earlier, he said it was his best chance of the night, and punters tumbled in accordingly. Well, the Inter-Dominion Series is upon us. The first heat of the Trotters is coming up very shortly. Let's explain how this series works. And over the next 2 nights, you'll see not just tonight, but also Tuesday and next Saturday, some more heats over the 2100 and 2600 metres. So let's give you a snapshot here of how that looks. As you can see, on Tuesday night, 2138 metres will be the trip. So we go from 3 heats in the Trotters to 2 heats. So we're going to have bigger fields, obviously tonight being over the shorter trip. They've reduced the field sizes to 8, which means that I guess a lot more horses get a chance to get maximum points early on. So then they condense the size of those heats for the 2138 and then the 2680, which will also be the final distance for the Pacers and the Trotters. Brittany Graham is in studio with Jared and I. Brittany, look, this must be so exciting for you. The Inter-Dominion Series, you're no stranger to it, not just from a metre point of view. You were in it last year with Majestic Harry, who ran so well, finishing 5th in the final. Now in your own backyard, you must be so excited.
I am, Ryan, and I'm excited to be inside right now because that storm has arrived with all of its force. But looking at the forecast, it doesn't look to be a massive band, so hopefully it can move through quickly. And this is a great wet weather track, Albion Park. It can recover really quickly, particularly when it's that heavy deluge and then it sort of makes its way away. If it's that lighter pitter-pattery stuff that just hangs around for hours, it's not the best for the track. But this, they would have prepared for it knowing that there were thunderstorms predicted. So hopefully come race 3 or so I can get back and out and amongst the action, because this is so exciting for me to have an Inter-Dominion in my backyard. I was at the Gold Coast in 2009, the last time the Inter-Dominion was here, as a young tacker watching Mr. Feelgood provide the big upset to Blacks Are Fake, where I guess much like this series, all of the locals that will be cheering home Leap to Fame. It was the same for Blacks Are Fake on that occasion, but it was such a great series, and it's great to be back here at Albion Park. And yes, the Inter-Dominion has some challenges. I don't think there's any shying away from that fact, but the case of the matter is, at the moment, the 2 best horses in the Southern Hemisphere, in my humble opinion, are here, that being the 2 best Pacers and the 2 best Trotters. So we've still got high-quality horse flesh. I also like the little tinkers that Racing Queensland have made to the series, having it Friday, Tuesday, Saturday, just giving these horses another day to recover when it comes to the heats, and also progressively stepping out in distance. Tonight we're going to see some hopefully really good times recorded, but by this time next week or Saturday next week, we'll have a much clearer picture of, one, the series in itself, and also as these horses step up in trip, who's going to be best suited.
I'm glad you're here, because I want to get a snapshot of how we think the series might pan out before a heat's even run. Jared, you might take us through the markets. Do you want to start with the Pacers or the Trotters? Which one do you want to start with?
We'll start with the Pacers, because he has been the favourite Leap to Fame since we put the market up. The price fluctuated, obviously, with a couple of his losses and some of the others in and out of form. Now, he's currently $1.80. Swayze's an interesting one. After he won the New Zealand Cup, we put him up at 5. That disappeared. He was into $4.50. Of course, he didn't go round on the free-for-all later that week, and he got shaky in the market, back out to $4.50. But once it was confirmed that he was here, he's $3.50. Rock and Roll Do, a little bit of interest there at $9. Then it's $11 or better for the rest, headed up by Better Eclipse. But to be honest, Ryan, they only want to know 2 horses.
Well, that's it. It looks like, as far as the market's concerned, Brittany, it's a flip of the coin whether you're in the Leap to Fame camp or the Swayze camp. But as we have so often seen in Inter-Dominions, yes, the cream rises to the top, but colours of these superstars and, dare I say it, champions can often be lowered by horses maybe that could surprise, perhaps like a Rock and Roll Do or even a better Eclipse in this series?
I think last year's pacing series was very open from the outset. There was no standout, so probably unsurprising to see a double-figure winner in that final, and the best horse drawn on that night, I Cast No Shadow, came out of gate number 1. Cast our minds back 2 years to the Inter-Dominion in New South Wales. Well, King of Swing was a hype horse heading in. He was able to clean sweep his heats, but then he didn't factor in the final. So I think that's a real, I guess, show of how tough this series can be. There is last year's winner in I Cast No Shadow about to go out and warm up. But
now under care of your father.
Yeah, and he's rip-roaring to go tonight. I can tell you when he came off the float this evening, he knew that it was game time. So
where is he at, though? He is a little down on form for what we know he can produce.
No doubt, and he's an older stallion now, so certainly life gets a little tougher for him, and he's had some feet problems along the way, so maybe a softer track tonight will suit him. But this has sort of always been his aim, the Inter-Dominion, and he's now 4th up into it. So he is hoping he can come out and at least race well tonight from this positive draw. But I think his story, Bonsell Benjamin, there's been plenty of rough Inter-Dominion winners in the past, and that's just a show of it's not just the horse that has to get through this next 2 weeks, it's the trainer as well, and the driver for that matter. You don't see many horses clean sweep a series, and the last few years, in fact the last 2 winners haven't even won a heat. No,
well, Jason Grimson going for his 3rd consecutive Inter-Dominion final in the paces. Swayze certainly a legitimate chance. Don't write off the likes of Better Zippert, maybe even Narano. Who knows? He can sometimes surprise with these horses that you least expect. Let's talk about the Trotters series, Jared, because again the market seems to think there's only 2 hopes.
That's right. Now, Just Believe and Queen Elida, obviously they clashed in Victoria a couple of weeks ago, and Just Believe was victorious there. We know his international form, how he represented Australia, and all of a sudden on the back of that win, he's really popular at $1.80. Queen Elida, now she's second pick at $3.50, but punters have sort of dropped off after that defeat. Olivici is the one that they've been chipping away at. He's been 10 into 7, then out to $12 for Mufasa Metro, who, by the way, has been a huge go in this upcoming race. So it's the only other one that's got any love at all.
What about a little horse called Majestic Harry? Can you give me a price there?
I'm looking.
I can tell you.
What price is it?
$151, but he was $151 last year.
61 now. Oh. Somebody's bet.
We'll talk about Harry in just a moment, but let's talk about the series overall. Just Believe, obviously his exploits in Sweden have been well documented. I could not believe my eyes seeing what he did first up at Bendigo. Yes, that race was set up by what Queen Elida and Mufasa Metro did early on in that race, and he was always going to be strong at the end, but he looks as though he's come back well. But so Queen Elida, I mean, whilst he's been away playing over in Sweden, by gee, she was doing some pretty impressive things.
Yeah, it's a great series, a trotting series, and I think in quite a few ways there could be, more storylines out of the trotting series. Just Believe was phenomenal first up, and I think that sent shivers down everybody's spine who has to take him on for the next few weeks. But when we look at a lot in the top end of the market, they've all had to travel this year. The Victorians played in their own backyard last year. They've had to travel up this year, and it's very different conditions here to what they're used to in their home state as well. But no doubting, Just Believe looks so good.
What factor does the humidity have to do with these horses that come here, Britt?
I think Greg Sugars mentioned the fact that Just Believe is a horse that sweats quite heavily at the best of times. So I think we'll see these horses get really warm tonight, even once the rain arrives. So I think as a rule, probably when you look at a horse and see it in that condition normally, you might be put off. I don't think that you will be tonight.
Just a word on Majestic Harry. I know you mocked your price saying 150 to 1. I think he would have been much longer than that last year, Brittany, when he ran 5th, and what a terrific horse he was through the series. Do you think he'll run well?
Well, he loved the series last year. He was so good on the first night, probably unexpectedly, and he just seemed to thrive. So, he's had a challenging prep again. I think it's fair to say he seems to just be wanting to turn me grey whenever a big race rolls around. Something doesn't quite go to plan, but he seems to, as well, when the big races are on, really rise to the occasion. He never lets me down, so we'll know more after tonight.
Lovely story you can see on the Sky Racing Active platform as well, with Kian Holland going out and doing some track work with you was a great story as well. Let's go down to Brandon, who's in the stables with a very special guest. Brandon.
We will have Darryl Graham very shortly. He's just got a couple of horses back from preparing. He's here now. But one thing I will say about the humidity down here, it's not too bad in the stabling area. After that shower came through, it's very breezy down here, and there's still a little bit of rain that's being able to filter through. So I will say that the conditions are almost perfect and the temperature's dropped about 11 degrees. A man who knows all about the conditions at Albion Park and how to overcome them is Daryl Graham. And Daryl, a big carnival for you coming up. Not only have you got runners in the trotters and the pacers, but you've also got the reigning champion in I Cast No Shadow. How's he going through the lead-up weeks?
Yeah, he's been not too bad. His last run was pretty ordinary, but we drove him upside down, so we've just got to go back to the normal style of sort of sit and sprint and, drive him that way, and hopefully that suits him better.
Obviously, his heroics over the longer trip was well documented last year. Tonight over the 1660, he is a mile winner at Menangle, so he is a pretty versatile horse. Do you give him a squeak of potentially running into some good points here?
Yeah, well, I hope so. Adam's just got to weigh up what the two do inside him, so it's a bit of a sticky draw, really, so he'll know after the first 50 yards and whether he just ducks back and maybe the horse, to the second, drops to the fence. If that happens, well, you're straight in the runner line, so I'll just got to leave it to Adam. Obviously,
Tizza Sizzler was fantastic 2 starts ago, and I was just speaking to your wife, and obviously the perception is that if he didn't have all of these soundness issues, he'd be Grand Circuit level, and I think he displayed that 2 starts ago where he really ripped them apart, and if he could do that week to week, he'd be right up in the top flight of these Inter Dominion campaigners.
Yeah, he's got soundness issues, nearly in every leg, so he's a grand old, we call him the war horse, so he's a beautiful old horse, and if it wasn't here, he wouldn't be going around. So we'll just take it step by step with him. We'll get through tonight. He's pulled up very well after his last run. We'll get through tonight. We'll see how he is coming into Tuesday, and we've just got to drive him for points and see where we're at.
Speaking of driving him for points, is there one of the nights that you're really looking at? Is tonight the night for him, given that it's the shorts and he does have a favourable-ish draw?
Yeah, probably. I just love him to draw on the fence to follow the speed. Behind the leader would be a lovely run for him, but he's not drawn to get there tonight. So 3 fence, at worst 4 fence, but we've just got to drive him that way against these better horses. We're not sort of under any illusions. We're not kidding ourselves. So we just look after him and hopefully he can earn us some money.
Obviously, you had Lanacos that won, the Chariots of Fire, and a couple of other Group 1s. Majestic Harry has been in these Group 1s almost every time they've been on in the trot gate. So he's really special in terms of a horse for you guys, and it'd be great for everyone if he could possibly do it this year against some really tough competition.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for him. It's like I say, he's Brittany's favourite, so she spoils him. He's the little baby, so. But he just goes out and tries all the time, So he wasn't 100% right last week. I sort of blame myself for that one. So I'll cop it on the chin, and we'll just sort of, again with him, sort of just working through the series and just sort of get the points to hopefully make the final. And if that's the case, well, we'll be there.
Well, we'll leave it to our very own Sky Racing's Brittany Graham to see if Harry can get some points out of the 1 mile starts. Of course, he was really good in Victoria over the extended trips. But in terms of the first heat, well, we've got a very short favourite in Mufasa Metro on the tab fixed odds. And Daff and Ryan, I think it's going to be probably the widest and most open of the heats. I'm with Olivici. Would have liked some better odds circling around that yours for theirs quote, but if Olivici gets the right run, he's the one to beat for me.
Brendan, there's the favourite on your screen in Mufasa Metro. Jared, I'll get you to take us through the market moves here. I can tell you one thing. When I spoke to John Justice earlier, he was very, very confident about Mufasa Metro leading all the way.
These two open, Mufasa Metro and Olivici, $2 each at 2 on Tuesday. It's into $1.55 now, Mufasa Metro. So punters have launched again. What are your thoughts here?
Well, it looks the right setup, doesn't it, Brittany? 4th in the final last year.
I think that he's a much more furnished and well-rounded racehorse out of that as well. Great short course horse. He's got great credentials at the sprint trip. In fact, he ran just believed to a pretty slender margin in a Great Southern Star heat earlier this year. I can't see any horses crossing him, and he's got a pretty aggressive man in the bike as well who wouldn't want to be giving up that lead. So he looks perfectly poised tonight for mine.
Number 2, My Ultimate Eddie, a decent drift here, 23 out to 51.
When the last start, spoke to Mark Rees. He gave this one a pretty nice push. It is a significant step up in class, Brittany. Look, I think the best chance for the place if somehow was able to squeeze in between Mufasa Metro and Jack a Watch. I don't know whether that's likely, though.
No, he's a big improver, this guy. He's come a long way in a short time, and I'm sure that he's giving his connections quite the thrill being involved. He's had the luxury of drawing 1 at his last few starts, which we know is a big help, and 2's a long way from 1, even though you don't think that it is under these conditions. Maybe he sits 1-1 on the back of Olivici, but I think they'll rip a fairly strong last 800 metres here.
3 Olivici, as I said, did open the $2 equal favourite with Mufasa Metro. It's out to 260.
I spoke to Chris Lang. He loves this horse. He doesn't know about him in a series. There's a bit of fact-finding about Olivici this year, isn't there, Brittany? We know his class, though. He probably hasn't acquitted himself up against the likes of Just Believe and also Queen Elida, shoulder to shoulder, but he's getting there.
And with Chris Lang as his trainer, he knows what it's like to prepare a horse for a big race. He knows what it's like to prepare a horse for an Inter-Dominion series. And we know one thing for certain, this horse, I think, will get the undertakings of an Inter-Dominion. It's just about whether his class will see him through. But who knows, maybe a trip away can really spark him up. And he's got a draw where he can, I think it's likely, land up outside the speed, and that won't be the worst place to be.
4 Zealous Spur is one of the outsiders, 41 out to 126.
Grant Dixon, certainly bigger fish to fry in the series with Lead to Fame and the Pacers division. Zealous Spur, look, he's always honest, isn't he, Brittany? But this looks to be a tough assignment, particularly from the draw.
He's a nice, consistent horse, but Grant drives these sort of races well on roughies. He won't put him in a spot where he thinks that he's going to be uncompetitive. He'll be taking the shortest way home, and it wouldn't surprise if this horse managed to make the top 5.
5 Constantinople, it's in the market. 8 Touch 12, back into 11.
I thought this was one of the more intriguing trotters in the series. Trolled really well into this, Brittany, off some pretty good form last campaign. Look, yes, this is his most significant test yet, but he's in the right camp to really prove himself.
He looks exceptional, doesn't he, on screen? He's glowing. There's not often many trotters that leave the Chris Lang stable and go somewhere and become better racehorses, and he's one of them. I think it's fair to say this time last year, in fact, he spent 12 months off the scene because every time he went to the races he seemed to gallop or pace, but he's been faultless since joining Belinda McCarthy. He's won all 5 of those starts that he's had, but they've been at Menangle. I'm interested to see how he goes back to this tighter turning circuit of Albion Park, and he's fresh up. That trial, yes, looked impressive in the last quarter, was really sharp, but I'm not sure that he could possibly be screwed down 100%.
6 Van Sank has been 23 out to 51.
Really nice trotter, can do a couple of things wrong on the odd occasion, but does have a finishing burst if they do it upside down, Brittany.
I think we'll see the best version of him throughout the whole series tonight. Good short course horse, better when he's fresh. So I think we need to see him race really positively here tonight, as maybe things might get a little harder for him.
Similar move for number 7 Funky Monkey, 23 out to 51.
Robbie Morris, when I spoke to him earlier, was actually really buoyant about her throughout this series. He was encouraged by her sectionals last start, where she ran a good second behind 1 overall. He's a terrific trotter in Victoria. He mentioned he's going to have to take his medicine tonight and hope things pan out, Brittany, but you know, maybe the Funky Monkey, that we know she's got ability, she could turn up in this series.
She's made a few rare errors off the gate at her last few mobile starts, which is a little strange for her because she was just so reliable. So a watch on her early, but that 1 overall form I think will really stack up. It's not easy to chase off a big handicap. And she's a mare who's returning from a long time off the scene with an injury. So I think they've looked after her, but things are going to get a whole lot harder now.
And 8 Jacker Watch is the outsider, 31 out to 151.
Peg's not the worst place to be in a race like this, but didn't get the best push from Shane Graham.
Interesting because he's come a long way in a short time, this horse. He's really been a big improver. He won the DJA series throughout the Winter Carnival off a good handicap, but he certainly hasn't disgraced himself up in grade as Sky One Joiner. So he's going to get the run of the race. If he can boot through and hold the back of Mufasa Metro, then I think he's a really sneaky place chance.
Mufasa Metro for me, number 1 over Olivici, Constantinople number 5 and for 3rd, and number 2, My Ultimate Eddie for 4th.
Yeah, they're about to score up here for this second event on the card. Jared, is there any late market movement?
Only for the favourite here, Britt. Mufasa Metro, number 1, $2 into $1.55. It did open $2 equal favourite with Olivici, number 3. It's now into $2.80. So all one-way traffic for the favourite.
They're coming forward. Round 1, heat 1 for the trotters. And they're all scoring up. A field of 8, 3 heats for the trotters. The favourite here, the Victorian Mufasa Metro, and clearly best backed. He's now 155, Olivici 290, and then we're going out to much longer odds. Now, My Ultimate Eddie has made a gate break. No other horse interfered with, so they're going to go without My Ultimate Eddie. We are at release point. There's the light. They're off and trotting. Mufasa Metro, the favourite, got the first call fast away. Look at Funky Monkey out wide. She came out very quickly, going up to take on Mufasa Metro. Constantinople lands third, one off the inside. Olivici drops to fourth. He finds the back of Mufasa Metro. Van Sank, Jack a Watch, Zeller Spur, and at least 45 away at the tail. My Ultimate Eddie, the lead time, 3.5. Justice didn't have to overly work this leader here, Mufasa Metro. He's really controlled it in that first 400 metres. He's out in front, leading the way 5 metres. Funky Monkey took a shot though. Sitting third, leaders back. Olivici lands a great spot. First quarter up, 27 and 8. Sitting fourth, 1-1. Van Sank. Constantinople went to the marker line, now fifth, 3 back. Zeller Spur, Jack a Watch, and still 40 away at the tail. My Ultimate Eddie. They trot to the turn out of the straight. 900 metres left to run. Round 1, heat 1, and it's the favourite out in front, Mufasa Metro. Mufasa Metro backing it off in the second stanza. Leading the way from Funky Monkey, who's forced a chair up. Olivici, he's got this charm run. Leaders back third, and Van Sank, he's in a great spot, the local. Fourth, 1 by 1. Constantinople down on the inside. Zeller Spur, Jack a Watch. My Ultimate Eddie, 30.5 second stanza. Down the Trump Bloodstock back straight. Mufasa Metro leads the way by a neck. Funky Monkey is without cover. Leaders back third. Olivici sweating on that passing lane run. Van Sank is yet to flip deeper. Zeller Spur, Constantinople, Jack a Watch, and My Ultimate Eddie. Third quarter only 29. Justice knows where he's got his main rival. It's right on his back, and he's really rating the leader, Mufasa Metro, at the top of the lane. Mufasa Metro opens up 5 metres. Funky Monkey taps out. Olivici, Lang's about the right line. Olivici, Mufasa Metro, kick though into the home straight. Mufasa Metro leads Olivici, who starts to pick up, drives hard. Olivici over the top. Olivici beat Mufasa Metro. Constantinople third. Van Sank fourth. Zeller Spur, Funky Monkey, My Ultimate Eddie, Jack a Watch, final split, 28-3. The Pelican Waters Resort mile rate, 155.5. Olivici. Chris Lang drove a perfect race. He was able to find leaders back, got the right position, peeled at the top of the straight, goes on by. The Victorians, 1-2, heat 1. Olivici, Mufasa Metro, Constantinople, Van Sank. Interim result, 3-1-5-6, 3-1-5-6. Time, 55.4. 55.4. Track records, 55.1, 55.4 the time for Olivici.
Well, in many respects, the boy becomes a man. Olivici stepping into his first Inter-Dominion series, and what a drive by Chris Lang, able to get behind the leader. But the way he found the line, Brittany, he is certainly going to be a force to be reckoned with, because really Mufasa Metro had everything his way, and Olivici was just too strong.
No doubt about that. When we consider the track records, 155.1, they've gone 155.4 there in clearly not great conditions, not at all, to be out there. So that was a really strong performance. Great confidence boost for not only the horse, but the driver and trainer as well there, for him to get a nice run in proceedings, peel off their backs and go past a quality horse in Mufasa Metro. I would just hold all tickets if you had an investment aboard Constantinople. As you're seeing, he's trotting really roughly there, and about 4 strides out from the post, he actually switches over into a pace. So the stewards, I'm sure, will have a look at that. Van Sank back in fourth, but peg domination there as the rain really starts to tumble down.
Yeah, unfortunately, the conditions are not what we wanted here tonight at Albion Park for these heats. Hopefully that rain will abate very, very shortly. There's a close-up shot. Chris Lang, what a man he is with the trotter. I was speaking to him. Sonia, his partner, obviously holding the fort in Victoria at the moment. Chris is saying that hopefully, if everything goes well, she'll be up for the final. I said, how many are working at the moment? He said, we've only got 12 horses in work. And I said, are they all trotters? He said, well, no, we've actually got 2 paces. He said, but no one wants to give me paces. I said, well, you're a victim of your own success because you're just such a great conditioner of square gators, and he's been that way probably for the better part of a couple of decades now.
Absolutely, and I guess you get a reputation, don't you, for what you're really good at, and Chris Lang's clearly in that boat at the moment. But he's been high on this horse for, I reckon, 2 years now. He's touted him as his next big thing, so I'm sure that's
and
nice.
Patient with him too,
Definitely, nice justification. He didn't take place in his home state series last year when probably the opportunity was there for the taking. He's decided to stay and wait, and he roars into contention now.
Yeah, and you know, so often, Brittany, you could even attest to this as a trainer, that a trip away with a horse can be the making of him, and that was what Chris was hoping with Olivici here tonight. Because, look, we might learn so much about this horse throughout a series, and whether he can, you know, aim up to the likes of Just Believe and Queen Elida. On that performance there, you know, let's not underestimate Olivici for the remainder of this series.
And he has quite a few assets as well. We saw that early tactical speed that he needed tonight to find a position. He's very reliable. He's got a great gait. He's got good high speed. We've seen him sit outside of the leader on several occasions and have to tough it out as well. So he can be dynamic in a few different ways. And I guess a bit of a sidelight to this, on his trip up, Chris Lang, his car blew up at Grafton and he had to be rescued by Scott Miller, where he sat on the side of the road for 4 or 5 hours waiting for Scott Miller, where he's staying with Shannon Price and Scott Miller, to come and pick him up. I think someone from the Clarence River Jockey Club came and grabbed him, and he stayed at the showgrounds while he waited. But he's had a story to tell even before he got to Queensland, and I'm telling you now, it's not a quick trip when it's unproblematic. So you would only expect things to get better from here on out.
Well, I'm sure that result tonight will make the trip a little bit sweeter. I can tell you it is all paying on the numbers 3, 1, 5 and 6. So even though I agree with what you saw there with Constantinople, obviously stewards deemed everything to be okay and no objections were fired in. So 3, 1, 5 and 6, the numbers there for the first of the trotting heats of Inner Dominion 2023. We're away. Look at that behind us there, Brittany. Some lightning coming through at the moment. You're cosy here at the moment, aren't you?
Very comfortable.
You're not keen to rush back out there?
I mean, I love getting out on track, but under these conditions, sometimes I can be of more assistance in here.
Well, race number 3 is coming up and is going to be the first of our Pacers heats tonight, where we're going to have the favourite being Future Assured, or is it, Gerard? Because I know there's been some good support for Rock and Roll Do.
It is the favourite, Future Assured. It opened at 3.10. It's now currently at 2.15, but you're right. Rock and Roll Do, 2.50, touch 2.60. It's back out to 2.60 now. Spirit of St. Louis, 6, 5, now updates at $4.60. So the three that you would expect them to be on, they are. The big drifter of those in the market, Tommy Lincoln, $4.40 out to $10.
All right, this looks to be one of the more intriguing Pacers heats of the night, doesn't it? We'll take a break, and on the other side, we'll dissect that one. Will it be Rock and Roll Do, Future Assured? Will it be one of the other names that could cause an upset here in race number 3? We'll find out. Stay with us on our Sky Racing Active coverage. far away in ID 23. The first of the Trotters heats has been run and won, and not by the horse that most people were banking on in Mufasa Metro. It was the main danger as far as the market was concerned in Olivici for trainer driver Chris Lang. Let's have a look at how he did it. Well, the speed map worked out the way that most people thought, that Mufasa Metro was able to find the front. There was a little bit of early challenging from Funky Monkey on the outside, who you see just starting to gap cover on the outside there now. And Olivici is just waiting for that break in behind them. And here Chris Lang pops. And Olivici certainly has let down. And Brittany, they ran good time. This was a good effort.
Certainly was. You see him really stick the nose out, Olivici. He wanted to win, didn't he? And he actually came away the last 20 or 30 metres on Mufasa Metro, who was just stretched out enough early on to take the edge off him, and he actually rolled along at an even tempo from there on out. You could see when they turned for home, there probably didn't look to be a lot left in the tank for Mufasa Metro. He certainly wasn't swelled up and travelling strongly on the bit, but it certainly took Olivici a little while to get by him. But I think it's fair to say the first two passes to post were no surprise. Maybe the positions in running was somewhat of but they're both really reliable trotters who were able to manoeuvre into the positions that you wanted to be in. And I don't think Mufasa Metro really loses any admirers there, considering the time and the conditions. And he's also a horse who progressed really nicely through the series last year. So one thing we know for sure with him is that the series itself and the format is not going to hurt him. But now we need to know on Tuesday how Olivici backs up.
Well, spoken to so many people tonight that are so delighted just to have an Inter-Dominion runner for the very first time. Can you imagine owning one that actually wins the Inter-Dominion? Well, that was the case for Diane Riley, who's been one of the greatest supporters of harness racing here in Queensland. She's a colourful character, and we caught up with her.
They're ready for the Inter-Dominion Grand Final for the Paces of 2022, and the green light's on and they are racing. Pushing through, I Cast No Shadow got through to grab the lead. Torret St. Late, it's I Cast No Shadow in front. I Cast No Shadow. I Cast No Shadow is by Shadow Play out of Ragazza Bromac, raced by D. Riley. Seen plenty of this horse in Victoria over the past. Sprint lanes, it was a clear win.
After my win on the Inter-Dominion, I thought, right, well, I'll dedicate my wall in my garage to I Cast No Shadow, because I probably mightn't get another chance to do it. So this is him winning the race up the top there, and around it is all the other races, few of the major races he's won. And it's in my garage, but every time I drive up, I was right beside it. I get out of the car, and here I look at it. So every day I have a look at I Cast No Shadow. So every day I am celebrating.
Diane, she's a wonderful person, life of the party. She's absolute character. We all love her here, and we all have a great time when she's here. And it was great to see her get some good horses, in particular Cast No Shadow winning last year's Inter, and he's here to defend his title this year, and I hope he can do it again for her.
Yes, well, it has been a good 12 months. Every day I think about it, because every day I walk past this beautiful trophy in my bar. Another one this year, hopefully. Righto, we'll drink to that. I've got to put that behind me now, because we're looking forward to 2023 Inter-Dominion.
Ronnie, joined quickly by Can't Find a Better Man. Cobber's bursting through on the inside, but it's Can't Find a Better Man in front. Can't Find a Better Man. Can't Find a Better Man. And he's a very, very talented pacer.
Whereas Can't Find a Better Man, my other chance. By the way, I am looking for a better man, but that's another story, everybody. But Luke McCarthy trains him, and by all reports from Luke, he's on target for the ID. Last year I was the best horse on the night. This year I don't know. I'm hoping, but he'll be there trying his heart out. I've got the old boy there and I've got the young boy. I'm grateful that it's in our hometown here. Well, I hope for Queensland's sake that we are going to perform very well. 2009 was the last Inter-Dominion. I was there at Parklands when Mr. Feelgood won. It was a terrific night. It was packed to the rafters, and with the facilities that they have at Albion Park and the the entertainment and everything that'll happen, I'm sure it'll be an excellent night. So I'm looking forward to it. And you Victorian people and New Zealanders, come up to the Gold Coast, spend your week here. I'll even take you out for lunch.
Well, I reckon you'd have a lot of laughs at that lunch with Diane Riley, wouldn't you? What a great character she is. Brittany was telling me 84 years of age. She does not seem to be holding that sort of age. What a sprightly, lovely lady she is.
Well, I can't keep up with her. She gets around here at the races and she runs. Like, she's just such a passionate person about harness racing. We're very lucky to have her because I think she makes everybody really realise what the sport means to those who mightn't have a, you know, an ingrained or a family interest. She just caught the harness racing bug and it's never left her. The scenes after she won last year's Inter Dominion were quite spectacular. So if we're in for something similar this year, it was the story of ID 22 and she's back for more this year with 2 competitors and Can't Find a Better Man and I Cast No Shadow, and she'll be here tonight. Don't you worry about that. She'll be here every night of the series.
Hopefully we're talking to her after some of these races. I'm sure she's always great for an interview. Great fun, Diane. Good luck in this year's series. Now, let's bring in the weekend winners team. Chris Barsby, we certainly know him behind the binoculars here, but he's going to hold a very strong panel here, giving their thoughts on tonight's races with Darren Clayton and Ryan Spice.
Round 1, Heat 1 for the Pacers comes up as race 3 on Friday night. Rock and Roll Do steps out here for Victoria. Michael Stanley, his trainer-driver, coming up against the local star, the emerging star in Future Assured. And they're clearly at the top of the betting, these 2 horses. Future Assured, he's got gate 5. Rock and Roll Do must overcome the outside of the front line, gate number 7. So, Darren, as I come to you here, map-wise, have you got both of these horses going forward?
Yeah, I think they both roll forward. I think Future Assured will need to hold that early advantage. He's drawn inside Rock and Roll Do. If he holds that early advantage, Trent Dawson is in the box seat then. I think he can either let Rock and Roll Do go, which is not Trent's style, but he does have that option to maximise his points. I think he parks Rock and Roll Do out and tries to beat him. Future Assured, he's a miler at his best, in my opinion, and this is his bread and butter right here in the series to get his maximum points. Started a 4-run win streak with a sub-51 mile, rounded that out with a Be Good Johnny win. Luckless in the Queensland Cup, draw and leap to fame off the front end was against him, so this is his chance to maximise his points.
Okay, he's been best backed as well, Future Assured, for this opening round of heats for the Pacers here on Friday night. We'll go back and look at the replay of Future Assured at his most recent start. Here he is chasing home leap to fame in the Queensland Cup. But Ryan, as I come to you, Darren makes a really good point. He's fresh, a number of weeks between runs. He's a great fresh horse. He's a great short course horse. So if he's going to strike early, this is his best opportunity.
Absolutely, Chris. He would never get a better opportunity to win a Inter Dominion heat. It's the mile. He's avoided Leap to Fame and Swayze. He's got a front row draw. Trent Dawson can use his brilliant speed, put him on the front end, make Rock and Roll Do pretty much chase the entire trip. They went up $3 plus. I think he's at his right price now as a clear favourite. I think he's the horse to beat here.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think this is just tailor-made for him on Friday night, coming up with his good draw. He ended up running 6th there in that replay we just watched in the Queensland Cup. But given that the time that they ran in that race, he couldn't have done any more because they went track record speed there, 51.7 for the 2138. So he's dropping back to his preferred trip of a mile. So you're with the local, Future Assured?
Yeah, I'm with him, and purely map differential. Rock and Roll Do, gate 7, he's going to have to do it hard, and it's the visitors draw first up. He's clearly the class runner, but Future Assured, he's on the up, 4-year-old. He's certainly progressed really well this latest campaign after a winter run. So take that run out from the Queensland Cup where he did all the work and was still holding horses back in the pack. They didn't get past him either. There was only a few that really ran on out of that race.
Michael Stanley, we had him on radio during the week. He was talking tough. I don't think he's going to take a backward step here despite the wide draw.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of times you spoke with him, Chris, and then I heard him again yesterday mention that, you know, he's here to win it and he's here to go forward, and he knows he's got a really strong chance right through the series, not just in this heat. So, yeah, it's going to be a great race.
Okay, Ryan, a horse in this race that is creating a little bit of interest. Spirit of St. Louis. They were talking about going to New Zealand. Those plans were derailed. He's had a little bit of a blood disorder. He's been kept fresh and he's got to overcome gate number 8 here. Do you give him any sort of knockout chance?
Oh, absolutely. He's the only other, I think, potential winning hope. Interesting, he's over a month between runs. We haven't seen him back to the trials. Very tricky draw here. Barrier 8, inside back row. Targaryen is not really blessed with super early speed, but I do notice Luke McCarthy's now taking the drive. And then immediately to his outside, he's got Kanina Provlima. JCal has to make a big choice here, whether he commits to staying pegs and pushing through and hoping to get a split and therefore finish top 4 and earn some points. Or if he is going to, I think he has to commit one way or the other. If he's going to ease out, he probably doesn't need to jam right up and try to look to get off early, and maybe he and Kanina Provlima can kind of switch places. Very tricky, but he's a wonderful horse, Spirit of St. Louis, and over the mile trip, he's finished top 3, 18 of his 20 starts.
Okay, so you're going with Future Assured?
Certainly am.
Okay. Future Assured for Ryan. Are you with Future Assured as well, Darren?
Yeah, I think they're the big three, and I think that's how they'll finish. Future Assured, Rock and Roll Do, Spirit of St. Louis, and I think Kanina Provlima, going off what Ryan said, I think they will swap positions early, or even if they don't, Kanina Provlima can go down to the fence and sneak through.
Okay. I'm going with Future Assured, the local as well, 5, 7, 6 and 8. I'm putting the local mare in as a value place hope there. Uptown and Beach Girl, one of only 2 mares in this series. Last time we had a series here in 2001, we had a mare qualify for that final, Lombo Repeater. And just a little side note as well, means nothing, but back in 2001, opening night heats, over a mile, no favourite successful. Holmes DG beaten as an odds-on favourite, C New York beaten as favourite, Shaker Maker beaten as favourite. We've got a lot of favourites here, very short price favourites, so it'll be interesting to see if the tide turns. So that is Heat 1 for the Pacers Friday night.
Oh, gee, Chris Busby, I don't like that stat. All the favourites getting beaten, night 1 over the mile.
Will be out the window tonight.
It's got to be, well, it's got to be, doesn't it?
This might actually be the shortest
stats don't lie
quadrella in the history of gambling.
Well, I mentioned that
they all win
on Twitter the other day. It'll probably pay $1.20, $1.40. I mean, what price would they all be for the all-up? You can price that.
But it's 4 times $1.10, so 10, 11, 12, about $1.30, $1.40.
$1.30, $1.40. So might be the shortest price quaddie in history. Let's update the ID 2023 leaderboard after the first round of the Trotters. Olivici on 12 points, Mufasa Metro on 9, Constantinople on 7. I reckon Shannon Price will be pretty happy with Van Sank getting up there with 5 points.
Yeah, definitely. He had a good run. In saying that, Funky Monkey probably didn't take him as far as he would have liked, and it was clearly a pegs-dominated race. So sometimes when that happens, you have to find the first horse home off the fence and probably give them a little bit more credit than you initially did. But he ran a really bold race, no doubt about that. My Ultimate Eddie making a mistake. That put his chances to bed pretty quickly, and he'll now be out of the draw for the remainder of the series. Jack Watch, pretty plain. I thought that he was capable of a little better than that. And Funky Monkey, she obviously had a really tough run, so she'll now have to bounce back out of that. Zella Spur ran an honest race from a tricky draw, so no surprises there.
Let's get some insight from the stables. Here's Brandon Cranborg.
Ryan, and joining me is Luke McCarthy, the Eureka winning driver. And Luke, on the conditions outside, I'm sure that you're happy to be waiting in under the shelter of the stables for a little while longer.
Yeah, that's right, BK. Hopefully the storm passes by the time I get out there, but it looks like we're in for a wet night.
Absolutely. Given that, just some preliminary thoughts on Constantinople. You were just saying off camera he couldn't have probably gone a lot better from the draw.
Yeah, we were really happy with him. I thought Jack drove a good race, going to 3 pegs. We probably, from that draw, third look, his best chance, with them, obviously them 2 better ones having the better draws than him. So, yeah, he went really good, and he hasn't had a run since the carousel, so he'll obviously take benefit from that.
And obviously won a golden ticket through as well. Obviously a smaller team this year than usual. Expensive Egos being waited on until the Miracle Mile next year, from what I was hearing from the owners a couple of weeks ago. So no Expensive Ego this year, but you've still got 3 high-quality competitors. One of them is in this race, Spirit of St. Louis, and he looked terrific. He looked $1 million, which is sort of where he's headed towards in terms of prize money very shortly. And unfortunately, you couldn't have thought of a worse draw for him.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward draw. It's it's not too bad. He's on the fence, so Jack could just have to sort of punch through and just see what happens. But we're really happy with the horse. His work's been super, and with any luck, he's very dangerous in these sort of races.
Obviously, he's as versatile as it comes. He's suited to a 1660 here or something further, so it's not all chips in tonight. And if he doesn't find that luck in running, he's still going to have a couple more opportunities. From your eyes, given that you are, of course, the reigning Eureka winning driver, if you were in Jack's seat, how do you drive this race?
Oh, look, if there's an opportunity to work off the fence, I probably would. You know, hypothetically, if you're following a horse that you thought would stay in front, you'd love to stay behind the leader, but I think he might end up 3 or 4 pegs. So if he gets a chance, I'd be moving into the running line.
And obviously can't find a better man. He's been one of the 4-year-olds that's had some of the better form that you can find. He was a winner up here during the Queensland Carnival. He's probably been the horse that's had to race the toughest of the lot of them, with the exception of Leap to Fame. He's been parked up in a lot of those runs, just trying to make his own luck. Do you think that throughout this series you're going to be able to drive him with a sit, given that there's so much quality around him?
Yeah, for sure. He's very versatile. Like but his best asset's his speed. You see him here, his last start, he won the 4-year-old championship, sat on the back of Old Ronnie and got home in 26 flat. He had a good spell. We've sort of saved him for this series. He had a good trial at Menangle a few weeks ago, ran his own quarter in 25.2. So, we're happy with where he's at. Very tricky tonight, drawn outside Leap to Fame, but he's one of them horses. He'll follow any speed, and I'm sure he'll run a good race.
Luke McCarthy, thanks for your time, and obviously in this race we're cheering on Spirit of St. Louis.
Thanks, BK.
So there's Luke McCarthy, and obviously a really tricky draw for Spirit of St. Louis. I'm with Rock and Roll Do on top here. I know that Brittany Graham likes Rock and Roll Do's chances as well. I think he's just going to be able to force the issue, and given the quality that he's shown in Victoria, he's going to be awfully hard to beat at a little bit of a price.
For sure and certain, Brenda. Let's get into the market now for the first of the Pacers heats. Jared, which way are the punters going? Let's go through these runner by runner.
One Targaryen is an $81 chance, so one of the outsiders.
And one of the rank outsiders for the series, and I think we'll be up against it despite the draw, Brittany.
He's a really nice horse, but untried at this level. The gate is a big plus, but that rain has really started to tumble down out there. So we're going to have to get a line on if there's any disparity in how the track's playing, whether the inside gets a little wet. Generally, as a rule, Albion Park is a very fair wet weather track. He has the draw that he needed.
2 Tommy Lincoln, a huge drift, $4.40 now out to $11.
Well, I've got Tommy Lincoln crossing the 1, and if you measure him with gate speed to turn it up, he can go shoulder to shoulder with turn it up. So that goes to speak to his high gate speed. Whether he's strong enough at the end, I'm not sure, but I've got him a good place chance, Brett.
He hasn't raced since April, so it's a pretty different preparation for an Inter-Dominion series, but he's trialled quite smartly. I agree he'll be first to the fence. Then what do? Do they, I guess, put all their eggs in one basket and try and get as many points here as possible in their perceived mindset of trying to take them all of the way? Because he is a horse that can get a little bit fired up over longer distances. So maybe this is his best chance from the barrier draw to bank points, or being first up for such a long time, do they take a trail on a horse like Future Assured? From either manner, he's definitely a chance, but that early price was far too short for mine.
Cast No Shadow getting right out now, 19 out to 61.
The defending champion, I'll defer to Brittany, who sees him every day.
Well, he's certainly very full of himself at the moment. I think his work's been better in the last fortnight since we saw him. And as Dad alluded to earlier on as well, he was probably driven upside down last time out. So he's a good follower of speed as Sky One join us, but it is a tricky draw with just those 2 runners off the second row and Tommy Lincoln being such a good gate speed horse to his inside.
For Northview Hustler, 26 out to 61.
He's a free-for-aller that's honest enough at the local level, has early gate speed, but I think this might just be a sticky sort of a setup for him.
He's been a horse with quite a few problems throughout his career, and I don't think they'll be wanting to give him a really hard run on night 1, and I agree, the gate looks a little tricky.
Of the top 3 in the market, Future Assured has been the biggest move. Opened at $3.10 now, $2.10, clear favourite.
No question, quality pacer. I must say I was surprised when he came up favourite, however, because I think this is a test for him at this top level. Look, I'm a big fan of the horse, don't get me wrong, but I could not get him that short, Brittany.
It is a big test, and we only have to cast our minds back to the Winter Carnival where he couldn't really go with the 4-year-old crop, the likes of, in saying that, it was a pretty decent 4-year-old crop, Leap to Fame and Speak the Truth. He wasn't quite at their level. I think he's definitely stepped up since then, and yes, he has the barrier draw advantage, but I don't think it's a case of him just zipping to the lead. I think he'll have to do a fair bit of work to get there, and then Rock and Roll Do's going to be right there with him to ensure that he never gets a breather. This is a great test for him. Obviously, I guess conditions really suit him tonight, but he's untested purely at this level.
6 Uptown Beach Girl opened at 16, touched 101 10 or so minutes ago, but back into 51.
She's normally a map positive mare. I think she'll have to be map negative and be driven for luck, and I think she'll be up against it.
When it comes to time, she's gone 151, 150 here at Albion Park on a few occasions, but that's against Mare's Company, and we know it's a whole different ball game against the boys, and the barrier draw doesn't look very pretty.
Rock and Roll Do, number 7, opened to 250, got to 270, back into 250.
There he is, Hendo. He's got a heart as big of himself, and despite drawing barrier number 7, that'll hold no fears for Michael Stanley. He'll press forward. He sat outside the speed over a mile, and a Len Smith mile and was brutal. That gives me confidence for him to be on top, Brittany.
You look at this barrier draw and think, yuck, but I think it actually suits him. He doesn't have to be at all pressured early on. Michael Stanley can just keep him where he's comfortable, and he can continue to work forward. I thought he was excellent last time out, considering he got quite keen through the middle stages, but then still delivered a very quick closing quarter of 25 and 9. He seems the best version of himself when he isn't bustled early on, and he can just occupy a position where he seems very comfortable in. That's outside the leader, and that's where he'll be tonight.
8 Spirit of St. Louis opened at $6, got into $4.40 at one stage today, but getting back out now to $5.
Gee, that rain is coming down heavier. He was brilliant through the heats of the Inter-Dominion Series last year. This is a good draw for him to strike late in this race.
I think he's a real danger in this race to Rock and Roll Do, because Trent Dawson's driving style aboard Future Assured will be to really open them up down the back straight. I think they'll run a low 27 third quarter here, and there will be gaps appear for Spirit of St. Louis if they don't early on. He's been freshened. We haven't seen him for a month, and he hasn't had a trial either. In saying that, he's a horse who's raced well fresh in the past. No work over the mile, I think, are perfect conditions for him.
And 9 Canina Problema is the outsider at 151.
We'll need luck, but that is when Robbie Morris drives best. My numbers here, Brittany, 7, 8, 2 and 5.
7, 8, 5 and 6 for me, Ryan.
Let's go up to Chris Barsby. This is the first of the heats for the Inter-Dominion Pacers for ID 2023.
One for the Pacers, the favourite, it's the local. Future Assured 190, Rock and Roll Do 270, Spirit of St. Louis at $5. They're the only 3 in the market. And the gate picks up more speed. Welcome to Brisbane. In the summertime. We're ready. Heat 1 for the Pacers. They're on gate. They're off and pacing. Tommy Lincoln runs the gate hard. Targaryen from the inside is also driving forward. Spirit of St. Louis, he lands third. He's down on the inside. Future Assured is starting to pick up. He drives forward quickly. Dawson wants the front, and he races alongside of Tommy Lincoln. Canina Problema just in behind them. Uptown Beach Girl, I Cast No Shadow. Drifting back from the wide draw, Rock and Roll Do. Northview Hustler, he's at the tail. Future Assured, the favourite, races around the outside and takes full control now. They complete that first quarter, 28 and 8. Out in front, Future Assured in the slop. He leads the way. Margin 5 metres. Racing second, Tommy Lincoln. Canina Problema parked out third. Targaryen 4, 3 back the inside. Uptown Beach Girl 1-1. Spirit of St. Louis 4 back the inside. Rock and Roll Do. I Cast No Shadow, defending champion. He's second last the inside. Northview Hustler. He whips them into the turn out of the straight. 900 metres left to run. Easy second stanza here for the favourite. Future Assured 29.5. He's still clear. Margin 5 metres. Tommy Lincoln. Canina Problema working overtime without cover. Rock and Roll Do. He starts to loom now. He's 3 wide. Uptown Beach Girls splits runners. Targaryen down on the inside. Now tracking up 3 wide here. Spirit of St. Louis right on the back of Rock and Roll Do. I Cast No Shadow. Northview Hustler towards the far turn. 400 metres left to run. Future Assured went off the back in 26 and 6. He's trying to open this field up. Margin still 5 metres. Canina Problema running a bold race on the outside. Tommy Lincoln third. Rock and Roll Do. That third quarter took the sting out of him. Spirit of St. Louis gets to the outside. Future Assured into the home straight. Leads the way. Tommy Lincoln is second. Targaryen goes to third. Queensland 1, 2, 3 here. Victory assured. Future Assured all the way. Future Assured. Future Assured. Tommy Lincoln. Canina Problema kicked for third. Targaryen maybe fourth. Close up. I Cast No Shadow. Deeper out, Spirit of St. Louis. Then Rock and Roll Do, Uptown Beach Girl, Northview Hustler. Final split 27 and 3. The Pelican Waters Resort mile rate 152. Future Assured. Queensland 1-2. Tommy Lincoln runs the drum. And Kanina Prov Lima, he's run a bottler for third, just in front of Targaryen. 5-2-9-1, interim result, 5-2-9-1. Official mile rate, 51.9. 51.9, 28.8, 29.5, and it's a power-packed half, 26.6, 27.1. Poor old Rock and Roll Do can't do much with those sort of splits being delivered up front. 3 metres by 4 1/4, 3 by 4 1/4, 155.4. The mile 51.9, 51.9 for this up-and-coming local star, Future Assured. Bred and raced by Solid Earth, Kevin and Kay Seymour. They've got the series favourite, Leap to Fame. This is a nice plan B, if you could call him that. He is on the up. Future Assured, Trenton Crystal Dawson. He just keeps getting better each and every time he steps out. He's by Always Be Mickey, out of the Art Major mare, French Charm. 4-year-old, 31.
Well, we mentioned that it might have been a bit of a step up for Future Assured tonight, but goodness me, he hurdled it like Daley Thompson, didn't he? Able to find the front. There was really not a lot of resistance from Tommy Lincoln, and able to just run a sizzling last half of 26.6, 27.3, 151.9. The mile rate, Brittany Graham. That's the story at the top end, and a very happy Trent Dawson. Well should he be. But let's dissect what this early heat means for the series. Rock and Roll Do, Pop. Not a great start for him. And Spirit of St. Louis, I think he may have finished about 6th. So they're alarm bells for two of the big chances already in the Pacers division.
Well, when you're on the back foot at this early stage of an Inter-Dominion, all of a sudden you're really chasing the pack, because we know that we step it up in distance to the 2100 and the 2600, and sometimes that allows the better horses to be I guess, show their authority over the horses that draw well at the short course, maybe somewhat. But in saying that, Rock and Roll Do never looked comfortable. He was pacing horribly. Michael Stanley basically couldn't let him go as soon as he tried.
It was almost like back to that Bendigo Cup, you know, when he came back from the New Zealand Cup. He just didn't look himself, did he? And
maybe first time around Albion Park, the conditions, there were a few factors at play. But let's put the sectionals, I guess, to the forefront. He was never going to beat the leader the way that the race was run, 26.6, 27 flat, and it ended up being on pace, dominated in the end. But I'm more worried about how he was driven, because we heard from Michael Stanley that he was really confident, but he probably drove him a little negatively early on. When he had the opportunity to pop up and around when they settled, he didn't. And two, the way that he paced, he's going to have to really be a 10 times different horse come Tuesday, because we know he doesn't have that gate speed to take advantage of a good barrier draw. So even if he does draw well, chances are he's probably either going to be in a precarious position or he's going to have to do some work anyway. And Spirit of St. Louis probably have to give him another chance, because Rock and Roll Do didn't take him into the race. But when you consider horses like Kanina Provlima sitting parked in 151 and 9 and running a bold race for third, there's horses that have picked up big points in round one that now have to be considered, because they're horses that can take shortcuts for the rest of the series.
Brittany, let's talk about this moment, though, for Trent Dawson, 37-year-old. He's won 4 Group 1s in his career, but the fact that this Inter-Dominion is in his backyard with a horse like Future Assured, what a moment it is for him and for Queensland to get those early points on the board.
Yeah, no doubt. You could hear a pretty excited Chris Barsby as they turned for home in first, second and third, didn't you? But this has been a developmental process for Trent Dawson and Future Assured. He was a nice 2-year-old, a nice 3-year-old, but he's really developed him into a very smart horse. And I heard an interview with him a few months ago saying that if the series wasn't here in Queensland, he probably wouldn't be contesting it, because he's a horse who generally is probably a bit better suited at short course conditions and fresh. He's a better horse racing fortnightly as opposed to week. So this is going to be a good challenge for him going forward. But the great news is now, as long as he doesn't run rearward in the next 2 heats, he's probably going to make his way into a final, and he can afford to be driven conservatively now and used for his speed, because he's got such a big amount of points. Kevin and Kay Seymour own. But for Trent Dawson, this is a sliding doors moment for him to now have an Inter-Dominion heat winner.
Absolutely, and I think maybe we should just forego our tips tonight, because the punters are seeing them like watermelons. That was really well backed.
That got into odds on $1.90 to finish. I was just going to go back to what you said about Rock and Roll Do, Brett. Have you seen him pace that roughly before?
He's never been a beautifully gated pacer. In fact, I think he wears still a one-legged spreader, which you don't see horses at this top echelon often have to use that sort of gear. He goes quite close in front, and that's what he was doing tonight. He was hanging on that top turn and touching his knee and becoming really unbalanced. So it's an alarming sign. He's a great horse at Menangle. He zips around Menangle, and a lot of his best performances have been there. In saying that, I wouldn't say Albion Park's an ordinary 1,000-metre track. I would compare it to, say, Melton in terms of it's not a track with tight turns that most horses can get around Albion Park. But when you get wider on the track and you start hanging like he was tonight, well, then problems start occurring. But I think it's a concern.
Yeah, we'll see what Mick Stanley does with him. He's certainly a good man with the horse, and he knows Hendo Rock and Roll do so well, but hopefully he can bounce back in the second round of heats over the 21:38 on Tuesday night. We'll take a break. More after this on Sky Racing Active's coverage of ID23.
For more than 150 years, the thunder of hooves has echoed across the Sunshine State. At the heart of racing Queensland is the love of the horse, and we are proud to see our retirees transition into secondary careers.
already plenty of intrigue and talking points out of ID23 with just one of the Pacers heats and one of the Trotters heats being run. Let's have a look at race number 4 on the program, race number 3 rather, which resulted in Future Assured, the local for trainer-driver Trent Dawson, taking it out, able to lead most of the way. We'll pick up the replay here and find him in front and travelling very, very sweetly. The horses that you need to be concerned about are out 3 wide there. Rock and Roll Do, who's starting to fade at this stage, around his outside Spirit of St. Louis, and they were 2 of the big guns in the betting for the final that haven't acquitted themselves well there, Brittany. So a lot to come out of this heat.
Yeah, no doubt about that, a lot to digest, and we're going to have to hear from Michael Stanley as to what his assessment of Rock and Roll Do was. But all honours with the winner, Future Assured. He's run a scintillating last half, and from that front on vision that we have seen, that track was deluge. That was a deluge during that race, and by the sounds of things, it hasn't backed off yet. So if they've gone 151 and 9, you can see the water spraying off the sulky wheels. The track looks actually in great condition, all things considered. It hasn't got muddy or sloppy, but there's certainly a lot of surface water there, so it could not have possibly been near its best. So 151 and 9 is a sharp mile, but all the power's in the back end. He was able to really control that opening half. Good news, Jared, that stat that Chris Barsby came up with, that no favourites, gone already. So we can just breathe a little bit easier with...
Haven't Hunters got their eye in?
Yeah, Leap to Fame and also Swayze. So let's see how the next heat pans out. Heat number 2. Let's join our weekend winners team.
Round 1, Heat 2 for the Pacers comes up as race number 4 on Friday night at Albion Park, and it's the Victorian that is the favourite, Better Eclipse. Jess Tubbs, Greg Sugars, and he strikes a very winnable heat, and as a result, punters are getting around him. But there's a number of locals that are also well drawn here and looking to be a bit of a threat and sort of gain maximum points so they can force their way into the grand final on December 16. How did you analyse this heat when you first laid eyes on it, Darren?
Yeah, well, I think firstly, my eyes went straight to Captain Shuffle's gate speed horse there in gate number 2. Better Eclipse, he's an interesting runner in that he came to Albion Park last year as a 4-year-old, second in the Rising Sun. They then gave him a shot in the Sunshine Sprint, and he came out and was successful off a good trip there. So here we see him in a mile again. That Sunshine Sprint, arguably a lot stronger than what he meets in this heat. So he's one of those horses, you look through his record, he's won nearly $1 million now. He's up around the $800,000 mark, and he just seems to always be under the radar. He's not one that, you turn around and he's in your first sort of train of thought or conversation. So he's a bit of a sleeper there out in gate 5. Not sure where he maps, especially with Captain Shuffles drawn to his inside, but Better Zip It then in 6. You look at him and what he's done, I sort of can't really make a case for him. Classy Washington, he's going to get a perfect trip in gate 1. Does have good gate speed, so he should be able to hold the pocket trip. So that is, of course, after his run last week, provided he hasn't got too big a headache. I got a headache just watching how hard he got hammered in front, and he fought on and won. So full kudos to him out of that run.
Ryan, one of the key runners in this heat is Better Zip It. He won the Nullarbor back earlier this year in Perth, $1 million race. Hasn't won a race since, but he looked really sharp in his most recent trial. So how does he sort of fit into this heat?
I really don't know, Chris. First up since the Queensland Winter Carnival. He's actually one of 5 horses that come into the pacing series off a significant gap between runs. His gate speed's okay. He's certainly not crossing them. I do think Cam Hart, though, will probably balance up at the start and then continue to press forward. And he actually might work to the breeze and give Better Eclipse the 1-1 cover.
Okay, well, let's take a look back at last Saturday night. Classy Washington. Darren just referenced this race. Classy Washington, Big Skewy. They were going at one another a long way from home, neither horse taking a backward step, and they took it right to the line. And there were some pretty handy horses struggling a long way out here. Time was awesome. Classy Washington got there by a head margin. That race was over 2,138 metres. So he comes back to the mile here on Friday night. The big question mark with Classy Washington, how does he bounce out of that race last Saturday night, and how does he line up here? So barrier 1 gives him every opportunity to gain some maximum points. So Ryan, who are you going to select to win this heat? Are you with Better Eclipse and Clearly?
No, not clearly. I'm certainly with Better Eclipse. They opened 260. I thought that was a great price. Into odds on now. Maybe that's a touch unders. Maybe his true price is sort of around even money. I think he's a logical top pick, but I certainly think Classy Washington, from the perfect draw, is going to get every opportunity to stalk the speed, run top 3. I think if there's going to be a blowout in a heat, I think this is it.
Okay, yeah, I think that's fair as well. Here's an interesting point for you, Darren. You love a stat. Jason Grimson's trained the last 2 Inter-Dominion winners. He's never won an Inter-Dominion heat. He's got Better Zippet lining up here, and he's got the very short price favourite last start New Zealand Cup winner, Swayze, going around later as well. So, Better Zippet, do you give him a winning hope here?
Well, if Jason's hearing that stat, I'm thinking he'd be wanting to keep that stat going, because while it'd be great to win a heat, I think the final's the sweeter fish, that's for sure. But yeah, I can't get warm about Better Zippet at all. I think he come to Queensland in the winter. He got second in a Redcliffe Cup behind Loyalists. So yeah, I think he does go around and sits outside them at some point. But yeah, I can't be with him. I think Captain Shuffles will run a big mile. You know, Map really in his favour here. He can get out and really push the button and test them. He's got a PB of 51.3, and if he can run anything near that, he's going to be right in the finish.
Okay, so you're giving the Queenslander a really good chance, but you are tipping Better Eclipse.
Yeah, Better Eclipse on top. I think Captain Shuffles gets his chance to create an upset.
All right, I'm going 5, 1, 2 and 4. I'm putting in one of the other locals, LL Cool J. Ryan, you might be cheering on this one here. LL Cool J, hopefully he can earn some good points on the opening night. So that is race 4. That is heat number 2 for the Pacers.
Very popular trifecta there, according to the team. We'll get the thoughts of Brittany Graham very, very shortly. You might just have a look at the track conditions and the way they are at the moment. We're hearing the rain has eased quite slightly. There's some of the fans on course. Hopefully they're enjoying the racing here tonight. They're a little bit drier than what our drivers have been, that's for sure. Brittany, the track looks as though it is holding up okay. I know a lot of people that might be watching this for the first time, they might say, oh, gee, it looks like slop out there, but it actually looks to be holding up okay.
Well, the Albion Park surface probably, as opposed to Sam Milton, isn't quite as sandy. It's more of a crusher dust road base, so
that's why they all come off the track grey.
Yeah, exactly right. But when it's prepared for conditions like we were expecting, because let's be frank, we were pretty sure it was going to storm, the rain tends to wash through and drain really well. It's a good drainage track, and even in those pitches, those drivers weren't muddy tonight. They were just wet.
How difficult is it when you're back in the field and it's actually raining throughout the race?
It's probably not as bad when it's raining as if it's stopped raining and muddy.
Okay.
Sometimes when the rain stops is actually when it gets a little bit more concerning. As you can see, they won't touch the track a lot now, because sometimes more earthworks on it can actually be worse for it. There's obviously the hoof marks, but that is not a sloshy track to the eye.
And what you don't want on nights like this is a lot of wind, because that's when you get corrugation to the inside, and that's when it becomes a safety issue.
You can see a little on the inside of corrugation, but it's not on the main body of the track. So that's inside the marker peg. So it doesn't look too bad at all, actually. It probably looks as good to the eye as it could under circumstances.
Brittany, let's just update the Pacers heats from what we've seen there, and it makes for great viewing for Team Dawson with Future Assured. Doesn't make great reading for Spirit of St Louis on 4 points, Rock and Roll Do on 3 points. What do you make of that so far?
Concerning, because although the Inter-Dominion might feel long, it's not all that long when you're chasing points, and now we're going to move to 3 heats going forward with 12 runners in each. You draw 12 in one of those heats, no matter how good you are, it's incredibly hard. With the points breakdown, if you can run into a placing on night 1, you've set yourself up in a really good position. Aside from that, it gets tough.
Yeah, so if you took the big odds about Tommy Lincoln or Kanina Problema each way earlier in this series, you're on good terms after that opening round of heats. Okay, let's join Brandon Cranborg, who's down in the stables.
Thanks, Ryan, with a very happy Ben Crosby after winning race number 1. And Ben, for Frankie Ferocious, he was just that. He absolutely ripped them apart in the opener.
Yeah, we're really happy with him. Back to his favourite distance. So, yeah, no, that was his race tonight.
Obviously, we've got another really top miler in the form of Captain Shuffles. We don't know what start. He was far too strong for them, running for a repeat again tonight.
That's what we're hoping for. He's a big step up tonight, but we think he might go a little bit better, and he'll be clinging on at the end.
When you see horses like, like Greg Sugar's Charge, who's very, very short in the market, obviously Better Eclipse has gone really well in a race by Grins previously. How do you stack that form up against your runner, and how do you go about as a trainer mentally preparing for all of that pressure that's going to come from being drawn inside him and then having to make the right decisions?
Oh, I don't think there's a lot of pressure on us. He's a few rungs higher than us. We're just trying to catch him, but we'll be doing our best. But he's a lovely horse.
Obviously only a small team, but a really high-quality one. Good luck. We've seen some really strong performances from your team so far, and I think right throughout the carnival we could be seeing a few more.
Thank you very much. Let's hope so.
So there's Ben Crosby with of course, Captain Shuffles, who we previewed a few weeks ago as potentially one of the better chances in a normal Albion Park Open. He didn't get the job done on that occasion, but last start was absolutely ferocious, going 51 and change. I think, though, Better Eclipse should have the quality on them. He's got a lot of positive Victorian form, and he's going to be very hard to run down.
On you, Brandon. There is Captain Shuffles on your screen. He's got the best driver in Queensland, maybe the best driver in Australia right now, at least the numbers would suggest so, in Nathan Dawson. So we'll get to him in just a moment, Jared, but let's go through them one by one.
One Classy Washington opened 550, touched 8, back into 550.
Great opportunity for young Angus Garrard in an Inter-Dominion series for his dad, Darren. Classy Washington, he's really been in great form, Brittany, this preparation, and look, I think he deserves his place in an Inter-Dominion field. He's got a great draw here to certainly put himself right up into the fray. Whether he can win, I don't think so, but I think he's a good place chance.
Every hurdle they've put in front of this horse, he's jumped over it. He's come a long way in such a short amount of time, and his win here last week, within a second of Leap to Fame's track record, when out in front doing all of the bullocking work, was quite exceptional. His gate speed is developing. I would have loved to get out on track and I guess find out from Angus Garrard what his thoughts are on whether he can hold Captain Shuffles early, whether he would want to. But he's going to get a great run under any circumstance. And what we've seen tonight so far in just the 2 heats, pegs, pegs, pegs.
Number 2, Captain Shuffles, opened at 340, was quickly into 3, spent 2 days at $3 and just now updates at 280.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Brittany. We say it all the time here at Albion Park, didn't we? You know, the last couple of years now, pegs is the place to be. I've got the 2 Captain Shuffles crossing the 1 Classy Washington. So I think as far as if you're playing first fours, you'd rove those 2 and you'd go a long way to getting the first 4. Captain Shuffles going really well. Would I put him in the same class as Better Eclipse? No, I wouldn't, but just the way the track's playing tonight, he's a serious winning hope.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I think probably due to the conditions, it wouldn't surprise me if Nathan Dawson, should he find the front, think, well, hang on, let's hold it and try and take them all of the way and put Better Eclipse outside of his comfort zone. He's a horse on the up, much like Classy Washington. He's capable of running a very fast time.
3 Miracle Moose, one of the outsiders at 151.
He's a horse that I consider understanding start conditions, but I just think he's up against this sort of level, Brittany.
Agreed, and it's a tricky draw with so much speed to his inside.
4 LL Cool J, 26 out to 71.
Yeah, live chance. He's a really honest horse. Looks well, certainly, doesn't he? He's just been such a good-hearted horse over the past few seasons here in the free-for-all ranks. Look, he's going to need a little bit of luck, but he's there with the place hope.
Again, he's just in a bit of an ordinary position early on, not blessed with great gate speed, and if he goes forward, he might be wide for a while.
5 Better Eclipse did open the $2 favourite into 165, but just getting back out now, back out to 195.
I call this horse Mr. Versatility because he can do it all. This Albion Park track has been the scene of some of his best performances as well too, I think, Brittany. I think Greg Sugars has got to be a bit positive on him. I don't think he can let the race be dictated to him, so I think he'll go forward and hopefully maybe get cover from Better Zippet, and that makes him a real winning chance.
No doubting his Albion Park form is exceptional. Second in a Rising Sun, defeating Leap to Fame on that occasion, chasing home Ladies in Red. He won the Sunshine Sprint. I think the best version of Better Eclipse is at the short course. Think back to his Chariots of Fire win. He's a Miracle Mile place getter, and he's becoming that little bit more handy in races where he can press forward. And I think from the barrier draw tonight, Greg Sugars will absolutely pull the right rein, and I think that'll just be to float early and then continue to press on forward. My dad said to me tonight, is that the trotter when Greg walked it past us? And it was actually Better Eclipse. He looks unbelievable. The trip has taken absolutely no ill effects on this horse.
6 Better Zippet's getting out, $5 out to $10.
Without question, one of the most intriguing horses of the series. Won the $1 million Nullarbor 5 starts ago. Since then, his form hasn't been that great, but he's trialled well. driven by Cameron Hart and trained by guess who? Jason Grimson, who's won the last two Inter-Dominions, so don't write him off.
He looks quite bright, doesn't he? Better zip it there, well in his coat, and he's been specifically targeted towards this series. He was below his best in the Sunshine Sprint, was put in the paddock for a good break and has been brought up for this Inter-Dominion series. I'm sure they would have liked a better barrier draw for him, though. In saying that, he's shown to be quite versatile. He'll need to be tonight.
7, Pete said so, 13 out to 21, but there's been a bit of interest there, back into 17.
Yeah, I think he's in for a good series. We'll need luck, but that's when Robbie Morris is at his best. Not the worst to knock out hope.
It'll be interesting to see what Robbie does because he has blinding gate speed, Pete said. So he made an Inter-Dominion Grand Final last year using that probably when least expected, and he is a very good short course horse. We'll see what Robbie does. He's having a laugh and a giggle out there tonight, Robbie. So he's had a few experiences of the track. He knows how it's playing. And one thing's for sure, Kanina Provlima, I would say, isn't probably as well versed at this level of racing as Pete said so, and he ran a really good race in the prior.
8, Tail Toll, one of the outsiders at 151.
The right draw, but I just don't know whether it's the right class.
He probably lacks a bit of top-end speed, Tail or Toll, but he's going to get a great run in proceedings.
And Tizza Sizzler, same business, 41 out to 151.
I want to see him run really well. For Brittany, what do you think, Britt?
Oh, this is a really tough ask for him. And I think he's proven in a few attempts in open class that he's just below the best of them. But again, he'll be diving to the pegs and taking that shortest way home.
I'm 5 Better Eclipse, 2 Captain Shuffle, 6 Better Zip It, and 7 Pete Said So.
5, 1, 2, and 6 for me.
What's the market doing lately before we go to Chris?
Late push for Classy Washington into 440 now. Favourite getting out, Better Eclipse, out to 225.
This is Heat 2 of the Round 1 heats of the Pacers division for ID 23. Here's Chris. This is race number 4.
Heat 2 for the Pacers. Better Eclipse, 225. Captain Shuffles, now 270. Classy Washington, 460. We're just about ready. Here we go now, Heat 2 over the mile. Stand by for a start. Ready. There's the light. They're off and pacing. Captain Shuffles fast away, straight to the early lead. Classy Washington didn't go with him. I don't think he could go with him. And Captain Shuffles pounces on the early lead. He's out in front, margin 5 metres. Classy Washington has his back in second. Moving up to breeze now was Better Zip It. LL Cool J, he'll land 1-1 cover. Miracle Moose drops down to the marker line. He's racing 5th 3 back. Better Eclipse, midfield, the moving line. Tizza Sizzler, Pete Said So. Tail or Toll last on the inside. First quarter, 27-7. Lead time, 3.2. Out in front, it's the local Captain Shuffles. Here comes the favourite, Better Eclipse. He works up 3 wide, soon to be outside the leader. Classy Washington right in behind them, racing third. Better Zip It first up, landing 1-1 cover. LL Cool J on the outside of Miracle Moose. Next, Pete Said So. Then Tizza Sizzler. Tail or Toll last, working one off. They work towards the midway point. 800 metres left to run. Second quarter, 29.6. To the back straight final time, Captain Shuffles leading out by a long neck. Moving closer on the outside, Better Eclipse. Classy Washington, he's in a great spot. He sits third, leaders back. He's waiting on that passing lane run. 1 by 1, Better Zip It, Miracle Moose. LL Cool J down on the inside, 4 back, Tizza Sizzler. Pete Said So. Tail or Toll is at the tail. They're about to drive off the Trump Bloodstock back straight. 400 metres left to run. Captain Shuffles by a neck, third quarter, 28. Better Eclipse not going away on the outside. Classy Washington third. Better Zip It 1-1 yet to come wider. Deeper now. LL Cool J, Pete Said So. Miracle Moose, Tizza Sizzler, Tail or Toll. Race right on at the top of the lane. Less than 200 metres to run. Captain Shuffles and Better Eclipse. Better Eclipse moves alongside. Classy Washington late on the inside, but it's a big first over crush. The Victorian. Better Eclipse, Classy Washington, Captain Shuffles. Better Zip It is fourth. Pete Said So. LL Cool J, Tail or Toll, Tizza Sizzler. Miracle Moose, final split, 26-7. The Pelican Waters Resort mile to rate, 151.6. He's made a statement there. Better Eclipse. Commanding performance there. 3 wide to the breeze, and he's just crushed them. 51.5, the official mile. Numbers 5, 1, 2, and 6. Interim result 5, 1, 2, 6. He's done that well. Team Lara J, Jess Tubbs, Greg Sugars. He comes out and dominates in the first heat over the mile. So 51.5, Future Assured. 151.9. Numbers are up 5-1-2-6. Winning margin 1.25 metre. 7 3/4 separate second and third. So they came away. Better Eclipse Classy Washington. Captain Shuffles third. Better Zip at fourth. And fifth goes the way of number 7. Pete Said So. Tote Dividends. They're about to come up. So the Victorians off to a flyer. 1-2 in the first heat for the Trotters. And now they take heat 2 for the Pacers. Better Eclipse 240, 110. Classy Washington 120. Captain Shuffles 130. The Quinella $4 exact at $7.60.
Jess Tubbs and Greg Sugars to the fore, as we so often see at this top level. And he's just a horse that always flies under the radar. Mr. Versatility, Better Eclipse. He was taken off the arm tonight and then worked around mid-race, and that was just a strong performance. 151.6, Brittany. Look, I know we're still to see the likes of Swayze and Leap to Fame, but that's quite the statement for a horse. It's been maybe underestimated by a lot of people in this series.
And quite the statement as well for a horse driven outside of his comfort zone. He's not a death seat bullocking style of horse. He's a speed horse, but as we mentioned earlier, so versatile now, and when circumstances permit, and tonight was a right race where he was clearly the best horse in it, he can be put into the contest. And at the short course, he's rated 151.6 on an off track. That was a really dynamic performance from this horse. Good confidence boost for him too, and I think he is a bit of a confidence horse, and now 3 straight victories, he's full of it.
Some interesting runs behind that, I think. Look, Classy Washington, won't that just be an absolute buzz for young Angus Garrard? It was a terrific performance. I'd love to look at the concluding stages yet again, but I really like the run of Pete Said So as well, from what I saw to the eye. I mentioned I thought he'd have a good series, and, you know, I think he's another one that could just be a sneaky little outside chance for the final.
Yeah, no doubt, and he's managed to run into 5th tonight from off. He wasn't really taken into the contest, so he had to take off wide a little way from home. But best horse wins. I thought Classy Washington was super because he was probably just held up for a stride or two behind Captain Shuffles when Better Eclipse was able to put that runner to bed. But he found the line really strongly. Captain Shuffles back in third. But Better Zip It probably left a little flat-footed. He was actually quite strong through the line the last 50 metres and had to check off their backs again. But I'm not sure if anything outside of the winner of that heat could be the winner of the final.
No, because the headline act is still to come, isn't he? That is Leap to Fame. He's stepping out in race number 5. He's the one that the locals are going to be cheering. You go back about 6 months ago, some people were touting Leap to Fame as the best horse in the world. Since then, he's had his colours lowered, I think it's fair to say, admirably in some big races like the Blacks of Fake here at Albion Park and also the Victoria Cup. He certainly lost no admirers, but this is the series he wants, Brittany, and Leap to Fame is out to make a statement in this very next race.
He certainly is. They have all had to come to him this time round. He's had to do a fair bit of travelling in the last few months, but he's had, from the outside looking in, a perfect preparation, and it looks a perfect kick-off point for him as well.
Larry, let's see whether he can do it. Leap to Fame, stepping out in the next, which is going to be the third round of heats, the third heat rather, on the first round for ID 23 here at Albion Park. Leap to Fame coming up next. Welcome back to Sky Racing Active's coverage of ID23, and we're a couple of heats down for the Pacers and one down for the Trotters, and there's been some interesting results so far, but favourite backers were happy that Better Eclipse was able to get the job done in race number 4, and I've got to say he was pretty impressive. We know him as Mr. Versatility, but this was a race where he had to do it on the tough side and sit outside the speed. Let's have a look at the replay and see how he did it. Greg Sugars drew barrier number 5 and took him off the arm. There was good speed as was expected on his inside with Captain Shuffles. That's him in front. You see behind him Classy Washington. And mid-race, Greg Sugars took Better Eclipse around to the outside. That is Better Zip It, 1 out and 1 back in the blue colours, just gapping a little bit of cover there. As they start to put the hammer down, Better Eclipse is actually really travelling quite well here and levels up really quite comfortably. We've seen it in Melton in his last few starts too. He's been pretty strong outside the speed, so for a horse that can really follow speed and come off a helmet really strongly, he's done that quite effortlessly there tonight. And look, fair enough, it probably was one of the lesser strong heats of the Pacers division tonight, but that's a great start. Greg Sugars, I'm sure, will be delighted with that, as will Jess Tubbs. And, of course, they've got a big chance a little bit later with Just Believe, who's the favourite for the Inter-Dominion Trotters division. Let's have a look at race number 5 now, and in many respects, this is where the two big features of the night start to roll on, and that is Leap to Fame and also his half-brother Swayze coming up in races 5 and 6. But let's join our weekend winners team to see how Larry, Leap to Fame, will fare in his heat of ID23.
Round 1, Heat 3, features the series favourite for the pacing division, and that's Leap to Fame, the local hero. As it stands, only one Queensland-trained horse has won an Inter-Dominion, and that's the mighty champion Blacks Are Fake. He won it a record 4 times, contested 6 finals, he was placed in the other 2. So can Leap to Fame become the second Queensland-trained winner of an Inter-Dominion? He is going to be very hard to beat in the series, and he is going to start at a very short quote here on Friday night.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's off the back of a few things, just how good he is. The heat he comes up against, where he's drawn, he can press forward here and take control of this. And it's all in his favour for this first heat, that's for sure. It doesn't really look to be anything there that can go too much against him.
I tell you one thing that stood out with this heat, the speed drawn to his inside. They're going to go hard because they're going to jostle for that position to find the back of Leap to Fame, because I think eventually he'll be in front. So you've got Deus Ex, who's very fast gate too, and this Victorian Helliver possesses very good gate speed, so they might go hard early here.
Yeah, he's got a hell of a good amount of gate speed, and he can certainly get across, but I think Deus Ex, what we've seen of him this campaign, he's been really good, and this is the big time, the big step up for him, but I think he can fire out. I think he can cross Make Mine Memphis, and he's the one then to let Larry, wave Larry on by and then sit in behind him and get top opportunity to get that second place.
All right, Ryan, would it be fair to say, away from Leap to Fame, it looks really wide away from Leap to Fame, so if you're playing the multiples here, you can go far and wide.
Yeah, I honestly think so. I've got a bit of a value place bet in this race. I think that's good shopping in the form of Narano. He's a horse that he's a bit hot and cold, but his best is excellent. 2 starts ago, gave Swayze 10 lengths at the cages down at Menangle. They went 52 over the 2300, and he ran into about, home in 53, but ran into about 10 metres. It was career best. Cam Hart jumps aboard. Jason Grimson's back in town. I think Narano, he's run 3rd in the Len Smith Mile. I think from a place point of view, he's good shopping.
Okay, Narano, the place over there. Let's go back and have a look at Leap to Fame. Just crush his rivals in the Queensland Cup. Here he is out in front, less than 400 metres to run, and now he's really starting to power up here, Leap to Fame. As I said earlier, this was a track record performance on the night, and the track was probably a little off as well, which just adds further merit to the performance here of Leap to Fame. 51.7 for 2,138 metres. I don't think the track record's in any sort of doubt here on Friday night. 49.2, depending on how hard they go early in this race, but he's clearly the horse to beat, and he looked like he was absolutely just in the zone there. So it's his series to lose for mine. So if we're going to be playing the exotics, and I think we have to, given how short Larry is going to start, what are we looking at?
Yeah, well, for me, I think Deus Ex is the one there that can pinch second. I think he's first to the pegs, and he was okay in that race as well. you know, I've liked what he did. Similar sort of scenario a few runs back, fired out from gate 5, found the front, let go, and then held on for second. Similar position here he can achieve. I think Speak the Truth, it's interesting here, Speak the Truth and Can't Find a Better Man, two really good 4-year-olds, both probably didn't want Leap to Fame's heat, but they've both coming up against him fresh up. So I think they can run a top 3, and you could throw Narano in there for third as well. But I'm playing Leap to Fame on top from 2, 6 and 9, 1, 2, 6 and 9. I think the fence will be the place to be.
All right, from a form point of view, Ryan, how do you sort of assess Can't Find a Better Man and Speak the Truth, given they are fresh up into this series?
I have really big opinions of both horses. I think this series might be the making of Can't Find a Better Man. He won the South East Queensland Derby when he beat Leap to Fame, you know, just over 12 months ago. He's a really high-speed tactical horse. He kind of reminds me of a young Better Eclipse. He's sort of in that sort of mould. Speak the Truth, well, I'm probably against them both from the point of view of that they're first up here. Like, what do we expect? I'm not sure. Probably, you know, prefer to be with the race fit horses. I certainly think Deus Ex can be first to the peg line, and he'll hold Helliver quite easily. Release Leap to Fame, and you know that a few others will be fighting out the other place spots.
All right, well, I'm going to go with Leap to Fame, obviously, but as far as the exotics, I'm going to put in the locals here. 2 Deus Ex, 1 Make Mine Memphis, he can sit on the peg line here, and even number 8 Senative, he's 3 or 4 back on the inside, and it's a blistering last half. He might just be able to pinch a minor prize there. I just find it interesting, like Narano's drawn outside of Leap to Fame, Can't Find a Better Man also drawn deep, and Black Sedance, who is the track record holder, he's out in 7. They're going to have to work at some point, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. And Black Sedance, like, we didn't even mention him in any of that conversation, and here we are at a mile trip where he's the track record holder. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough night for him, and especially sort of looking deeper into the series as the distances step up. So, but he is the track record holder, can find a gate.
All right, well, that is heat number 3, and that's the heat that does feature the series favourite Leap to Fame. Looking forward to seeing him in action Friday night.
Thank you, Weekend Winners team. Yep, it's all about Larry now. Leap to Fame. Can he join those at the top of the leaderboard by getting maximum points in the third heat for the paces here this evening? Let's have a look at the leaderboard and how it stands at the moment before we get into the runner-by-runner for this particular race. And Better Eclipse joining Future Assured at the top. Then we've got those second place getters. What about the locals? Classy Washington and Tommy Lincoln. I'm sure Connections will be absolutely delighted to see them get that many points this early in the series. Of course, round 2 over the 2,138 metres will take place on Tuesday night. Runners are out on the track for race number 5. This is heat 3 of the round 1 heats for the Inter-Dominion Pacing Championship. And Jared, we're going to go through the market shortly, but firstly, let's go to Brandon Cranebourne.
Thanks, Ryan. And of course, we're now 2 heats down in the Pacers division. We have a couple still to go with this different format to what we see for the rest of the series, where 9 runners this evening as opposed to the 12 that we'll be seeing for the rest of the series. And with me is Shannon Price. And Shannon, just a few words on Van Sank before we look at Speak the Truth's chances in this one.
Yeah, no, I was happy with Van Sank's 4th. You know, he's way up in grade, taking on these Inter-Dominion horses first time. But no, there was some good points for him.
You've had a lot of success at Albion Park, in particular with the Group 1s. It'd be such a special thing to be able to not only win the home series, but also potentially have not only paces but also trotters in the same series, and potentially looking to get grand final berths in both.
Yeah, this is our first Inter-Dominion we've ever been in, so it's always good to be a part of something like this. You know, it's been going on since I was born, so yeah, to be part of it's pretty special. So yeah, hopefully we can make the finals.
All right, Speak the Truth's had some of the best form lines you can find through Eureka runners, and also through the likes of the Singo runners and the Hayden runners. So he's got all the right horses in the form book. He just needs to replicate that form from the second row.
Yeah, obviously with the track being quite wet now and Leap to Fame having the good draw, it's going to be hard, but he's got a nice trailing draw, so hopefully we can pick up some points there. And yeah, no, he's shown he's not too far behind Leap to Fame, so fingers crossed he's far enough forward tonight that he can pick up good points.
Obviously, that's the aim of the game. You follow out Deus Ex, who looks as though he may well get across Make Mine Memphis, so you'll be handy enough in the race. So hopefully you can pick up those points.
Yeah, like Deus Ex should cross the one quite easy. It's a very quick beginner, so yeah, we can punch through and be on the back of something there, nice and handy to them without doing too much. Is the aim, hopefully.
Thanks very much, Shannon.
No worries.
There's Shannon Price with Speak the Truth in this one, and obviously we see Larry go around the big white hope of Queensland. He's very, very short in the market. He's on top in this race, and the interesting part is how he'll go through the series. He's going to be the hunted in a Dominion 23, and I think there's going to be a few onlookers in this race who are going to look at how he runs this race, if he's going to be 100% keen after a long period of racing, and trying to work out how they can beat the odds-on superstar in the final.
He's certainly a superstar indeed, Brandon. Thank you very much. As we go through these runner by runner now, Jared, we've got number 1 on our screen, Make Mine Memphis.
It's been 41 out to 71, Ryan.
Barrier 1 is certainly a great advantage for this horse. Has been in Queensland now for a few seasons at this sort of level and is honest enough, but I could only give Make Mine Memphis a place chance despite that draw.
2 Deus Ex, 19 out to 21.
And I think Deus Ex will cross Make Mine Memphis at the start, and that's going to be a big advantage for this horse. Really like the way it's going for trainer Jack Butler. Nathan Dawson takes the drive on this occasion, which I think is a massive plus. Was a winner here 4 runs ago when it beat Turn It Up, who I think will be a good chance a little bit later. So that's good form for this Deus Ex. I've got him second pick, as had our weekend winners team on the second line. So I think he's a really good Quinella chance here.
Okay, then outside of the hot pot, probably the best back to the roughies, number 3 Haliber, 16 now into 13.
John Justice was a little bit disappointed with his run last start behind Better Eclipse at Bendigo. Haliber is an honest type, does have good early gate speed. I don't think he can cross Deus Ex, but even still from that draw, he should get a nice enough run, and I think he's certainly there with each way claims.
Leap to Fame, not much to say here, $1.10.
Well, should I even say each way claims? Because I think really outside of Leap to Fame, they're all running for second and third. I have such a high opinion of this horse, and I know so many harness enthusiasts echo those sentiments because he's just a bona fide superstar. Yes, I know there's some people that say, well, he got beaten in a Eureka, he got beaten in the Blacks Are Fake by Swayze, he got beaten in the Victoria Cup. Yeah, every one of those runs he was outstanding. His placings were nearly as good as a win. He's a superstar. He'll eventually find the lead and he'll win this race.
5 Narano, $71.
Now, I backed this horse to run a place in the final at massive, massive odds, but I haven't found him in my numbers here tonight. But I know I'm probably contradicting myself in doing so, Jared, but I just think this is a horse that if he turns up here tonight, I wanted to take a speculator for the final. Jason Grimson is a major factor here. Cameron Hart's a major factor. This horse has early gate speed. I don't think they'll go forward. They'll look for a sit. He'll be running home well at the end of the run. I think he's a good chance at value.
Number 6, Can't Find a Better Man, was the $9.50 second favourite when the markets first went up, out to $23 now.
One of the few horses to lower the colours of Leap to Fame as a 3-year-old. He's going to get fitter throughout this series. He's going to have to do it tough tonight. Good trainer-driver combination, Belinda and Luke McCarthy. I really like him as a horse, owned by Diane Riley, part owner who owned the Inter-Dominion winner last season in I Cast No Shadow. So good luck to Diane. They go back-to-back. Can't Find a Better Man will get better throughout the series, but I think a place chance here tonight.
7 Black Sedans, 23 out to 41.
He is the track record holder over the mile. He won't go forward tonight from that draw, just with the opposition and speed inside of him. He might go okay throughout the series, but I think he might struggle from that draw tonight.
Number 8, Send It, 41 to 151.
Disappointed the last couple of runs, despite being drawn on the pegs, which is where you want to be tonight. I'd be surprised if Send It could get into the first 4.
And number 9, Speak the Truth, Big Drift, 13 out to 51 now.
Okay, I like this horse for a place. Look, first up since the Eureka, and obviously will benefit throughout the series of a bit of fitness, but if they go hard, Speak the Truth will be rattling home at the end. 4 Leap to Fame, 2 Deus Ex, 6 Can't Find a Better Man, and 9 Speak the Truth for me. Let's go to Brittany Graham trackside. Brittany.
Thanks very much for that, Ryan. I'll give you a bit of a track report shortly, but here's Black Sedans, the fastest horse around Albion Park in 1:49 and 2. Pete, what do you make of this draw tonight? Can you make something out of nothing?
Oh, no, on paper it looks very hard. Anything we've got going for us, we're pretty used to it.
What do you do from out there?
Yeah, it's really, really tricky. Obviously, Leap to Fame, he looks like he's just going to roll top, and pretty much sort of dominate and do what he likes, and it makes it really hard for us to even sort of get into the race, let alone be a chance to sort of earn us some money.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Pete McMullen there with Blacks to Dance, and let's drop back and have a chat to Grant Dixon with Leap to Fame. He looked nice and relaxed in the warm-up. He didn't come out in pre-race warm-up tonight. Pretty muggy conditions. I don't think many need to get any warmer than they are, Grant. But I think he's been as sharp as I've seen him at his last 2 runs. He's been really switched on to this racing caper, so that's not a bad thing tonight.
No, being a mile, hopefully he's ready tonight, and onwards from here.
All right, Grant Dixon there as we clear the track ahead of this 3rd heat in round number 1. He's a horse they all have to beat, not only tonight, but going forward, Leap to Fame. And as I mentioned, at his last 2 runs here in Queensland, he's been really attuned to this racing caper. Probably that really hard racing over the last 6 months have switched him on, and that's a good sign for a horse who's been so often noted as a longer distance horse. I think for tonight's sprint trip, he's ready and raring to go. Unsurprisingly, I'm with him on top. We have to play our multiples, and I've popped the 2, 3 and 7 in for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Let's join Chris Barsby for Heat 3, round 1 of the Inter-Dominion Pacing Series.
This is Heat 3 for the Pacers. Heat 3 of 4, Leap to Fame, the odds-on favourite. Series favourite running from gate 4. We're just about set. Stand by for a start. All runners are now on gate. There's the light. They're off and pacing. Fast away, Deus Ex. Deus Ex looking to head off. Make Mine Memphis. Out deeper. Striding forward, Narano. Helliver landing in 4th. Leap to Fame. He's 5th, 3 wide, but going forward. Send it down on the inside. Speak the Truth. Can't find a better man. He finds the back of Leap to Fame. Black Sedan's wide, going back towards the tail. 3.2 the lead time. Deus Ex was able to cross. He's out in front, but here's Larry. Leap to Fame looming large on the outside. Make Mine Memphis leaders back at this point. Can't find a better man deeper. Narano send it down on the inside, then Helliver. Black Sedans and Speak the Truth. First quarter, 27 and 3. He rolls on by. Leap to Fame finds top. They have 1,000 metres left to run. Leap to Fame out in front. He leads 5 metres. Deus Ex goes from pace setter to pocket sitter. Can't find a better man. He's 3rd. He's left parked out. Make Mine Memphis 4-3 back the inside. Narano 1-1. Then Send It. Helliver. Black Sedans. Speak the Truth. He's last on the outside. Second quarter. 29.3. Down the Trump Bloodstock back straight. Leap to Fame, series favourite, out in front. He leads 5 metres. Deus Ex is right behind him in 2nd. Make Mine Memphis 3rd. Can't find a better man. First up, he's got to do it the hard way. He's got to cut a big mile, but he's starting to make ground on the outside. Narano 1-1. Send It. Helliver. Black Sedans. Speak the Truth, still last on the outside. 400 metres left to run. Third quarter, 28 and 3. Leap to Fame. He's about to go full throttle here. He leads 5 metres. Can't find a better man 2nd. Deus Ex 3rd. Narano's about to flip deeper. Then Make Mine Memphis at the top of the straight. Leap to Fame. Leap to Fame corners with a nice lead. He's out in front by 6 metres. Deus Ex can't find a better man. Narano running on down the outside, but it's Leap to Fame. Give us a flex, Larry. Leap to Fame. Oh, he bolted in one easily. Beating Narano. Deus Ex. Make Mine Memphis 4th. Then Send It. Speak the Truth. Can't find a better man. Black Sedans. Helliver. Final split, 26 and 5. The Pelican Waters Resort mile rate, 151.1. Fastest time so far tonight, 51.1. And he was under a vice-like grip by Dixon. He's done that easily. Numbers 4, 5, 2, 1. 151 even is the official time. Faster than Better Eclipse, faster than Future Assured. That's why he's the series favourite. 51 on the steal. 27-3, 29-3, 28-3, 26-4, 4-5-2-1, 5 metres by 4.5. And Leap to Fame does what everyone expected. Dominates his opening round heat. Grant and Trista Dixon. Grant driving. Kevin and Kay Seymour. So 3 heats down. They've got 2. Future Assured and now Leap to Fame. 4-5-2-1. He's the state's pin-up pacer. And most in the country think he's the number 1 horse. And he just gives us a little taste of what that motor is capable of. 51, hard on the steel. Tote dividends won't be too far away. 151, 4-5-2-1. and 8. So Make Mine Memphis 4th, Send It runs 5th. Runners now return. He's by Better's Delight, the Super Sire. And he just keeps building on this super record. He's out of the Aunt Major mare, Let Us Reason. Win number 26 from start number 36. 19 Albion Park victories. Grant and Trista Dixon. Larry. There's the all clear right to pay. $1, $1. Narano $3.90. Deus Ex at $1.60. Quinella $7.80. Exacta $8.10. Trifecta $25.90. First 4 $313.20. And let's go trackside.
Well, a super positive start for the series favourite Leap to Fame. Managing to get through that opening heat, Grant, with flying colours, and that was a perfect start.
Yeah, Brittany, it wasn't too hard for him. He done it well, and yeah, hopefully we can continue with the reasonable draws and yeah, see how luck turns out.
Did he do it as easily as it looked?
Yeah, I was quite happy how he went through the line. It was, yeah, he done it nice.
Is there any concerns at all about the series for him, or now that he's had that easy run under his belt, you think Tuesday should be no concern?
Look, we're really happy with his weight, me and Trista, so we're hoping that, yeah, that he's going to be right.
All right, we'll leave Grant Dixon. Well done to him and all connections. He's a funny horse, Leap to Fame. He can have a good kick, and they're wanting to keep him on the move for these photos and all of the, I guess, bits and pieces that have to occur. He has to probably learn to stand a little still, Ryan, because he has to get used to these photos. You think he would be by now, but obviously no issues at all with what has just transpired if you're with the favourite in this year's Inter Dominion, Ryan.
Brittany, 151.1, that's encouraging considering he's only going to get better over 21.38 and the 26.80, which will be the final rounds of heats and also the final. So that is all systems go for Larry Leap to Fame, winning that one quite comfortably. Over Narano, Jason Grimson to the 4 there with Narano. He was quite the eye-catcher as well, and Deus Ex in for 3rd. We'll have a look at that replay and how Larry did it on the other side of this break. Stay with us on Sky Racing Active's coverage of ID23. Career win 26 for Larry. Leap to Fame taking out the third heat of the Inter-Dominion Paces tonight. Let's see how he did it. He was obviously a very short price favourite, and it was a comprehensive performance. He was waved on by Nathan Dawson, who was on Deus Ex, who was able to cross early and then hand over to Leap to Fame. And from here, as you can see, Grant Dixon's just in second gear. Can't find a better man up on the outside. Had to do it tough in this race. Look at Narano peeling 3 wide. Really like that run. We've seen Jason Grimson before. He can do it with these horses that maybe fly under the radar. They get valuable points, find themselves in a final, and you've only had to see what happened in the last couple of years. He's gone back-to-back in the Inter-Dominion with unlikely horses like I Cast No Shadow and also Bonsell Benjamin. So Narano, don't forget that name as we move forward, and we'll update those point scores very, very shortly and how they're progressing after the third round of Paces heats. Well, Jack Butler, since he moved from Bathurst Way here to Queensland, has really done a wonderful job. He's one of the leading trainers here in Queensland, and we caught up with him with a couple of key chances in this year's ID23.
Funny face, picks up and goes hard, goes all the way. Here's Adele, and she's in full flight. She's a minute out in front.
To flash up on the board, and it's the favourite Deus Ex in front. Up on the outside, Hot and Treacherous. The favourite's about to take control.
Yeah, no, really happy with where they're at. They'll be going into it pretty fresh. They're fit but fresh. The way I've sort of been taught to go into an inners through a few people I've worked with, and yeah, couldn't be happy with them, to be honest. It's a big hype. Everyone's really excited, and it's been a lot of years since it's been up here, and personally I can't wait for it. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I think they're all going to be very competitive in it. There is a good lineup of horses throughout the series, but I still think they'll be thereabout. It's really exciting. Everyone starts getting really excited about this time of year. It's really good that it's up in Queensland this year, so it's nice and close to home.
Funny Face bursting through. Look at Funny Face. Picks up and goes hard, goes all the way here. Funny Face. She was motoring through on the inside and she won it easily.
Both me trotters are really stepping up and really have stepped up in the last little bit. And of course, there's some nice ones coming from Melbourne and things like that. But it'll be interesting to see. You know, they've got to travel. This is in our backyard, so you know, we just got to fingers crossed more than anything. It was great. She's a trotter on the way up. You know, she's probably 12 months away, to be fair, to where we think she can get. So you know, this will be a big stepping stone for her, and I really think it'll bring her on. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, like she obviously won the golden ticket 2 weeks ago, and then on last Saturday night she proved that well, we think she's worthy of it anyway. And yeah, as I said, she's just getting better all the time.
Outside, Hot and Treacherous. The favourite's about to take control. Swaggy Shannon, Hot and Treacherous in front. Despondence trying hard. And then Tennyson Bromack. Hot and Treacherous in front. Hanging on. There's 300 for Nathan Dawson. Hot and Treacherous.
Yeah, he's got better and better every time I put him on the track. He's, you know, he's just unfortunate, like a lot of other horses up here. We've had to race Leap to Fame, but you know, he's run a few seconds and thirds to him, and you know, he's a freak, that horse. But he's improving all the time, and yeah, you're right. This is what we bought him for. Getting over the longer trips and things like that, I think will help him a lot.
Round 1, Heat 4, and this is the final heat for the Paces on Friday night. And this is the heat that features the Last Start New Zealand Cup winner, Swayze. Of course, remembering Swayze was able to lower the colours of Leap to Fame earlier this year at Albion Park in the Grand Circuit race. The Blacks are fake. So this is going to be very interesting. Darren, it was on, it was off, it was on, it was off. It's back on again. So here he is lining up. There was confusion whether or not he was going to take his spot in the series. But he lines up and he draws gate 2. And he, like Leap to Fame, is at a very short quote. Is he past the post here?
Betting would say yes. Yeah. He's so short in the market. For me, if he's going to be vulnerable at any point in this series, this is the time it is. If he gets through this easily enough, wins it, I think the others will have a big headache on their hands through to Saturday the 16th. But I think this is his chance if he is going to be vulnerable. The trip, he's not push-button speed out. It's a front line that's got plenty of speed to his outside, and there'll be, I think, in this heat, plenty wanting to have a really good look.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Let's look at the gate speed of Turn It Up. Arguably one of the fastest horses off the arm in Australian harness racing, and this is him leaving the gate. This is the drone footage coming out of the race earlier in the year, and he is just push button at the start. So, Ryan, as I come to you, do you agree with Darren that if he's going to be beaten, this is probably the heat, given that it is a mile and there's just that little bit of uncertainty about the whole series for him, or do you think he's a lock?
I think I agree with the situation that this is the potential that he gets potentially is rolled. I think the sort of that $1.10-ish price is pretty sure. You know, maybe his true price is more around $1.40, $1.50. Lots of gate speed here. Manila Playboy is going to be trying his best to push forward and hold up and get the back of Turn It Up. Hot and Treacherous is going to come out all guns blazing to try to get over, and Mr. McLaren, well, he's lightning as well. So, but every time I think, oh, maybe Turn It Up won't get over, Bush, over he goes. He is just so quick. So that's one thing I am confident in. Turn It Up is in front after about 200 metres. What happens next? Does Swayze make a mid-race move and basically press on at the bell? I think that's on the cards, and if that does happen, well then the real short quote will be justified.
Okay. Now, Darren, you go back to that Blacks Are Fake race that he won earlier this year, beating Leap to Fame. Turn It Up was able to spear out lead and then release Swayze. That was 2,600 metres. It's a mile here. We all know that Turn It Up is going to lead this race. There's no question about that. He's super fast. Given the fact that Jason Grimson hasn't trained a heat winner, but this guy's unbeaten for him, 9 starts now, 9 victories. Does he want to keep that momentum going with Swayze, or does he just keep the eyes on the big prize like he has for the last 2 years? Call me crazy, but I think Turn It Up, if he's ever going to do anything, this is his perfect opportunity. Number of weeks between runs, he loves to be fresh, he loves the mile, and sectionally, he was the best performer out of that Queensland Cup chasing home Leap to Fame. His last mile was just off the chart. So I think if they spear out and lead, I think they hold and try and take it all the way.
Yeah, well, that's certainly on the cards. And I think going back to that drone footage, if you had where he's come across, he had Hot and Treacherous to his inside. He was at length in front of him as the gate released. So, and then Future Assured, who we're thinking is going to lead the first heat from gate 5, he was straight across in front of him as well. That's Future Assured down in gate 1. So, Turn It Up. He didn't even have the left-hand blinker on there. He's just like a Queensland driver. He changed lanes with no blinker. So, I think he gets across easily. I think Shane will probably opt for cover. But like you say, this is his chance to really push it out. I think Swayze probably eventually gets there. If he doesn't, going back to your Jason Grimson piece, does he want to preserve the horse right the way through the series? Well, he doesn't want to give him a gut buster here. Interestingly, 9 starts, 9 wins since he's joined the Grimson stable. 8 of those have not been at the mile. His very first win, he took him out to Bathurst, 1,700 trip, won that. Since then, hasn't been over the mile.
It's interesting here with Swayze.
It is.
Yeah,
absolutely. From a betting perspective, can't dive into that price.
Yeah.
The 2 things I'm sure about is Turn It Up gets over and he finds the fence. Middle Playboy's already got barrier 1, so he's going to get a peg strip. So those 2 horses, the place, that's my betting angle.
Okay. Well, that is heat number 4. That's the final heat for the Pacers, and it features Swayze, and there's so many question marks surrounding Swayze with this heat on Friday night. But I think Turn It Up, the local, might be a chance of just pegging one back on Swayze. We'll wait and see that heat coming through Friday night.
For more than 150 years, the thunder of hooves has echoed across the Sunshine State. At the heart of racing Queensland is the love of the horse, and we are proud to see our retirees transition into secondary careers.
Let's see how things stand after the 3rd round of Pacers heats as far as the Inter-Dominion leaderboard is concerned. Shooting to the top, Leap to Fame, alongside Better Eclipse and Future Assured as tonight's heat winners. Narano getting maximum points for the place getters in that race in running 2nd, Deus Ex in 3rd. So it's interesting when you look at that and you see that going around tonight has been Rock and Roll Do, he's not there. And also Spirit of St. Louis, he's not there. So a lot of the locals lowering the colours of some of the bigger names from the southern states tonight so far in the heats. Now what is going to happen with the New Zealand Cup winner in Swayze? I can tell you he's been a little bit easy in the market in the last half an hour or so. He's out to $1.20. So could there be a turn up on the cards? Could it be turn it up? Anyway, let's. We will go to Brendan Cranborg shortly just to get some insights into this race. While we wait for that, there's Swayze on our screen there, Jared. Just tell me what's happened in the last sort of half an hour or so with the market on this one, because we were dealing with pretty much $1.04 to $1.10, a lot of these favourites.
We were. Now, he spent 4 days at $1.10, but it was interesting talking to yourself, Chris Barsby, over the last couple of days. Most people thought he was well and truly under the odds. And Chris and I discussed this on radio this morning. I thought, if you want to back Swayze, wait. We'll definitely get better. Well, he was $1.25 5 minutes ago. He's still $1.20, so he's short, but basically double what he was. So the one they want to be on is, no surprise, Turn It Up, 13 to 15, back into $8.50. Most of the others, they haven't really moved much in the market. Manila Playboy still at $11, Hot and Treacherous at 18. They're holding their place because there's genuine interest in them to beat the fave.
Okay, well, Jason Grimson with that horse, Swayze, he's going for 3 Inter-Dominions in a row. That would put him in very rare air. Let's join Brendan Cranborg, who's down in the stables.
Yeah, we've got the best horse in the Southern Hemisphere in terms of a form line going around in the form of Swayze. Jason Grimson is the trainer. He's been kind enough to join us. And Jason, just a word before we talk about Swayze, about Narano. He made up some huge ground over the concluding stages, and he was fantastic over his pet trip of 1660.
Yeah, he was pretty awesome tonight. He savaged the line really well, and that's the trip he needs. You just pull him out in the straight, and in a straight line, he's quite devastating. So hopefully he can put another few runs like that together and make the final, and he might be a sneaky place chance.
Now, I know Ryan Phelan was saying before the previous race that he was really keen to have a play at a price in the final about Narano, and he lost no admirers there. Swayze, of course, the New Zealand Cup winner, he looked absolutely picture perfect when he walked past us. He looks as though he's travelled across really beautifully, and he's in perfect order.
Yeah, he definitely is in perfect order. I was umming and ahhing whether to bring him, and when he got off the plane from New Zealand, he looked a picture. He looked enormous, and the way he looks, that's the way he's been working. He feels awesome, so I'm quite confident with him.
Okay, hardest dynamic of this race is Turn It Up. He's got a lot of speed, and although Swayze's got his fair share of gate speed, Turn It Up is probably the fastest horse off the arm in the country at the moment. Have there been any instructions to Cam about how to overcome Turn It Up from that draw dynamic?
We'll probably let him get across and then be straight off and around, and we'll put the foot down straight away. We'll keep rolling. That's the way he races best, and that's the way we'll drive him.
And of course, Jack Traynor said on radio a couple of weeks ago, he's a horse that doesn't get tired, and it seems to me from the New Zealand Cup and even from the Battle of Beersheba, where they went so close to breaking the track record, that's exactly his go. So definitely the right decision, I feel, to get him out and rolling.
Yeah, well, looking at every race when he's raced for me, he's really had no bottom, like his last 100, it's always his best, and around the bend after the race, he keeps trucking, so he really honestly has no bottom, so we'll drive him like that.
Jason Grimson there, and of course Swayze, I feel, is the best bet at all-ins at the moment. He's around that $5 quote all-in, and I'd have to say, if you were backing Leap to Fame at $1.80 and you let the New Zealand Cup winner get away with a $4.80 quote come final time, I think he's going to be very, very hard to beat Swayze. He's my best selection for the entire Pacers series, and he's obviously my on-top selection tonight at a very short quote.
On your screen, given a nice liven up there by Cameron Hart in the prelim as well, which is interesting. That signals intent for sure and certain. All right, Jared, let's see what we're doing here, runner by runner and the market.
Okay, number 1, Manila Playboy, opened at 10, touch 12, back into 11.
most likely going to be 3 the fence here, which is not a bad position to be. Angus Garrard takes the drive. This horse can really reel off a quarter. Don't think he can win, but he's a really strong place chance.
This is interesting. The boys in the trading room tell me that Swayze's been hard to lay, and you can tell that by the price. $1.10, briefly touched 125, $1.20, so basically double what he was.
Well, but he's a hard horse to lay because you just have to respect the record that Jason Grimson has at this level. He has beaten Leap to Fame in the Blacks Are Fake. And whilst he had a flat tyre that night, Leap to Fame, he was still pretty awesome, Swayze, and he proved that was no fluke, coming out and beating New Zealand's best horse, Akuta, in the New Zealand Cup. Now, the difference there was that was 3,200, and that was a standing start. Now we're talking a mobile over a mile, and Swayze's going to get better throughout the series over distance. So, barrier 2, he's going to have to work forward and work hard at some stage, but that's the sort of horse that he is. I think he's certainly the one to beat. I would not be potting him, but I would say if he does not win this race, I wouldn't be surprised. Of all of the shorties in the quaddie, he was the one that I wouldn't be diving into at that really short price quote. In saying that, I've got him on top, and I've got a lot of respect for him, but I think he'll be getting better throughout the series.
Okay then, number 3, Hot and Treacherous, 19.
Early speed. Last couple of runs haven't been to what we know from this horse, but Jack Butler can get him back on track. He's a place chance.
For Mr. McLaren, been around about that current $21 mark for 4 days.
Has run second to Leap to Fame. That was going back 4 runs ago. Plenty of ability. Just a bit of a sticky draw with speed inside and out. So might need a good drive from Pete McMullen here if he's to get into the placings.
Well, this might be the one, number 5, Turn It Up. 13, touch 15, back into 9.
Turn It Up. He's my best roughie for the series. I think he will lead this race, and I would not be surprised if he pulls off an upset here tonight. Shane Graham's got options. I think he'll cross and lead from 5. Look, it's not a fait accompli. I shouldn't be that confident because there is speed on his inside, but I've got him leading, and I've got him with options, and I've got him as a serious winning chance.
Okay, 6, Tim's a Trooper, 34.
Absolutely flying. If you like Tim's a Trooper in this race, back him each way for the series. He's going really, really well. He's just going to need a lot of luck from the draw, but he's a really above-average horse, this one.
7, Little Bliss, one of the outsiders at 151.
I don't know what Robbie Morris did. He must have walked under a ladder during the week because he's got nothing but bad barrier draws throughout this Inter-Dominion series. That's the case again with Little Bliss here. But if you've got a bad barrier draw, you want Robbie Morris on because he always finds the shortest way and does a really good job, but he'll need a drive and a half here with Little Bliss.
8, Our Money Rocks is a drifter, 26 out to 61.
Going well, Our Money Rocks. A placing behind Swayze looks good. Going okay at the moment. You want to be on the peg, so yep, a place chance here.
And one of the other outsiders, number 9, Cosimo at 151.
Look, it would be hard to see Cosimo's form measuring up in this grade. But look, I've gone Swayze. Swayze certainly does look the one to beat, but I think the each way play here for Turn It Up is the way I'm looking. I think he's a good bet for the entire series from a place point of view. I don't think he can win the series, but I think he can run really well here, get good quality points and be a real chance in the final. So 2 Swayze, but 5 Turn It Up, a good each way option, 1 Little Playboy, and 6 Tim's a Trooper. Brittany, Swayze certainly looks good after that New Zealand Cup.
Yeah, he looks super, Swayze. He's just here with the clerk of the course, and they're going to do a last-minute gear adjustment with him. But, Cam, he looks pretty relaxed to me for the first few laps, but you gave him a little bit of a wake-up, and he built up a head of steam pretty quickly after that.
Yeah, he's obviously we had him ready for that 2-mile race, so we just needed a little buzz-up just to wake him up a bit, but yeah, he felt awesome.
So the feeling that you're getting is that he's where he needs to be tonight, because I guess there's some question marks over him, but his racetrack performances, we can't take much from that, but I guess the trip that he's had since.
Yeah, Jace has been super happy with him. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be here, so yeah, he felt really good and he was pricking his ears and looking around and feeling really fresh, so yeah, it's good signs.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Cam Hart there with Swayze, this short price favourite, and if you look at him, well, you give him a big tick. The tick from Cam there as well. He looked pretty blasé when he first went out onto the track, but when he went past that mile marker the last time, and you would have seen it on your screens as well on Sky Racing Active, Cam just asked him for a little bit of an effort, and pretty quickly he switched on into race mode. Now, Turn It Up is obviously the early leader. There is maybe no horse in Australia that could hold him out.
Sorry, I'll pick it up here. We've just lost Brittany's audio there at the moment. She was talking about that horse on your screen and Turn It Up. Blistering early gate speed. There's few horses in Australia that can fly the arm quite like Turn It Up. There is speed to his inside, but Shane Graham, I'm sure, will be stamping this horse urgent. He's been for a number of seasons one of the top line of free-for-alls here in Queensland, and he's flying the flag proudly for the Sunshine State here. In fact, as so many of the Queensland horses have done so well throughout these Pacers heats here tonight. And this is the final of the Pacers heats here this evening. Before we get into the trotters, let's join Chris Barsby for race number 6 on the program. Your favourite, that horse on your screen, the New Zealand Cup champion, Swayze.
He's here at Albion Park and at Addington last time out. He won the Blacks a Fake. He won the New Zealand Cup. Both staying races. Now he's over the short course. 1 mile. All eyes on Swayze, gate 2. We're just about set. Ready. There's the light. They're off and pacing. Like a startled gazelle, Turn It Up. He flies the arm as per normal. Mr. McLaren is trying to match him. Manila Playboy. He ends up third going into the first turn. Turn It Up touches down with a lead roll. Shoots away 6 metres. Manila Playboy. Mr. McLaren third. Immediately dropping down to the inside. Here's Swayze revving up. Shane Graham took a look over the shoulder. Swayze's looming large on the outside of Turn It Up, and he's about to run on by. So Swayze is going to find the lead here. First split, 27-3. The lead time, 3.2. Swayze on top, leading the way. The margin 5 metres. Turn It Up releasing. He sits in second. Manila Playboy third without cover. Hot and Treacherous. Mr. McLaren down on the inside. Tim's a Trooper. Little Bliss, Our Money Rocks. And last on the inside, Cosimo to the turn out of the straight. It's Swayze. Swayze leads the way. The margin is 5 metres. Turn It Up tags him in second spot. Manila Playboy third. Hot and Treacherous again paused to do it the hard way. He's fourth and parked out. Mr. McLaren racing 4 back the inside. Tim's a Trooper. Our Money Rocks. Little Bliss. Last on the inside, the Tasmanian Cosimo. Second quarter, 29.9. Down the Trump Bloodstock back straight. It's Swayze out in front. Swayze leads the way. The margin is 5 metres. Turn It Up. Manila Playboy in third. Hot and Treacherous fourth. Then Mr. McLaren. Tim's a Trooper. Our Money Rocks. Little Bliss. Cosimo last on the inside. Off the back straight. Third quarter, 28-4. Swayze. Swayze leads the way. The margin 5 metres. Turn It Up is yet to make a move. Hot and Treacherous third, starting to make some ground. Manila Playboy held up the inside. Tim's a Trooper. Our Money Rocks getting to the outside. Mr. McLaren, Cosimo, Little Bliss. They're into the home stretch now. Swayze first in, leads the way. Turn It Up to the outside. Coming through on the inside, Manila Playboy. Swayze in front. Swayze too good. Swayze beat Manila Playboy. Turn It Up, Hot and Treacherous. Our Money Rocks, Tim's a Trooper. Then Mr. McLaren, Cosimo, Little Bliss. This is going to be a blistering last split, 27-3. Pelican Waters Resort mile to rate, 152.6. 10 straight victories for Swayze. And that's Jason Grimson's first Inter-Dominion heat win. He's won the past 2 series, but he's never trained a heat winner until Swayze. So he was able to find the front, and he's defied his challengers. Numbers 2, 1, 5 and 3, 2, 1, 5, 3, 52.4, slowest time of the 4 heats. 27.3, 29.9, 28.4, 27.2. Numbers 2, 1, 5, 3, 8, 3 metres by 1.5 metres. 3 by 1.5 metres, 156 overall. The mile to rate 152.4. So Leap to Fame 151. Better Eclipse 151.5, Future Assured 51.9, and now Swayze clocks in with a 52.4 mile. So we step up to 2,100 metres on Tuesday night, so the longer the better for Swayze, so gains maximum points on the opening night at the mile. The longer the better for Swayze. Jason Grimson, Cam Hart. And Jason gets his first Inter-Dominion heat victory there with Swayze. He's unbeaten for the stable. 10 starts, 10 victories. He's by Rock and Roll Heaven. He's the older half-brother to Leap to Fame, so he's out of the Aunt Major mare. Let Us Reason. And he proves too good. That's win number 19. That's his 7th Albion Park victory. And he wins nicely. $121. Manila Playboy $1. Turn it up $1.70. Quinella $3.30. The exacta dividend is about to come through. The exacta here pays $2.70. Trifecta $8.30. First four $35.60. $35.60 first four dividend. So runners now return. Just standing by for the all clear. There it is. All clear right to pay 2153. Let's go trackside. Brittany Graham with Cam.
Thanks very much for that, Chris. So the 4 pacing heats are down, and the brothers, they managed to take out the final 2 heats in Leap to Fame and Swayze. Cam, the hardest part of your job just then looked to be pulling him up. He was only getting warm on the line.
Yeah, he felt incredible off the line. He was just warming up, but yeah, he's just an incredible horse. I'm very privileged to be able to sit behind him.
We can walk and talk if you'd like to get back to the presentation area, but I guess it must be somewhat confusing for him. It's a polar opposite situation to New Zealand Cup Day, but I could see you feeling for him off the back. He just takes that little bit of winding up, so you must be looking forward to the rest of the series now.
Yeah, that's probably the harder one out of the way with the short distance. He just relishes the longer distance, but in saying that, he didn't have anyone near him the whole way, and he's been like that every start Jace has given him. He's very laid back, and once one comes at him, he just gets going straight away. And yeah, as soon as those horses come down to the sprint lane and a couple come wide, he just clicked into another gear within a stride. And yeah, it's probably nearly as good as he felt on the line. He felt incredible.
So that must be relief. I'm sure that you always believed that he would only be here if he was ready, but there's been so much chatter. It seems as though, remarkably, people had nearly written him off a little. Yeah,
there has been a lot of chatter, but that's fair enough. And I guess, a lot of people were quite keen to see him in the series to take on his brother again. They're such great horses. They're both champions. And, for him to be here, hopefully it's exciting for everyone watching. And, yeah, he feels like he's, at his best, if not better. So, yeah, very exciting times ahead.
What about the first 50 metres or so? He's not electric off the arm, is he?
He's not electric, but he can hold his own. The first 10 metres, I just gave him one and then realised Pete wanted to leave. And I was hoping he could cross and get out of the way, so I sort of grabbed hold of him, just hoped they'd sort themselves out, and they did, and I was able to roll on then.
You wouldn't be swapping him for anything at this point?
Definitely not. He owes me nothing, to be fair, but I think he's going to be in for a big series again.
Good luck for the remainder.
Thank you.
Cam Hart there looking to go back-to-back in the Inter-Dominion, this time with Swayze, and an ominous statement there, Ryan, from Cam. Maybe he felt the best that he ever has. Warning signals for his dangers, and as it gets further, he's only going to get better. I'm not sure if you caught any of the post-race footage of him warming down, but he was with a full head of steam. He thought they had another few laps to go.
Yeah, it was an interesting one to watch, Brittany, because at about the 500, you thought, gee, Cam's really having to wake Swayze up here, and he was only just starting to warm up at that stage. In the last 100 metres, and you saw that the plugs were still in there for Swayze, was really just quite effortless. We did touch pre-race that he was going to get better with the 21.38 and also the 26.80, but by gee, the fact that he's won so easily tonight over the mile, I'm sure that's a massive, massive confidence boost, not just for Jason Grimson and Cameron Hart, but for those who stuck fat with Swayze, because, yeah, there was a little bit of chatter after that New Zealand Cup, just where he was at, because there were reports that he laid down in his box for a number of days after that New Zealand Cup and was feeling quite fatigued, but it speaks volumes of the training performance of Jason Grimson that he's been able to travel over to New Zealand, get him back and in good shape here for the Inter-Dominion Pacers heats. We're going to take a break, and on the other side, we're going to roll into 2 of the stars of the trotting ranks. Queen Elida and, yep, Harry, he's back. Just Believe in the heats of the Inter-Dominion Trotters. Stay with us here. ID23 coverage on Sky Racing Active. are about to roll into the last two trotters heats where Queen Elida and Just Believe will take centre stage. But let's recap how the New Zealand Cup champ and Black's a Fake winner in Swayze took out the final Pacers heat tonight. Well, I can tell you, took it out in very convincing fashion. That's him in front. Cameron Hart had to really waken him up at about the 600-metre mark, and you saw him turn it up really hard on his back, and you were entitled to think, oh, hang on, how's Swayze going in front here? Well, he was just only getting started, and here at about the 100 when Cam really wakes him up, he hasn't pulled the plugs. This is where he says, oh, OK, I'm in a race now, and I'm really going to pull away from you and stamp my authority. And if we can roll this vision on as much as you can, Brittany identified that after the line, he was really strong. So as you can see here, Cameron Hart, he's having trouble pulling him up. Look, it's almost like he's just getting warmed up now. He wants to go around another lap full tilt. So that's that vision that Brittany was talking about, and also what Cameron Hart was talking about, that they just had trouble slowing him down after the line. So he was just only getting started, Swayze. Look, yes, it was 152.4, which is not as quick as the other heats tonight, which Leap to Fame. Let me just recap what he ran. He ran 151.1. Better Eclipse ran 151.6, and 151.9 was Future Assured. So, yes, he's the slowest of the four, but you've got to look beyond the mile and think, well, what's he now going to do? The fact that he's come back from New Zealand AOK over 21.38 and 26.80. The answer to that, he's a serious contender. So this is not a one-horse show by any stretch of the imagination with Leap to Fame, the local. Swayze's here to play, big brother, and they're going to have some fun over the next week or two, aren't they? Yeah, look, he can barely pull him up, and this is a full lap after the winning post. So, you know, that's encouraging signs, you would think, Jared.
What about the theory about the favourites winning into the Dominion heats?
They were one.
Yeah.
Well, it's good. We don't have to worry about that
4
for the
from
rest
4,
of the series,
and we're halfway through that quadrella, which looks like could be a record low.
Yes, yeah. Actually, the approximate's up yet. We might have to have a look at those.
No, we've still got 2 to go.
Oh, of course, yeah, because the last 2 legs are
Just Believe, yeah.
the trotters, yeah. So, anyway, well, let's see what the weekend winners team thinks about Queen Elida, whether she can get the job done. She looks as though she will. Let's find out from Chris Barsby, Ryan Spice, and also Darren Clayton.
Okay, the trotters now. This is round 1, heat 2, and this is the heat that features this brilliant Victorian mare, Queen Elida. She comes up with a good draw for trainer Brent Lilly. Chris Alford coming up to partner this star mare, and she is going to be at a very short quote. Darren, was it easy trying to map this race with her coming up with that nice front row draw?
Yeah, I think you'd just have to respect her enough that map-wise she works her way to the front. She's all class. Take nothing away from that last start. It was Just Believe that she didn't quite be able to get over the top of. So you factor that run in. It's really good. I think she gets to the front, and I don't think anyone probably really wants to sit outside her in the early stages. I think she might just be getting away with a nice soft trip in front here. We know Hatchback's quick out, but I think Sugar and Spice has got enough early speed that he'll want Queen Elida in front, not Hatchback. So that sort of sets up there. And Adele, I just think they might be a little bit more conservative round 1. I know it's the mile, but I think this is the round to just see her work home over the top of them. Really good effort a few starts back where they sat back till about the 800 and then let her go, and she really let rip. So she's only just back into the draw too, so they probably don't want to fizz her up too much.
Okay, Darren, just from a punting viewpoint here, this is the last leg of the daily double. So we've got Leap to Fame into Queen Elida. This could be a record new low tab daily double figure coming up here.
Maybe it'll pay $1.15.
Maybe. Have you got her past the post here?
Yeah, she's an amazing short course trotter. She's Australia's best trotting mare. She will be winning. Position and run, I think Alfred will just drive what's in front of him. Hatchback and Sugar and Spice, they're going to take a good shot at each other. He'll probably just pop in, and then as soon as they drop anchor, then he might sit round to the front.
Okay, well, let's take a look back at the replay of Adele. This is her most recent start a couple of weeks ago at Albion Park. She's one of 3 mares in this race, Queen Elida, Sugar and Spice and Adele. As Darren outlined, she's back in the draw now, Adele, but she is drawn a little awkwardly in gate 5 on the outside of Queen Elida, but maybe Nathan Dawson can just sort of keep an eye on Queen Elida all the way here and try and stay as close as he can. But she got picked off here just late by her stablemate, Funny Face. But would you say she's going as well now as what she was back during the Winter Carnival?
She's sort of been a little bit up and down. She was going really good into the Winter Carnival. She then just had a few hiccups in some of those main races. And then she come good again, and then she sort of tapered again. I think she's ready to really fire back up again. I think Jack Butler's got her sorted out. He sounds pretty confident in where he's got her now. I think this series she'll really progress.
All right, one horse that's going to be interesting here away from Queen Elida to look at, especially yard watchers, Plymouth Chubb, because he's well named. He's had 2 runs back from a long layoff, and Peter Manning has gone on record stating he is on the big side. So he's going to get a pretty soft trip here, drawn the inside of the second row. Probably likely to stay on the inside. Cam Hart will take the drive, but he'll be one that's worth taking a close look at when they parade.
Yeah, he's a highly talented trotter, wonderful juvenile. I think this barrier is actually semi-perfect. Yeah. She's going to stalk Sugar and Spice, so I'm confident if she does everything right, she can hold Hatchback. Three fence maybe, or even leaders back. He's a knockout chance in this heat without a doubt if something does go wrong with Queen Elida. Interesting to see how he progresses through the series. He sort of come back racing. He was quite large, the Victorian boys tell me, and high talent. Think he'll make the final.
Yeah, his first up run was excellent. Probably a little playing last time out. Maybe the second up syndrome caught him there. Darren, who are you selecting and what are the place hopes here?
Yeah, I've got Queen Elida on top. I think she's just too good. Adele, like I said, I think if they sit back with her and not engage early, she's a really good chance of running on over the top. And Hatchback, he should be thereabouts. He's got the quality, and Plymouth Chubb with that really soft trip. And yeah, I think he should be firing into the finishing placings there at some point.
All right, I'm going 4815, and Ryan, you're coming up with 4185. So we're reading from the same hymn book there for Heat 2 for the Trotters there on Friday night.
Weekend winners team, thank you very much. We're into the Trotters heats now. Before we get there, let's have a look at how the Pacers point score goes after the first round of mile heats. So see that number 8, so 8 points, that's effectively your top 12. So 13 through to 8, that's your top 12. So if we were to call a final field tonight, Canina Problema would be the cut-off. So maximum points for the horses that all were the favoured way. Swayze, Leap to Fame, Better Eclipse, Future Assured. The fastest out of those was Leap to Fame. The slowest was Swayze. Look, I'll let you make up your mind who was the most impressive. To my eye, I really like the performance of Better Eclipse. Swayze, I think, will get better throughout the series, and Leap to Fame was just doing Leap to Fame things. So I think it's well and truly game on. Narano was a real eye-catcher, I think, as far as the series is concerned. Yes, he might be best over a mile, but the way he found the line, Jason Grimson, write him off at your peril. Turn It Up was okay tonight. He's going to be barrier draw dependent there on the 8-point line, as are the likes of Captain Shuffles. Now, the horses that you're not seeing on that screen, importantly in the market, Spirit of St. Louis on 4 points, Rock and Roll Do on 3 points. They have an uphill battle over 21.38 and 26.80 metres. They will certainly be better, but not an ideal start for the Belinda McCarthy runner Spirit of St. Louis, and also Rock and Roll Do for Mick Stanley. But as Brendan Cranborg reported earlier, Michael Stanley not concerned about that run tonight. He said it was the track conditions, didn't like the mile either, and the first look at the track, so he's more confident over 21.38 and a drier track. Let's go down to Brandon in the stables. Brandon.
Yeah, you're dead right there, Ryan. And Mick Stanley not at all concerned for Rock and Roll Do, so he'll press on despite a disappointing result there for those backers tonight. With Emmett Brosnan, who has Maori Law as his only runner in this series, the trotter from 2 years ago that pretty well took the Grand Circuit by storm, and then he's had a long break away with injury, Emmett.
Yeah, that's right. He actually We retired him off his last run around September or August last year. Just went a little bit lame again, and so we decided to retire him. And but he had other ideas on that, so here we are.
Just tell us about that road back from injury, because with these horses that win such big races and then go away for such a long time, it's a long road to recovery. Just tell us a little bit about that.
And then it was more a case of
Sorry about that, just some technical issues with the camera down there in the stables. We'll rectify that vantage point for the next couple of races, and hopefully we will make sure that that doesn't happen. So apologies there. Let's move on now to race number 7 and looking at the market runner by runner here, Jared, and what's happening as far as the way the punters are shopping.
One Sugar and Spice open at 14, out to 16 now.
Yeah, really like this horse for the place. Pete McMullen, Chantel Turpin. She's got good early gate speed. She should position up nicely. I think she will hand over to Queen Elida at some stage. Look, she's a place chance. I don't think she can cause an upset, but courtesy of the draw, she's well and truly in it.
2 Majestic Lavros's price has nearly doubled, $9.50 out to 19.
Well, Majestic Lavros came up reasonably short, I sort of thought, as far as the overall market was concerned for the series. So obviously on its best New Zealand form, you'd have to respect Majestic Lavros. I think it's mixed it a little bit recently, but, you know, if it was to get back to its best form tonight, would certainly have a place hope.
3 Hatchback is 17 out to 23.
Spoke to John Justice. He's been disappointed with Hatchback its last couple. Hatchback was a finalist of the Inter Dominion last season, so that speaks to his quality. Don't think he's going as well, but from the draw has place claims.
4 Queen Elida opened at 1.15. About an hour ago touched 1.18 very, very briefly. Back into $1.14 now.
49 starts, 30 wins, 9 seconds and 5/3. She's an absolute superstar, and she was in the Inter Dominion final last year as a place getter, and she's got even better since. She's not just a winning chance. I think she's a good thing in this race. Chris Alford is an absolute legend in harness racing. He will pilot her to perfection out in front, and I think she'll do a pretty easy job against these.
5 Adele, $9.50 out to 15.
Spoke to Nathan Dawson. He thought he might be just obliged to go forward and hope they don't go too hard with Adele, but she's super consistent. She's been excellent for trainer Jack Butler. Good driver with Nathan Dawson aboard. Look, she's a chance, but she's going to have to, I guess, have some luck in running if she's to get up into that Quinella spot.
6 Powder Keg, one of the outsiders at 1.26.
If you've got a driver that you want to overcome a tricky draw, it is Luke McCarthy. Powder Keg probably isn't going as well as you would need to challenge some of these.
7 Call Me Trouble, one of the other outsiders at 1.26.
Yeah, trainer Mark Rees just can't seem to get a good draw with Call Me Trouble, albeit this trotter is an out-of-the-draw runner. But regardless, it's always off big handicaps or off back rows, and you know, that's the case again tonight for Call Me Trouble. Has plenty of ability, though, but wouldn't surprise me if it was able to get up into the placings.
This favourite now, Ryan, Queen Elida, is into $1.09. Number 8, Plymouth Chubb. Now, there has been some interest here, particularly on an each-way basis. Open at 15, touch 19, back into 14.
Well, that's because he's a good horse, trained by legend and Peter Manning. Unfortunately, Karen Manning, who's coming back from injury, wasn't able to get her injury right in time to pilot Plymouth Chubb here tonight, but hopefully she might be back for the final should Plymouth Chubb make it. Cameron Hart, though, in the sulky tonight, and what a driver he is. We've just seen him take out the previous paces heat with Swayze. Plymouth Chubb will get a soft run. He's a really, really good trotter and a genuine place chance in this race. Look, Queen Elida for mine. She looks the best of good things. I've got her on top, number 4, over number 1, Sugar and Spice. Number 8, Plymouth Chubb in for 3rd, and 3, Hatchback. But, Brittany, this just gets a little bit more exciting, doesn't it? We've just seen the brothers in Leap to Fame and Swayze, and now we're seeing 2 trotting arch rivals in Queen Elida and Just Believe about to step out. The trotters are just as exciting as the paces this year.
Yeah, they certainly are, Ryan. We've seen 1 heat run and 1 already, but the 2 big guns in the series wrap up our night of heats, including this girl, Queen Elida, lining up for her 2nd Inter Dominion series. And Chris, I think it's fair to say 12 months on since last year, she's a bigger and stronger mare.
Yeah, that's for sure, Britt. She has filled out a lot and strengthened up and still got that speed to go with it.
What did you make of her last start effort? Because some may see her as a beaten favourite and be disappointed, but when you delve a little deeper, I'm sure that you couldn't have been disappointed.
No, I was more disappointed that I sort of cooked her early. She the first 400 was 26.9 and then still had a mile to run, so I shouldn't have done what I did, but these things happen, so we learn from our mistakes hopefully and move on.
That's right, everybody. Chris Alford may still make mistakes despite his experience and success, but all in all jokes aside, she looks super. And how was she in the warm-up? Because she's generally a mare you can get a feel for in the warm-up as to how she's going to, I guess, perform.
Yeah, no, she was good in the first one and then come out this time and was a lot sharper, just wanted to get on with the job.
There's a bit of gate speed inside you. Do you just let it all play out?
Yeah, we'll just sort of float out and see what happens early and play it by ear. Only 8-horse field, so, you know, we can't be too far behind.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Chris Alford there aboard this super trotting mare in Queen Elida. What a CV she already has, and she's only a 5-year-old. It seems like she's been around for a long time, but she had that dip of a toe in the water in the Inter-Dominion last year. She ran extra well, but you can just see even in her demeanour and her overall looks, she's just a much bigger and stronger horse for the experience. And she went on that real rampage through winter where she just could not be beaten no matter what occurred, whether she was in front, which is a position where from time to time she's maybe been a little bit lazy in, or when she had to do the work, when she was driven for a speed, it didn't seem to matter. She was just too good. And then last time out, they set that new track record where she was involved from start to finish. And yes, she was defeated by Just Believe, but she loses no admirers. And she's a clear class of this race. And for that reason, I'm with her on top, and I don't really mind where she is in the run. I'm with her. I'm marking some major dangers around her. Well, there's certainly a big group in behind that can run good races. Eyes on Adele early. Now, she's come out of the circle cantering, but she's down and trotting. There's a few ODM runners here. Adele back in the draw for the first time in a long time. Powder Keg and Call Me Trouble can do things wrong. So a little bit of a watch on them early on, but it should be Queen Elida making a successful start to her Inter-Dominion campaign as we join Chris for the second heat of round one for the Trotters.
$11. Brent Lilly, Chris Alford combining with this star mare, Queen Elida. 1 mile, the first heat taken out by Olivici. This is heat 2. We're ready to go. There's the light. They're off and trotting. Sugar and Spice from the inside left well. Hatchback shows good early speed. Queen Elida, the favourite, gets away third and pushing forward. Plymouth Chubb. He shoots through along the inside, holding the back of Sugar and Spice. Caught deep was Call Me Trouble. Majestic Lavros dropping down to the inside. Then Adele. Powder Keg goes back to the tail. The lead time 3.4. Holding at this point. Sugar and Spice, the local. Sugar and Spice out in front. Here's the favourite looming 3 wide, Queen Elida. And she's now starting to power up on the outside of Sugar and Spice. Plymouth Chubb leaders back third. Hatchback lands 1-1 cover. Majestic Lavros down on the inside 3 back. Then Adele, Powder Keg. Call Me Trouble goes back to the tail. First quarter was only 29.6. They start to rev up now as they work past the judge and the bell. Alford put the foot down. He takes full control now with the favourite Queen Elida. She's out in front and she's clear by 5 metres. Sugar and Spice releasing. Now second. Plymouth Chubb third. Fourth down on the inside. Majestic Lavros. Hatchback went to the inside. Adele heads them up without cover. Tracking it forward. Powder Keg. Call Me Trouble is at the tail. Second quarter. Identical to the first. 29.6. Down the Trump Bloodstock back straight. Queen Elida out in front. Leading 5 metres. Sugar and Spice. Adele third. She's moving up sharply. Plymouth Chubb down on the inside. Powder Keg is 1-1. Majestic Lavros. Call Me Trouble. Hatchback. He's now last on the inside. Towards the far turn. They have 400 metres left to trot, and it's Queen Elida held together. Queen Elida goes off that back straight in 29.9, leading 3 metres. Adele at a wheel second. Sugar and Spice third. Powder Keg fourth. Plymouth Chubb badly held up the inside. Call Me Trouble is taking off deeper. Then Majestic Lavros and Hatchback. They're at the top of the lane. Now he calls on the favourite Queen Elida. She waved them goodbye into the home straight. She's out in front by over 7 metres. Adele, look at Plymouth Chubb starting to rattle. Queen Elida, Plymouth Chubb. Oh, look at the chubby. Oh, home he goes. Plymouth Chubb rolls the favourite Queen Elida. A big upset. Adele third. Next over the line, Majestic Lavros. Then Call Me Trouble, Hatchback. Powder Keg, Sugar and Spice. Final split, 27.8. The Pelican Waters Resort mile rate, 156.6. Plymouth Chubb, Peter Manning, Cam Hart. What a withering burst of speed. 27.7 leader to winner. He's run a supersonic last split, and he's done that comfortably. A major upset. Favourite goes under Queen Elida, and there was no excuse. 8-4-5-2. Interim result, 8-4-5-2. That man, Peter Manning. Third run back tonight. You would expect more improvement to come. Wow. Plymouth Chubb. Plymouth Chubb takes out heat 2. 8-4-5-2-7. 3.5 by 4, and he was drawing off. 3.5 by 4.25. Mile rate 156.5. 29.6. 29.6. 29.9. 27.7. He was bolting at the 300. He just had nowhere to go, but once he was able to extricate into the clear, oh, that was dynamic, the change of foot. Plymouth Chubb. Runners are about to return. Tote dividends won't be too far away. He's a 4-year-old Bale Brown gelding by Majestic Sun out of Pocket Fantasy and in the Pocket Mare. Peter and Barb Manning. Cam Hart takes the winning drive. Win number 19, start number 32. Queen Elida runs second. 5-year-old Bay Mare by Love You. Brent Lilly, Chris Alford. Third is 5, Adele. 7-year-old Brown Mare by Orlando Vici. Jack and Tara Butler, Nathan Dawson. Fourth, number 2, Majestic Lavros. Fifth goes the way of 7, Call Me Trouble. 11.60, 1.30, Plymouth Chubb, Queen Elida at $1. Adele, $2. The Quinella is about to appear. The return there, 2.20. Exacta, 18.20. Trifecta, 59.10. First 4, $471.50. Daily double, 24.20. It's all clear. All clear. Right to pay on Heat 2. Cam Hart, a race-to-race double. Let's go trackside. Brittany Graham with that man of the moment, Cam Hart.
He goes back-to-back in the Inter-Dominion heats, this time with the Square Gator. Not a bad pickup drive, Cam.
Yeah, I was super happy to get the phone call and even more happier now. What a horse. He had a few obstacles there on the home bend, and to keep trotting the way he did, it's pretty incredible.
Third up from a long break, Peter Manning trains, and just looking at him, he's only going to get better as this series goes on.
Yeah, Peter said to me that he's probably not fully screwed down, so obviously he knows how to train a horse, and he'll be hopefully just peaking right for the final. Hopefully he gets there.
He's been so well noted as a gate speed, front-running type, but that was some change of foot.
Yeah, just the acceleration he showed was incredible. Obviously knew how good a horse he was. He's got an incredible record and put in some great performances, but just to get sort of half knocked over there and then change into one stride and he's up and going, it was a great feeling.
So what happens now? Was it you were aboard tonight and then we wait and see, or have you been booked for the series? What happens next with your engagements with this horse?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Just see where Kez is at. Hopefully she's making a good recovery and she might be back shortly, so we'll just play it by ear. But I was just happy to keep the seat warm for Kez tonight, and he put in a great performance.
Well done.
Thank you.
Cameron Hart, too good again for the Manning family, winning a heat of the Inter-Dominion. This horse has had a lot of challenges throughout his career, an incredible juvenile, and since then it has been problem after problem. Third up tonight from another long break, and he's been quite astonishing there. I did wonder whether he would come up, Ryan, after his 2 runs back from a spell. They'd been good, but it's an awful long way to come home and take on the likes of, to come from home, I should say, and take on the likes of Just Believe and Queen Elida, but I think Peter Manning might have known what he was onto.
Well, absolutely, and if there's a man that knows how to turn it around as far as trotters are concerned, it is the great Peter Manning. Of course, Night Pistol, what a superstar trotter he was, and now he's got a really nice up-and-comer in Plymouth Chubb, who won the Night Pistol. He performed so well through a Great Southern Star, and here tonight certainly was a live chance, you would have thought, as a place chance, but the fact that he was able to run down Queen Elida fair and square, that was some sort of win. So Karen Manning, who's on the sideline at the moment and perhaps watching our Sky Racing Active coverage, gee, that sore wrist, I reckon, might be feeling a lot better after that one, Jared. I'm sure she'll be wanting to get back pretty quick smart, Karen, because he's now a serious live chance as far as the final is concerned.
For sure, and as we said before the race, there was good specking for it, and actually before they lined up there, it was into $14, SP at $11, so even another little push there at the finish.
Yeah, and Cam Hart certainly doing a great job, but congratulations to Peter Manning. We'll try and work out what happened with Queen Elida. Maybe she was just beaten fair and square in that one, but we'll have a look at the replay on the other side of this for the second heat of the Trotters Inter Dominion tonight, with Queen Elida going down to fellow Victorian Plymouth Chubb. We'll have a look at that replay next.
For more than 150 years, the thunder of hooves has echoed across the Sunshine State. At the heart of racing Queensland is the love of the horse, and we are proud to see our retirees transition into secondary careers.
Well, we've had a lot of short price favourites through our paces and trotters heats tonight of ID 23. We didn't really think any of them were a chance of getting beaten, and Queen Elida was certainly one of those, but she was able to get rolled by Plymouth Chubb. Let's have a look at the replay here, and she had a really easy time of it once she was able to roll onto the front. Quarters of 29.9, then 29.6, and she was travelling here to the turn, and you thought, well, she's just got to let down and she'll put a space on them. And you see here Sugar and Spice galloping. Watch the drive of Cameron Hart here to avoid a wheel. I mean, he's just ever alert. Such a good driver, Cameron Hart, to not get into bother there, to weave through that gap, to get to the outside, and to win so easily in the space of 200 metres. That's quite a win. You know, I think Chris Alford spoke to Brandon Cranborg outside, and he said he was disappointed with Queen Elida. He didn't know whether she tied up, but she just didn't feel right or didn't let down as he'd hoped. So I guess that's a factor. We've got to listen to Chris, but I don't think we should take too much away from the winner, because you look at it here. So we're on the point of the turn. He's, 3-4 lengths off. We're at nearly the 150 mark here, 100 metre there. Look how much ground he's made up. Like, that's a massive win. Look, Queen Elida, yes, on face value, probably a bit disappointing, but I think Plymouth Chubb is here to play. I thought that was a really good win, 156.6. That mile rate's nothing to scream about over the 1660, but Peter Manning, Cameron Hart on the board. Now we've got the fields for the paces round 2 heats. Before we get to those, I just want to recap what the leaderboard is for the paces. And as I mentioned, Swayze, Leap to Fame, Better Eclipse, Future Assured, all getting maximum points tonight on 13. And so the top 12 at the moment as it stands goes down to about 8 points. So beyond those maximum points tonight, Manila Playboy, Narano, Classy Washington, Tommy Lincoln on 10. Then we have Turn It Up, Deus Ex, Captain Shuffles, Canina Problema on 8. So that's your top 12 as it stands after the paces heats tonight. Well, let's have a look at the second round of heats over the 2138 metres. So race number 2 will be that particular race on Tuesday night here at Albion Park. This will be the 5th heat overall, which will be essentially the first heat of round 2. And so your front row draw there, interesting, because Pete Said So, good early gate speed, drew 7 tonight. He's going to be right in the fray as far as that speed map is concerned. So too will number 4, Deus Ex. Mr. McLaren will go forward, and Paul Rock and Roll Do, well, he's got barrier number 7 again off the front row. He needs points because tonight he's only got 3 points. Mick Stanley said he needed a dry track. He needs 2,138 metres. Unfortunately, he didn't get the draw he wants. Looking off the back row, Future Assured. So we've got Future Assured, a heat winner there, and also Swayze. So 2 heat winners from tonight in the same heat there. The fact that Swayze's got maximum points, it's going to be a really interesting drive for Cameron Hart. I think he's going to have the race dictated to him. I think he's going to have to sit 3 pegs. So for mine, I reckon bookmakers will take on Swayze, looking at that for me, because there's no point you would think him peeling off and going wide. But then again, Jason Grimson doesn't die wondering, does he? Can't find a Metaman, a terrible draw tonight as well after, I think, only getting 5 points. So that's the first heat. Take that in. So wins there for Pete Said So. Losses for Rock and Roll Do. Awkward for Swayze, and also Future Assured, who have maximum points and also can't find a better man. So not many winners out of that, other than Carrie-Anne and Morris, and also Robbie Morris with Pete Said So, I'd say. Looking at the next round of heats for the 2100, we'll look at Turn It Up, drawn barrier number 1. We know he flies the gate, so that's your speed map. Who else goes forward? Narano went forward tonight, but the fact that he ran second, you wouldn't think that he would chance his arm over the 2138. So Turn It Up leads, but then who comes calling? Does Tim's a Trooper press forward looking for more points? Not many threats off that front row. Manila Playboy drew really well tonight to get up into second. That's a bit of an awkward draw for him, would be map negative, you would think, from there. So then off the back row, Captain Shuffles, who was able to lead tonight. Again, off the back row, Better Eclipse, maximum points. It's a terrible draw, but this is easily the most winnable of the heats that you will see on Tuesday night as far as the big names are concerned, and particularly those who have scored maximum points from night one. So winners there, absolutely Better Eclipse, absolutely Turn It Up. Maybe Tim's a Trooper as well, a winner from that particular heat. And as we look at the third heat from Tuesday night, this will be race number 4 on the program. And the big winner there is in barrier number 2, Spirit of St. Louis. Look, fair to say he was a little bit disappointing tonight on face value, but the fact that he's drawn barrier 2, he's got good gate speed, and you expect that Jack Callaghan will be positive on him in this particular race because speed off the front row, Tommy Lincoln came out tonight, but I don't think he'll cross Spirit of St. Louis. LL Cool J, Cosimo, can't see them being map positive. Classy Washington, no. So that looks to be an easy lead for Spirit of St. Louis. But then off the back row, trailing him through, you've got Leap to Fame. Does Grant Dixon just look to go forward again, driving like the best horse and look for the lead? Maybe Jack Callaghan will be saying, well, you know what, I need maximum points, or at least as many points as I can. I'm not going to get into a battle with you. I'm going to hand up to you, Grant Dixon, on Leap to Fame on Spirit of St. Louis. So maybe that might be how that race will pan out. Hot and Treacherous, awkward draw for it, needs points. So, gee, it's funny when you go back and look at that first heat. That first heat is really going to hurt a number of key chances, with Rock and Roll Do in particular, drawn barrier number 7 against Swayze, Future Assured, Can't Find a Better Man, and Speed Inside, Pete Said So, Deus Ex. So really, really intriguing barrier draws. Wins there for Leap to Fame and Spirit of St. Louis in the final heats. So let's have a look at the Trotters heats after what we saw there. Reminder that Olivici, earlier in the night, race number 2 on the program, was able to sit behind the speed. A great drive by Chris Lang, out-sprinted Mufasa Metro. He looked quite impressive. Plymouth Chubb came from 3 the fence to run down Queen Elida. Look, no alarm bells from Queen Elida. This is a series, so you don't want them peaking on the first night, albeit I know punters are probably hurting after, I guess, standing her out in a lot of all-ups and quaddies and the like to have her colours lowered. But from what we've seen so far, Constantinople and probably upwards of that to Plymouth Chubb, you would say, you know, that's what we would have expected. The rest of them, you know, probably looking like they might make up the numbers. I'm sure Robbie Morris with Funky Monkey would love to see her get a good draw on Tuesday night because she had to work hard tonight. She's certainly better than that. But from what we've seen so far, definitely the top 4 are legitimate chances as far as the final is concerned. Constantinople, I think, will improve throughout the series. That's the one they've got to beat. There he is, Harry. He went all the way across the world to Sweden. He ran second to the best trotter in the world in Francesco Zet. We fell in love with Harry, didn't we, in seeing his exploits in Sweden, where he had 3 terrific runs. He had no luck in the elite lot behind Etonin, where he was severely checked there. Then he came out and ran 3rd behind Hail Mary and Clickbait, who both competed in the elite lot, and then was able to run 2nd to Francesco Zet, as I mentioned. He then stepped out first up at Bendigo, up against Queen Elida off the back row, and most people thought, well, Harry might just need a bit of a cider here to get back into fitness. Well, he gave them a cold. He is back in a big way. What's happening in the market with him, Jared?
Well, we got him out to $1.18, Just Believe, when Queen Elida was beaten, but there's been a big reaction to that. $1.04 now, if you don't mind. So $1.18 to $1.04. 2 Majestic Harry, 16 to 34.
Well, you get a bit nervous saying that something's a good thing. That's what we said about Queen Elida in the previous race. But, gee, Just Believe looks to get everything in his favour here. There's the First Lady of Harness Racing Media and Brittany Graham. Yes, she won't be behind the microphone for this race. She is driving her charge, Majestic Harry, who performed so well in this race last year and running 5th. Jared, what's the punters saying about Harry?
Bit of place money, not so much to win. He's been 16 to 34. The 3 here, Funny Face, has been 11 out to 15.
Pete McMullen takes a drive for Jack Butler. She's racing really well at the moment. She's got a good gate speed. I don't think Peter McMullen will press the button, but, you know, we call him Leader Peter for a reason. He's often pretty aggressive. But she's going well enough. She's certainly a place chance here is Funny Face.
4 Bullion Harry, 11 out to 26.
Chris Lang, that man again, he won earlier tonight with Olivici. Bullion Harry, I think, is probably a rung below a lot of the top trotters in Victoria, but he's always honest, and I think he's good enough quality here to certainly run a place.
5 Sir Fahrenheit, 34 to 51.
Well, hasn't he had a nice night out, Angus Garrard, in his first Inter-Dominion series? This must just be so exciting for young Angus Garrard, and he's really found great form. You would say in the past that he can mix his form, but I like Sir Fahrenheit when he is in form. He normally holds it. And he's always a knockout chance, so certainly not the worst despite a bit of a sticky draw here.
6 the best bourbon, 41 to 81.
And out of the draw runner for Grant Forrest, who does a good job with trotters, but I just think she's going to need a little bit of luck here.
7 Gus, one of the outsiders at 61.
Yeah, but not the worst as far as your Quinellas and trifectas are concerned here. He certainly has ability, Gus. He's going to need a lot of luck from the barrier draw, but I think if a few do things wrong, Gus certainly is in there as far as calculations for your exotics are concerned.
And 8 Maori Law was 10, did touch 26 a few minutes ago, back into 18.
So Maori Law, the fact that he's here is a Herculean training performance by Emmett Bronson, because this horse was the winner of the Inter-Dominion 2 seasons ago. Greg Sugars took the drive on that occasion. Anthony Butt takes the drive. Maybe leaders back, but needs to improve. I'm with 1 Just Believe, 4 Bullion Harry, 2 Majestic Harry, good luck to Brittany Graham, and 8 Maori Law. Here's Brandon, who's trackside. In fact, no, we don't have Brandon, so we'll keep it here with us. What's happening with the market then, Jared?
It's a bit hard keeping up with this favourite price. Was $1.04 a minute ago. It's now back out to $1.10. Funny Face holds its place at 13. Majestic Harry, touch 41, back into 34. The other roughie that you gave a chance to, Bullion Harry, it touched 34. It's back into 26. Maori Law out to $18 now. So looks like there's been some speccing for a few there to upset this favourite on the back of that last favourite being beaten.
Well, in the paces, it was about Larry, Leap to Fame. Now in the trotters, it's about Harry. Just Believe. Our local trotter who took on the world's best and made Australia proud, and now he's here to go back-to-back in an Inter-Dominion series. It all starts here. Heat number 1, they're about to be called up. Let's join our broadcaster, Chris Barsby.
Maori Law. So it's one-way traffic here. As far as the betting is concerned, it's all about Just Believe. And these runners are now breaking formation. They're starting to score up to be alive for the main quaddie. Leap to Fame. Swayze, Plymouth Chubb, 4-2-8. And the favourite here is drawn gate 1, Just Believe. The gate picks up more speed. This is the final heat tonight for the Pacers and the Trotters. We're back Tuesday night, 2,138 metres. Gate picking up more speed. Gus is about to fill his position out wide. Stand by. We're ready. We're set. There's the light. They're off and trotting. Just Believe from the inside left. Well, Sir Fahrenheit, the local, is going to test him early. And Sir Fahrenheit is going to race across and clear. Just Believe in second. Sugars will be looking for a retake move. Bullion Harry moves up on the outside. He's third. Majestic Harry down on the inside. Maori Law, Funny Face, the best bourbon. Gus goes back to the tail. 3.5, and there's Sugars making the move. He flicks the switch with Just Believe, races around the outside of Sir Fahrenheit, and regains full control as they complete the first quarter. 28-4, the opening split. Just Believe out in front. He leads 5 metres. Sir Fahrenheit lands a great spot. Leaders back second. Bullion Harry third. Majestic Harry, he's racing in fourth. Then Maori Law, Funny Face, the best bourbon. Gus is back at the tail. Single file formation. Not for long. Anthony Butt angles to the outside now with Maori Law. They go to the turn out of the straight. 900 metres left to trot. This is heat 3 of the trotting series, and it's Just Believe. Just Believe out in front, leading 5 metres. Sir Surf Fahrenheit. He's racing second in the trail. Maori Law works closer. He's third on the outside, tracking that move, Funny Face. So she's got a friend to follow. Bullion Harry down on the inside. The Best Bourbon Majestic Harry. Gus is at the tail, second quarter. Nice and easy, 31.4 down the Trump Bloodstock back straight. Just Believe on tight lines, leading 5 metres. Surf Fahrenheit second. Maori Law without cover. Funny Faces working into it perfectly, one by one, yet to make her move though. Bullion Harry the inside, the Best Bourbon Majestic Harry. Gus is at the tail, third quarter, 29.8, working up to the turn. Just Believe still held together, clear by 3 metres. Maori Law trying hard on the outside. Surf Fahrenheit ready to go. Here's Funny Face letting down deeper. The Best Bourbon even wider, then Bullion Harry, they're into the home straight. Just Believe clear. Surf Fahrenheit goes to second, then Funny Face, but it's the series favourite in hand and in command. Just Believe did it well, beating Surf Fahrenheit. Funny Face, maybe Bullion Harry fourth. Look at Gus rattling home out wide. Next in the Best Bourbon, Maori Law and Majestic Harry. Final split 27-9. The Pelican Waters Resort mile rate 157-2. Just Believe. No cause for concern there, Greg Sugars. He just sat very quietly and he cruises up the Albion Park stretch and he does it well. What was expected from the series favourite? Interim result 1-5-3-4. 1-5-3-4. Bullion Harry is fourth and Gus the local runs fifth. He was the rank outsider, but he's gone a bottler. 1-5-3-4-7. 2 minutes, 0.8. Mile rate 157.1. So they claim a pacing heat and now a trotting heat. Team Lara J, Jess Tubbs, Greg Sugars, and he was dominant there. Surf Fahrenheit given a great trip to run second. Funny Face much the same in third. Bullion Harry fourth. So those numbers are confirmed. Winning margin 4.5 metres. 1 3/4 separate second and third. 4.5 by 1 3/4. The winning mile rate 157.1. Tote dividends won't be too far away now after the running of race number 8. He's by Orlando Vici. Just Believe. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding. Orlando Vici out of Heavens Above, a Leica Premier. Bred by Yabby Dam Farms and raced by the Iona Trotter Syndicate. And there's a large group involved. And congratulations, he's a star, Just Believe. Tonight, that's win number 20. And it's a great thrill to have him here at Albion Park. Just Believe scores. Second, number 5, Surf Fahrenheit, gaining excellent points. 9-year-old bay gelding by Pegasus Spur. Darren and Angus Garrard. So both of the Garrard horses tonight run second. Classy Washington and the Pacers, and now Surf Fahrenheit in the trot. Third goes the way of 3, Funny Face, a 5-year-old bay mare by Peak. Jack and Tara Butler, Pete McMullen driving. Bullion Harry fourth, and fifth goes the way of Gus. So Just Believe, $1, Surf Fahrenheit, $3.90.
Well, Greg, he's done exactly what was expected. He has come back from Europe, now second up, and he's done everything that we expected of him. He was dappled up in the warm-up. He looked absolutely enormous, and from what I can see, it's all stations go in the ID23.
Yeah, that's right. No, we're just thrilled to bits of how he's handled everything and how he's come through the trip. And, yeah, like I said, he seems to be even better than he was last year, so that's real exciting.
That first up effort at Bendigo was a real test for him. He went over the 21.50 without a great deal of trialling under his belt, and he came through it beating Queen Elida, who looked the obvious danger in the series. Are you sort of feeling as though there's one hand on the Innerdom already this year?
I'd never say that. You know, like I obviously wouldn't swap him for any other horse in the series. I think he's got all the attributes to become Inter-Dominion champion again. So, yeah, I'm just happy with that.
Obviously, the way that he's developed, he ran third 2 years ago at Menangle. Last year he won. This year he looks to be a very, very hot favourite for punters. So it must just be such a thrill for you guys, not only taking him around the world and being successful, but being successful again in an Inter-Dominion series.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Inter-Dominion's always been a dream of mine, and I've been lucky enough to come away with a couple of trotting wins, and to think that we've got a horse, Jess and I, that we train ourselves that's already won one, but has a realistic chance of doing it again. It's quite amazing, really. So we think ourselves very grateful.
Congratulations, Greg. Such a fantastic horse and so good for the industry, particularly the trotting gate.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So there's Greg Sugars with Just Believe, and of course I think that he's just got a lock on this Inter-Dominion series. I know that I said that Swayze was the one for the Pacers. This is the one for the Trotters for me. Just Believe. I think that short price will get even shorter after tonight. He was very arrogant, beating some nice types, and he's going to go through now as a potential 3-win horse if he puts the form together back to back to back.
Sure, there's a better billboard advertising harness racing than Greg Sugars, Jess Tubbs and Just Believe. What a star he has been. What a performance that was. Quite extraordinary. He's put his stamp on this series already after night one, looking to go back to back. And as Greg pointed out, he does to the eye look better this year, doesn't he? Which is certainly an ominous sign. We're hearing that the market has come through for the Pacers. Did you want time to reflect on this, Jared, or do you want to go through it now? The updated market. Let's do it.
Unmoved $1.80. Swayze $3.50 out to $3.80. Better Eclipse, not surprisingly, is a mover inwards. 11 into $7.50. Rock and Roll Do 9 out to 12. Future Assured 51 into 21. Narano 71 into $26. Spirit of St. Louis 21 to 26. Better Zip at 41. Just looking for anything else in the market. Speak the Truth, $31.
What about Turn It Up? What's it at the moment?
Turn It Up, as I look down this list, is still $71. 15 a place.
They mustn't have seen that it's drawn one again on Tuesday night.
Maybe not, but anyway.
I'm pretty happy about my $31 a place at the moment. And what price is the place at the moment?
I think it was
$17 or something.
Yeah.
I might have to go again.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess the story there is Leap to Fame unmoved at 180 and Better Eclipse 11 into 750.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So the market is now live for the Inter-Dominion Pacers. If you want a futures bet ahead of Tuesday night, we went through those fields just before. We might go through them again. Actually, or I can just recap. I don't want to call through from the studio here to the truck, but what I can tell you, the key runners in Heat 2. Rock and Roll Do's drawn barrier 7. Heat 1, I should say, in round 2. Here we go. Thanks, guys. Sorry to call that through without notice. Rock and Roll Do has drawn 7. Swayze, as you see there, one off the back row, Future Assured. So 2 heat winners in that particular heat. Can't find a better man. Another sticky draw. Pete said so. I thought was a real winner there as far as getting points to head towards a final. And in the second heat on Tuesday night, Turn It Up drew barrier 1. Tim's a Trooper 3, key draw there. Narano, who's been a big firmer, might be back negative from barrier 7, but a second placing tonight looked good. Laxadance, that helps him get a few more points there. Captain Shuffles from the front row to the back row is no good. Better Eclipse will certainly not mind that draw being off the back row. And then the third and final heat, this was certainly the easiest. So I think Grant Dixon would love this. You've got Spirit of St. Louis drawn 2, Leap to Fame 2 off the back row. That pretty much looks your race. You can take your pick away from those two, but that looks to be the easiest of the 3 heats. That is Tuesday night, the second round for the Pacers. We're going to take a break here, and then we've got 2 more still to come. We'll recap the points as far as the Trotters are concerned as well and keep you updated there. So stay with us on our Sky Racing Active coverage of Inter-Dominion 2023.
For more than 150 years, the thunder of hooves has echoed across the Sunshine State. At the heart of racing Queensland is the love of the horse, and we are proud to see our retirees transition into secondary careers.
Two more races still to come on our Sky Racing Active coverage here tonight. Night 1 of ID 2023. The heats of the Pacers and the Trotters have all been run. We've spoken about the fields for the Pacers on Tuesday night. Some interesting fields there. We spoke to the market as far as the tab market is concerned for the Pacers division. We've now got the market in, Jared, for the Trotters division. What's changed there? I'd imagine probably Just Believe has firmed in significantly. What about Queen Elida?
He was $1.80 before the heats tonight, into $1.60. Queen Elida was $3.50. She's out to $5. Don't know whether you could take that.
Out to what? $5?
$5.
I wouldn't be giving up on it yet.
Okay.
It's a series, you know.
Olivici won. He's a drifter. 7 out to $7.50. Plymouth Chubb is the big mover, as you would expect. Was 34 prior to that heat win. He's into 10. Mufasa Metro one moved to 12. And then we're out to 31 or better for the rest. So favourite shortens up $1.60 now, but obviously the other one that toughened up as well was, what was it?
Well, Plymouth Chubb. Yeah,
Plymouth
so
Chubb,
he came in from what?
34 to 10.
He was 34 before the...
34 before the heat.
Okay, so yeah. No, I think that's about right. I mean, when you talk about market percentage, if you're going to firm up Just Believe, naturally you have to put out Queen Elida. And, you know, people would go, well, how's Olivici won and drifted? But you've still got to find, because there's a lot of horses that they're not giving much chance to in the market that would be...
There's a lot of horses now that
plus.
are 31, 51, and we won't get a stamp out of them.
So you're essentially dealing with the percentage in the top, you know, half a dozen in the market, really, aren't you?
That's true,
Yeah. Okay, so Just Believe, rightly so, firming up. Now, this next race here at Albion Park is coming up in 11 minutes' time. We're going to hopefully give you the point score for the Trotters and how they finished up very shortly. We just don't have those at our disposal at the moment. And before we go off, we're certainly going to give you the fields for Tuesday night as well. Let's have a look at Just Believe and how he won the final heat. It was in such emphatic fashion. It was a really cool drive by Greg Sugars. Was crossed at the start by Sir Fahrenheit, and Greg was able to just nestle off the inside and go round to the front, and he controlled it reasonably well. There was a 31.4 quarter in there, so he knew he was always going to win after getting something that cheaply, and dashed home. So a 157.2 was slower than Plymouth Chubb and Olivici, but it was just how effortless he did it, Just Believe. So, Sir Fahrenheit, what a night for Angus Garrard. I think I'm probably going to stand corrected on this, but I think nearly every drive he's had in the heats tonight may have run a place. Manila Playboy ran second. Sir Fahrenheit ran second. Classy Washington, it ran second. And... so that's almost as good as it could get for Angus Garrard. Good on him. He's had a few roughies there. Like, admittedly, he's had some favourable draws.
He'd be chuffed.
Oh, that's as good as it gets for the young man. So, yeah, he'd be absolutely pumped about that. So, well done to Angus Garrard. Well, that's good, Ty. Wasn't that a nice segue? We've got his driver's cam. Now, this is from race... this is Classy Washington, I think, wasn't it? Race 4. So let's have a look at the driver cam from Angus Garrard. So as you might recall, there was an absolute deluge earlier in the night. So I don't know how much we're going to see from this, but there goes, what was that, Captain Shuffles going around it, wasn't it? This is race number 3 on the program. So Angus behind the leader here on Classy Washington. And up on his outside, I think Better Eclipse will come around at some stage and sit outside of them. But look, it's normally a much better view than this, Jared, you know, and it gives, you know... It
does, but it does give you a bit of an insight into the fact how wet it was and what they see, the drivers.
Yeah. And that track, you know, like as you can see, Angus's goggles are wet, but that's from the rain. It's not from the slop that's coming up. So this is him behind the leader. They're ringing the bell. There goes Greg Sugars around the outside with Better Eclipse, and he's travelling really well at this stage. So just remember, Better Eclipse was favourite in the race. Captain Shuffles was second favourite. Classy Washington, I think he was, you know, on about the third or fourth or line of betting or something like that.
$4.50 at the start.
Yeah, given a bit of a... He was actually reasonably well supported.
He was at the finish,
wasn't he? But just love the way Greg Sugars is travelling here on Better Eclipse. But as you can see, that top line, that graphic up there, that's the distance that they're travelling. And now watch the one down the bottom, the kilometres per hour. They're starting to up the ante a bit here. So we've gone from about 50-odd kilometres an hour to 53, 54. And they're going to really put the throttle down right here at about the 300-400 metre mark. And this is where Greg Sugars starts to shake up Better Eclipse, who takes out this race. And he actually runs away from them in really strong fashion. Angus is going to cut back to the inside of Captain Shuffles there and run home really strongly, as you can see. And what a night for Angus. Well done, young man. That's probably not the best exponent that we have of the driver cam, which is great technology from PSP Video, but hey, we can't control the weather, can we? Let's have a look at the leaderboard for the Trotters as it stands after night one. So Just Believe, Plymouth, these are the Trotters. Just Believe, Plymouth Chubb, Olivici, our heat winners. What about the Queenslanders? Surf Fahrenheit up there, Funny Face up there, Adele up there as well. Well done to them. But by and large, the main chances down to, I guess, the 5 pointers as far as the final field are concerned. That looks to be really dominated by Victoria, doesn't it? So Just Believe, Plymouth Chubb, Olivici, Queen Elida, Mufasa Metro, Bullion Harry, all Victorians. So it's certainly a Victorian-dominated ID 2023 leaderboard at the moment. When those fields come out for the Trotters on Tuesday night, we'll pass those on to you. Let's go down to Brandon Cranborg, who's going to give us some insight into this upcoming race.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Yeah, I sure will. And we've got Peter Gregg, who has a really consistent runner in the form of OB Legal going around, draws the second line, and is some decent enough odds on fixed odds. And I'm sure that Daff and Ryan will be able to steer through those markets very shortly. But in terms of OB Legal, Peter, this has been his best season by a long way. He's won 10 races as a 4-year-old, an overall record of 14 from 61. So he's in a real purple patch this year.
Yeah, he's been good the whole season. He didn't race much last season. He wasn't going well, but his last few runs, he's nearly been the best run each time, or pretty close to it.
We saw 3 starts ago when, in fact, it was last start, my apologies, over the 21.38. He ran third, and that had some nice horses in the form of Nürburgring that have been going around, and also Holy Stars. They went 54.2 as well over the extended trip. So he's by no means just a one-trick pony in terms of his really good mile form. He can stay out of trip.
Yeah, he's always been consistent along the way, but it did take him a fair while to catch the tempo of racing here. And once he did, he has been very consistent.
It's a brand of racing that is pretty well flat panels from the start, and sometimes you can just be chasing those horses. In terms of how this draw looks, I know you were just saying off camera, if the one holds, you're a really good chance. Do you think that, from an observer's point of view, that the one does have enough speed to hold here?
I think it's got enough speed to hold, but I'm not sure if the pressure's on, he might not want to hold anyway. My feelings were that he might hand up.
All right. Well, that being the case, if it is a case where you're 3 or 4 markers, you will need a really big turn of foot and a little bit of luck along the way. Peter, thank you for your time, and hopefully OB Legal can get the job done for you.
No worries. Thanks very much.
So there's Peter Gregg and, of course, Leonard Kane aboard, who I don't think's had a drive thus far tonight, or if he has, he's not. In fact, it is his first drive, just confirmed there. So this is a really big night, of course, and Leonard Kane is one of the really good junior drivers who's come through the Queensland and New South Wales ranks. A first drive on Inter Dominion night one. Runners are on the track. They're just making their way back towards the pre-race circle, and we're not too far away from the 9th here.
Brandon, and we'll go through them here. Brittany Graham back in studio with me with the rain outside, and Brittany will go through these with us as well. Jared?
1 Love Bite, 9 Touch 12, back into 650.
Greg Sugars goes on, interestingly, for Graham Dwyer, who's been a Group 1 winning trainer in Victoria with his Star Trotter Not As Promised. Love Bite, well drawn for a change here, Brittany.
Yeah, he is. This is an interesting race because it's the up to 90 grade, but a few horses that were balloted out of the open race the opening race, I should say, were allowed to come into this race. So we have a few that are racing out of their grade, so to speak, but I guess they have good barrier draws as a compensation. This guy's one of them, has good early speed, backs up from Tuesday where he hit the line really smartly. And I heard Greg Sugars give this horse quite a good push on Burning Questions earlier today that the trots put together. So that's a pretty good push considering he gave this as his best of the night over Just Believe.
Number 2, R11 Art, 11, touch 34, back into 21.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you've got a driver to fear tonight, it's Angus Garrard. He is just on fire.
Oh, he certainly is. He's having a great Inter-Dominion series so far. He's picked up some vital points on several of his runners. You can see he's just asking R11 Art to stretch out in the warm-up. He is a gate speed type. He's third up now from a good break and he gets a positive draw, but probably drawing side by side to Love Bite. Will be intriguing to see if Angus pushes a button early. Probably looking at those pitches, maybe he will.
3, Scratch, 4 better than a rocket, 11 out to 15.
And I think going a lot better than form reads, the fact that there's a scratching now with Uga Chakra, I give better than a rocket a good each way chance.
He's a sit-sprint horse. That's his go in life. So he's always going to rely on that little bit of luck. And if a few kick up inside him early on, then he could potentially be out in no man's land. He's got great high speed. He probably runs his, I guess, form a little up and down. He can certainly throw in a really strong performance, but a little hard to follow.
5, Soho Sinatra, $151.
I just don't think he's got the right sort of form.
Yeah, certainly. He's not racing badly, but I guess on his current form and from the barrier draw, it looks a little tough.
6, Lightning Dan was the opening favourite at $3.30. It's right out to $8.50.
Well, let's ask the trainer, Brittany, how's Lightning Dan going?
He's really well. I've only had him for 10 days or so. He's only had a couple of fast works and he's a pretty casual customer, but I've had a little bit to do with him and he's a nice horse on his day, probably just tapered off on his form a little last preparation and he looks well suited to the Queensland system. So tricky gate for a sit-sprint horse, but certainly I'll have a better idea after tonight.
Well, before the meeting got underway, number 7, Big Skewy, had been the best backed of the night, $8. Was into $2.20. That support has continued, really heavily supported, $2.10.
He's tough as all get out, and maybe that support, Jared, tells me that he's going to be handlebars down and put the fear of God into these horses and be driven really aggressively looking for the front.
Well, that's really his pattern, isn't it? And he's been great and defeated his last few driven when he hasn't managed to find his way to the lead. And I think that it'd be a brave horse to park him out this evening the way that he's been driven recently. Narrowly defeated by Classy Washington last week, and that form's been franked.
A little bit of interest in number 8 here, OB Legal. Now, it was $5. It did touch $7.50, back into $5.50.
We'll need an opportunistic drive by Leonard Kane, but this is a horse that if they overdo it from the pegs line can certainly be in the finish.
Yeah, he's a super follower of speed, this horse, and whilst the gate looks good on paper, I think it could probably play out that way. Even if you're 3 and 4 fence here, I don't think it's going to be a bad place to be.
9 Holy Stars has been 5 out to 7.
My on top selection, better off the front row, but if they happen to run really hard here, I think she can be in the finish.
She's flying. Great win last week. Her form prior in Good Mare's company was very solid. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes off a likely sit tonight.
10 Surface, the outsider at $151.
Hard to have on current form.
Yeah, would agree, in a poor draw.
And 11 Orchard Stride has been 14 to 23. Now updates at $26.
I liked her trial, but I just didn't know what to make of her first up.
I guess she had to do a fair bit of work, so I'd say she'll be driven conservatively tonight. She's got a lot of ability.
We'll spare you from tipping here, considering you've got a runner. Good luck with Lightning Dan. My number's here, 9 Holy Star, but I'm really worried about that move, Big Skewy. That says to me, aggressive from the outside. He might be looking for the front and be very hard to beat. So I've gone 9, 7, 6 Lightning Dan, 4 better than a rocket. Here's Chris Barsby.
Racing in this country, all 3 codes as well. And the Garrard stable have had a night out tonight. Classy Washington, 2nd. Sir Fahrenheit, 2nd. They've got a runner here, R11 Art. So we're just about at release point. Stand by now. Big Skewy runs favourite, drawn the top of the track. There's the light. They're off and pacing. Love Bite from the inside left wheel. R11 Art showing speed. Soho Sinatra drives forward. He's caught 3 high going into the first turn. Obi Legal is down on the inside. Holly Stars, Big Skewy's driving forward. He's very deep early. Surface went down to the inside. Better Than a Rocket, Orchid Stride. And Lightning Dan was taken off. The Army goes back to the tail. Love Bite out in front. Love Bite takes him into the back straight. First time around leading, but here's Big Skewy. He revs up deeper out and he shoots across to lead the way as they work inside the mile marker. Big Skewy racing clear. Opens up with a clear advantage. The margin is 8 metres. Sitting second, Love Bite. Soho Sinatra. Left with no cover, third, Obi Legal. He's 4-3 back on the inside. R11 Art racing on the outside of Surface. Then Holly Stars, Orchid Stride. Better Than a Rocket. Back at the tail is Lightning Dan. The lead time, it was good going. 36 and 9 out in front. It's the race favourite. Big Skewy. 1,200 metres left to run. Big Skewy and Matty E, they lead the way, the margin 5 metres. Sitting right behind it second, Love Bite. Soho Sinatra, he's working hard, forced to do it the hard way on the outside with no cover. Down on the inside, Obi Legal, then R11 Art, Surface, Holly Stars, Orchid Stride, Better Than a Rocket, Lightning Dan is at the tail. First quarter of the last mile, 29.4, racing to the turn out of the straight. They have 900 metres left to run, and it's Big Skewy. Big Skewy out in front, Love Bite second, Soho Sinatra third, Obi Legal getting a charm run. He's 3 back the inside. Holly Stars forced to come 3 wide, a long way from home. Surface is down on the inside, between runners R11 Art, then Better Than a Rocket, Orchid Stride, Lightning Dan, second quarter, 29.2. This is what he does, Big Skewy. He keeps forcing the pressure. In this third quarter, he's going to run it hard. Big Skewy down the Trump Bloodstock back straight, leading 5 metres. Trying hard the outside, Holly Stars, Love Bite, leaders back, Obi Legal, yet to shake loose, still 3 back the inside. Better Than a Rocket, Surface. Next, Lightning Dan, Orchid Stride, R11 Art. Soho Sinatra drops out. Third quarter, 28. They're at the turn. In front, Big Skewy. Big Skewy leads the way from Holly Stars, Love Bite. Obi Legal, he was able to shake loose. He looms 3 wide. They're into the home stretch. Big Skewy in front. Obi Legal is starting to hit top gear on the outside. Big Skewy still in front. Big Skewy deserved the victory. Big Skewy beat Obi Legal, Love Bite, Holly Stars, Orchid Stride. Next in, we've got Surface, Lightning Dan, Better Than a Rocket, R11 Art, Soho Sinatra. Final split, 28 and 3. The Pelican Waters Resort mile rate, 54-3. Big Skewy. No horse deserves a victory more than this guy. He's been a monster in recent times, and tonight he was able to roll along out in front and they couldn't run him down. Obi Legal loomed. He looked some sort of hope, but Big Skewy, he's tough. Hard as nails, comes out on top. 7-8-1-9. Interim results, 7-8-1-9. 231.7 as per normal with Big Skewy in a race. It's a genuine tempo, 54.2 for the middle distance trip. 36.9, 29.4, 29.2, 28, 28.2, and the track's probably got the edge off with that rain and storm activity throughout the night. So numbers are up. Tote dividends will soon follow. 7-8-1-9. Matty Elkins, trainer-driver of Big Skewy, taking race 9. Ninth event. Those tote dividends will soon follow.
Well, is there a bottom to Big Skewy? He's just a horse that just seems to just keep on keeping on. When he's driven tough, the tougher he gets. He was drawn awkwardly tonight. Well, for most horses, that would be an awkward draw, but Big Skewy just keeps going and going and going, Brittany, and it's almost like the longer the races go, he just keeps on going. He's incredible, isn't he?
He did look super well suited this evening. You could even see when Matt Elkins found the front, he wasn't at all keen to sit up and give him a breather. He wanted to run it really solidly, and that often takes the sprint out of the sprinters as well when you run along that genuine tempo throughout. So he's a horse to be feared in any race that he's in, because basically he's going to be driven like that, and if you don't hand up to him, well, he's going to make life awfully hard for you as well. So he did look very well placed there this evening, and it's going to get harder for him now because he's probably up in that open company and he doesn't have electric gate speed. That's probably his one Achilles heel. But in saying that, when you can drive him like that, sometimes gate speed mightn't matter.
He's the sort of horse that, you know, I'm sure Matt Elkins wouldn't want to part with him, but gee, you'd see him at a track like Menangle, he'd be pretty fearsome there, wouldn't he? Just running those consistently fast quarters.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I guess as well, you can see he wears a bit of hanging gear as well. So clearly the corners aren't his best friend, but if you can drive him through them solidly, it also makes it hard for the horses back in the field to make ground. So I guess some decisions will have to be made because life's not going to get easy for him now that he's up in grade. And when you're taking on the likes of Leap to Fame and Co week in, week out, which he's probably going to have to do fairly shortly, wouldn't surprise me to see a horse like him in North America shortly enough. He looks perfect for that North American style of racing.
Yeah, you're spot on. We've got one more race still to come on our Sky Racing Active coverage here this evening, race number 10, but Brittany's here as well, and Jared's also going to give us an update again for both markets and see where there's been some moves. We'll get those trotters fields, we'll dissect those. I wouldn't mind also getting your thoughts on the paces. You're having a look at some of those fields for the first time, so stay with us. We'll chat with Brittany and give some insight into round 2 of the Inter Dominion heats on Tuesday night. Stay with us. Great to have you with us on Sky Racing Active's coverage of ID23 Night 1. Let's recap the paces and the Trotters heats. We'll also have a look at the fields and also the markets as they stand as far as this year's series is concerned. So let's go back to race number 3 firstly. This was heat 1 of the paces tonight as we pick them up. In fact, that's the Trotters, so we're sticking with the Trotters here. This is Mufasa Metro in front. Now watch for Olivici behind the speed here, and it pops off. Brittany was quite an impressive winner in the run to the line.
Well, this was in pretty horrible conditions as well, Ryan, but he looked very strong to and through the line, and a horse who's only going to relish getting over further distance. Mufasa Metro was stretched out early on, and Constantinople back in third, a little gap back to Van Sank. A few horses having some torrid runs back in the field, but the top 2, pretty impressive.
Okay, now this is Queen Elida's heat in the Trotters. We see her in front, travelling quite well at this point, but the horse to watch that was explosive over the concluding stages 3, the pegs in the blue colours, Cameron Hart aboard the Peter Manning trained Plymouth Chubb.
And Camson, I don't know how he stepped through the obstacles that he did on that home turn and came out the other side trotting, let alone switching down into another gear. And look at the acceleration over the concluding stages. Yes, Queen Elida may have been I guess tiring a fraction, but he was still in a sub-28 closing quarter. Excellent. Queen Elida, I don't know where she's at the moment.
Question marks there. No question marks over Harry. It's not just about Larry. On the Trotter side, he has come back bigger and better since his trip in Europe, and this is him in front, Brittany. He looked dominant.
Look at his ears. He's having a Friday night jog around. He did it so comprehensively, and look at him flatten out. His action is near on perfect. Greg Sugar's hardly asking for an effort. He was crossed early on, so I guess there's a few that might look to take a dip at him if he continues to draw well throughout this series, but all in all, he was super impressive.
So let's have a look at the point score as it stands for the Trotters series at the moment. We'll also get a market from Jared, and the maximum points tonight going the way of Olivici and also Just Believe and Plymouth Chubb. And probably you would say at the moment, not the cut-off, but the mark of 12 goes down to the 5 points there of Bullion Harry, Majestic Lavros and Van Sank. But realistically, Brittany, we're really looking at probably, down to the horses with 9 at least next to their name as the major contenders this year.
I think it's a different series this year because there's only the 2 heats of 24, and even after the 2 heats of 12 going forward, I should say, and 24 runners total, and we've already lost one out of the series. So I think we'll see a big change come Tuesday night, and we'll have a much clearer picture. But I think at the moment, all of the big guns are in high point scoring positions, and it's going to be hard for those down to get, I guess, the required points throughout the next 2 heats to make a great change to this current leaderboard.
And what happened in the market after those heats?
Well, after those heats, Ryan, Just Believe was 180 into 160. Queen Elida, 350 out to $5. Olivici, 7 out to 750, although he won. Biggest move, probably apart from the favourite Plymouth Chubb, 34 now into $10. Mufasa Metro hasn't moved, it's 12, and the rest are 31 or better.
Let's have a look at the paces now. And the first of those heats was race number 3 on the program. And Brittany, this was the heat that really threw the cat amongst the pigeons as far as the series were concerned, because the bubble burst here with Rock and Roll Do. That's him off the track going backwards at the moment. There were not a lot of points for Spirit of St. Louis as well. Those horses, Rock and Roll Do, 3 points. Spirit of St. Louis, 4 points. Up in front, Future Assured, maximum points.
He was dynamic, wasn't he, in very trying conditions. But Rock and Roll Do in reverse. Spirit of St. Louis, I think we give a pass mark to, because he really wasn't taken into the contest. And I think sectionally, he'll still be very good. Brandon Cranborg down having a chat to Michael Stanley. He wasn't concerned, said that the track was the issue. So maybe we give him another chance, Rock and Roll Do, but he has to bounce back big time.
I know we're yet to see Leap to Fame and Swayze, who are awesome, but can you make a case that maybe Better Eclipse was the most impressive heat winner tonight?
How about Team Lara J after tonight? They would be sitting pretty and very happy, considering they've come up by road in the last week as well, and would only be expecting improvement from their 2 horses. I don't think the half-length margin probably represents how easily Better Eclipse did that.
An armchair drive for Grant Dixon, drove him like the best horse he was. This was effortless, and I'm sure exactly what Grant wanted for a 4-race series.
Yeah, perfect. Home in sub 27, and he really was never out of second gear. He looked so strong as well, and we know as he gets over further he's going to be even better. You can see the Persuader tucked up and over Grant's shoulder, and he really did that on the bit. Look how strong he looked through the line. Super.
151.1 was the fastest of the heats. And this was the slowest 152.4 for Swayze, but I don't think we read into that. You made a good point, Brittany. I think it was more what he did in the last 100 metres and then pulling up over the next 800 metres, which was an ominous sign.
Well, imagine the poor horse is fairly confused. He had to stand still and then run 2.5 laps of Addington last time out, and tonight he's asked to go 1.5 laps of Albion Park, and he was only getting warm late. You can see even his action. He started to really get into his work in that last 50 metres, and poor Cam was maybe blowing harder than the horse when he came past me after the line, having to try and pull Swayze up. He just wanted to keep going, but things are going to get very interesting for that winning streak on Tuesday.
He's drawn awkwardly off the back row, isn't he? Let's have a look at the point score after night one for the Pacers, and maximum points for Swayze, Leap to Fame, Better Eclipse. That was expected. Future Assured as well. So all of the favourites winning the Pacers. Narano and Eyecatcher tonight, Brittany, drawn awkwardly on Saturday night, but Jason Grimson again with a strong hand. Turn It Up's got another good draw on Tuesday. So I think, 8 points is the cut-off, but the real key runners on Tuesday night are going to be Spirit of St. Louis, who's drawn Leap to Fame, but he's drawn Barrier 2 in that particular heat. Rock and Roll Do, again, Barrier 7. Nervous times for Michael Stanley.
However, over 2,100 metres on Tuesday night, he'll have more time to work into the race. But if he doesn't pick up, 4th or higher on Tuesday, it's going to get really tough for him from here on out. So, nervous times, particularly when he's got some very good horses drawn to his inside, good gate speed horses. In saying that, I'm not sure there's a horse off the front line that would be willing to park out Rock and Roll Do if he came calling. Pete said so. Maybe Speak the Truth, the only one. 'Tis a Sizzler, Daz X, Send It, Mr. McLaren. So I think Michael Stanley has to get really aggressive on Rock and Roll Do on Tuesday night and drive him like his series depends on it.
So those fields are available on the harness.org.au website for Tuesday night. If you choose to have a look at them and start doing your form, we'll be doing it all again on Sky Racing Active on Tuesday night. Less than a minute. So, Jared, you give us the market and where the market's trending, and Brittany and I will give our thoughts.
The favourite at the moment, Ark and Wicked, number 4, has been 380 into 250 now. Madrigal 440 out to 550. Bronski Delight's been a big drifter outwards, 380 out to $6. Good late support for Bobby Waterhouse. Number 8 has been 550 touch 6 back into $4, and a sprinkling for number 9, Bonnie's Dance. Now this happened when we put the market up first. It was backed at $17, but even in the last hour or so, it's been pretty solid at $13.
Well, Bobby Waterhouse is the interesting runner in this race, but I just couldn't put him on top just because I'm guessing a little bit more than I would be with Ark and Wicked, which is why I've gone for number 4. But I think they're the main two players. Madrigal probably to a lesser extent. So I've gone 4 Ark and Wicked from 8 Bobby Waterhouse, 3 Madrigal and 7 Kabang. Brittany?
I've gone 4, 6, 1 and 8. I'm also with Ark and Wicked on top. He's super consistent, this 3-year-old, and I think he's got his fair share of ability as well. I'm not sure he's that far below a few of the state's better 3-year-olds. He has run some good races, but he just gives me the progression of one of those typical Dixon horses who just keeps getting better and better. He's got good early speed. There's a lot inside him tonight, but his sectionals last week chasing home RD's Flash and Frankie Ferocious, who we saw come out earlier tonight and win really dominantly, were excellent. So if Trista Dixon can just slot him into a nice spot, I think he'll run a really bold race. Bronski Delight, a career best effort from her last time out. The draw looks tricky, but if they, and there's a lot to her inside that could go forward, run this race upside down, she'll be closing out hard. Mr. Quirk's an interesting runner. Now with Graham Dwyer, ran second behind Better Be the Best in the Breeders' Challenge Blue final last year. He's a horse with a lot of ability. I'm intrigued to see how he goes tonight. And Bobby Waterhouse, he's a former Kiwi. Good trial, poor draw. May lack a little bit of high speed as well.
All right, this is the last here on night 1 of ID23. A reminder, night 2 on Sky and Sky Racing Active you will see on Tuesday night here at Albion Park. Here's Chris Barsby.
We're just about set. All the runners are in position. ready to run. There's the light. They're off and pacing. Good line away. Mr. Quirk from the inside shows early speed. Lulu May driving forward. Madrigal's having a look. Arkin Wicked, the favourite, is also pushing on. Glenlady Commander's caught very deep going into the first turn. Bobby Waterhouse drives right up behind them. Bonnie's Dance is looking to drop down to the marker line. She does. She's now 3 back. Then Square Dealer, Bronski Delight. Kabang taken off the arm. Goes back to the tail. Out in front, Mr. Quirk able to hold up from the inside. 3.4 the lead time. First quarter, 27-7. Mr. Quirk leads the way. Bobby Waterhouse racing second. Arkin Wicked the favourite. He's 3 wide. He powers up now, and he's going to take on Mr. Quirk here. They work past the judge and the bell. We've got a new leader. Arkin Wicked put on the engine, leads the way. The margin 5 metres. Mr. Quirk taking cover. He's now second. Lulu May left parked out. Bobby Waterhouse 4, 3 back the inside. Madrigal 1-1. Bonnie's Dance Square Dealer. Bronski Delight the inside. Kabang Glenlady Commander. Second quarter 29.4. They race to the back straight. Final time out in front. Arkin Wicked. Arkin Wicked by 5 metres. Lulu May working hard on the outside. Mr. Quirk leaders back. Madrigal in the 1-1. Given a great trip. Down on the inside. Bobby Waterhouse Square Dealer. Next Bonnie's Dance. Kabang. Bronski Delight. Glenlady Commander is at the tail. They work towards the 400 metre marker. Still out in front. It's the favourite Arkin Wicked. He shows the way by a neck. Lulu May called on. Here's Madrigal launching deeper. Mr. Quirk, loose line just in behind them, trying to force clear. Bobby Waterhouse under some pressure, deeper out. Square Dealer. Kabang's very wide. Bonnie's Dance, Bronski Delight. Then Glenlady Commander. They're into the home straight. Arkin Wicked got away. Arkin Wicked by 6 metres. Trying hard. Bobby Waterhouse. He's starting to charge now. Arkin Wicked in front. He's got a margin. He's holding Bobby. Arkin Wicked. Arkin Wicked beat Bobby Waterhouse. Bronski Delight, Bonnie's Dance. Square Dealer. Madrigal. Kabang. Glenlady Commander, Lulu May, and back at the tail, Mr. Quirk. The final split, 28-4. The Pelican Waters Resort mile rate, 154.9. Arkin Wicked, favourite punters go home happy. Arkin Wicked holds off the fast finishing former Kiwi Bobby Waterhouse. Bronski Delight third. Interim result, 4.869. 4.869 will be the interim result on the final race. He was caught deep early. There was a lot to like about that victory because he had to earn it. 4.869.10, those numbers confirmed. 158.4 is the overall time, and the winning mile rate shouldn't be too far away. We'll stand by for that winning mile rate to be posted. But numbers are up. 4.869. Grant and Trista Dixon, Trista driving. Excellent run here last week. And he takes this final race tonight. Arkin Wicked, 261.50.
Arkin Wicked, a horse that we saw through the Consolations Carnival in better quality races than he was matched up against tonight, and an aggressive drive by Trista Dixon, able to find the front prior to the bell. That looked to be the winning move, Brittany. Once he found that position, was always going to be mighty hard to run down.
Them right up down the back straight as well. She managed to give him a big lungful of air past the 600 metre mark, and even the 3 wide line started to back up a little bit as they all tried to tip out. But a good drive by Trista. She was able to continue to work on. He looked in a little bit of bother there for a moment, but once he was waved onto the front, he was always going to be really hard to beat. Bobby Waterhouse very good in second, and Bronski Delight, nice drive from Nathan Dawson. I'm not sure how he got into third from 5 fence there, where they were chock-a-block on the home turn, but somehow he so often finds a way, and he's managed to get that mare home into third. But all honours with the winner, Arkin Wicked. As I mentioned, I think he's a really progressive horse. He could go on and do a nice job.
Well, there's some great stories to come out of tonight, and some really puzzling ones as well. I'm going to give a driving performance tonight to Angus Garrard, a young man in his first Inter Dominion series with a lot of horses that respectively look to be place chances at best, but to have 100% strike rate filling place getters with the horses that he had here tonight, a wonderful moment to him. So I'm going to say that as one of my highlights. But gee, the paces, really stood up tonight, didn't they? Leap to Fame, Swayze, the brothers, they're back to battle, and that's exactly what the Pacers series needed.
Oh, it certainly did, Ryan. And then you add in a very, very good performance from Better Eclipse, and who knows, maybe Future Assured is a much better horse than we're giving him credit for, particularly when he's able to occupy a peg line position, which he was tonight. And of course, he was a very, very quick heat winner in not the nicest of conditions. So maybe this pacing division is a little lot more open than we first thought, and we needed that. I think for a lot of the others' chances, to be honest, we needed Swayze in the race to make this challenge between he and Leap to Fame, because that could make it more open for a few horses that are just going to get really nice trips. So as is so often the case in Inter-Dominions, we're going to know a lot more in 7 days' time, and then after that, the barrier draw is going to be vital. But there's so many storylines, as you mentioned.
We are on Rock and Roll Do and Spirit of St. Louis watch on Tuesday night, and as far as the trotters are concerned, goodness me, Just Believe. I mean, it's hard to believe that this horse is probably better now than when he won the Inter-Dominion last year. This series is at his mercy at the moment.
Oh, isn't it? And tonight he was just so dynamic. And we know last year he sat outside of a very similar field to this at Melton, over 2,600 from the outside of the second row, and defeated them. He's a better horse now, and by a few lengths, I think. Worrying times for his competitors.
Well, Brittany, it was a hard night at the office for you. Brandon Cranborg's in the studio with us as well, Brandon. Thankfully, at least you were in the stabling area tonight, and you were able to take a little bit of shelter, but some great information that you were able to get throughout the night. And what was your big takeaway? Because I know you got some good insight from some of the participants down in the stabling area about their charges moving into Tuesday.
I think that what we've covered off on has really been that the good ones stood up and did what they should have. I think Just Believe was absolutely fantastic, and like I said, I think the series is all but over for the trotters. I think that if Just Believe doesn't win, it's going to have to come from a real out-of-the-box performance. And in terms of the paces, look, Swayze, he's got the best form line in the Southern Hemisphere through the New Zealand Cup, and he did exactly what he should have. And obviously the other couple, Leap to Fame, he was very good again and ran them into the ground as he has done the last couple of starts as well. And even the stablemate to Just Believe, Better Eclipse, he's Mr. Versatility. I know he's a favourite of yours, Ryan, from Victoria, but those horses that did the right thing by punters and did the right thing by connections tonight, they've got a big leg up in terms of how this series looks, and I think that's a really big takeaway as well. A lot of these good horses are almost automatically through off night one.
Well, it's going to be an intriguing night 2 and 3, and we'll be covering it all on Sky Racing Active. A big thank you to Jared Daffy and also Chris Barsby as well tonight for his calls, and a big thank you to all of the team here with PSP Video and everyone at Sky Channel for the coverage tonight. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Brittany. And we'll do it all again Tuesday, so make sure you're with us for round 2 of the ID 23 heats on Tuesday evening. We'll see you then.